Good morning and welcome to a very sunny Teesside Autodrome for another round of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series, brought to you by NRG Cycles, NRG Global Power, Lucas Racing and HRS Racing Engines. We are looking forward to another fantastic day of racing here. As always, coming up first will be your Coma C50 Bambinos. My name is Tom Butterworth. Alongside me is David Sullivan. My commentary wife is here, ever present as always, taking a look at the Teesside track, just over a kilometre long, and looks like good weather throughout the day until potentially early afternoon.
Exactly, Tom. We've been expecting thunder showers from about 3 o'clock, so just about the time when our finals are about to commence here at Teesside Autodrome. Round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series, and at the end of today's race today, it will be the halfway point of the 2023 season, and we'll have a really good understanding, Tom, of who our championship challengers are going to be when the checkered flag drops at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's been shaping up pretty nicely throughout a lot of our championships. In fact, we've got a real mix of contenders throughout the fields. A couple of exceptions where we've got some sort of runaway leaders and things, but yeah, it's pretty close as we go. Just waiting on our Bambinos to head out onto the dummy grid, of course, with their helpers, which we will go through with you a little bit if it's your first time watching us on the stream. And here, just as I say that, here they come. So they are heading out onto the grid now. They'll do a rolling up lap, stop on the grid, and they will have some help with them. And we will bring you heat number 1 of Bambinos. Apologies, that was a little bit of a clumsy entry into that one, but I'm sure we'll catch it up through the day. So
tripped over the door ledge on that one, didn't you, Tom?
Bit, yeah. So Bambinos are making their way round, as we said, onto the starting grid. We will bring you a grid. So going off pole position is going to be Sebastian McCarthy. In second place, we've got Freddie Blackshaw. Then third place is Sebastian Crawford. Then it's William Wainwright in fourth place. Fifth goes to Olive Bullock, and sixth to Ethan Pearson. Seventh will go to James Pybus with Callie Tennant in eighth. Ninth is Abel Hutton. 10th for Verity Crawford. 11th Sullivan Crawford, and then Phoebe Rogers in 12th. And your final 2 places are made up by Summer Upton and Ollie Upton as well. So a bumper grid here at Teesside for round number 4.
Comas, of course, continuing to grow, our largest grid of the season so far here then at round number 4. 14 Coma C50 Bambinos on the grid, getting bigger every single round. Sebastian McCarthy, the championship leader, starts the day in the prime berth of pole position in the 56 machine. His main challengers throughout the season, Freddie Blackshaw and Sebastian Crawford in second and third. We've seen, Tom, any one of these 3 can take victories here at Coma C50 Bambino. I wonder if anybody else can spring a surprise. William Wainwright was quick in qualifying yesterday as well. He'll be hoping that he can get in and tag on to the back of the 3 at the front. We're just getting the final few runners in. We've probably got about half of our Coma C50s in, so we'll run through what the day's going to entail here today then at Teesside Autodrome. We start off with Bambinos, then we'll go into our cadet classes, into Mini, then into Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, and then our bumper Procar grid, which also includes our Junior Pro-Karts that go off the back. Great grid of them as well today, Tom. We're up to 8 for Junior Pro-Kart again, so that class starting to come back into some sort of strength here at Teesside.
Yeah, hopefully so. The Junior Pro-Karts have always been an exciting race to watch, as are, of course, they are now mixed, as we said, with the Senior Pro-Karts, so it's always one to keep your eyes on. The Pro-Kart race, fantastic action, much like Honda Cadets as well. Very, very similar engine specs all around. So it really does come down to driver and chassis working as one, as it were. It looks like we're about to get ready here for the Bambinos. And what I was just going to say was we were introducing the Bambinos is with this bumper grid and having the largest grid that we've got so far, it's great to see, as much as it is the front of the field and trying to see the battles take place over there. For me, I look a little bit down the order and I see the progress that these young drivers are making in their lap times as well, from round 1, round 2, round 3, right up here now into round 4. And they will, their lap times will have tumbled. They'll be taking seconds out of what they were doing last month. In terms of lap time. So yeah, it's really great to see how much they're stepping forward, as well as we like to focus on the battle at the front.
First race of the day then is upon us here at Teesside Autodrome. Parents and helpers making their way through the gate to the right hand side there, just where you can see the cone start line. Marshall making his way to the front, green flag in hand. Our Comas getting into position. It's a very, very warm day here at Teesside Autodrome. We're expecting it to touch nearly 30 degrees. It's certainly that in the commentary box already. Green flag is up, green is down, we're away and racing. It's a good start from Crawford from P3. He's going to slot straight through, I think, here into second place, and he does. Straight behind Sebastian McCarthy, immediately on the back of him as well, with Freddie Blackshaw dropping into third place. Couldn't get it away off the line, and he's moved and had to drop himself back into P3. Couldn't get away from second place, and now Crawford already onto the back of Sebastian McCarthy. You can see how warm it's been here, Tom, in the last couple of weeks, because the grass is not green.
No, it's unusual to have this amount of dry weather up here in this part of the country, but dry weather it has been.
And looking at it, Sebastian Crawford with his new sticker kit that he debuted at the last round can pretty much blend into this scorched grass at the moment. We're going to struggle to spot him throughout the day.
He's gone full camo, hasn't he?
Well, he was stealth before, wasn't he, in all black, and now he's gone full camo. So we'll keep an eye out for him. Keep an eye out as well for Summer Upton. She qualified in terms of lap time yesterday in 7th place, although there was issues post-race as Crawford sweeps through to take the lead from Sebastian McCarthy all the way around the outside at the D chicane. And we've got a change for the lead. See how close they were as they came over the start line. That's because Crawford was alongside and moved through as they came over start-finish. So as I was mentioning, keep an eye out for Summer Upton coming in 13th place, although was 7th quickest in terms of times yesterday. But issues post-race, so look for her to come through and progress in this race. She did look very, very well yesterday. We've got a spin for the 22 of Sullivan Crawford at hairpin number 1. He's off onto the grass. We've got some yellow flags, and it looks like we've got another kart stopped as well there on the outside. That could be the 154 of Phoebe Rogers, slow and on the grass. It is, and the marshal has provided some assistance, and everybody is running again.
And that's the first time, actually, that we've seen our new light boards in action here at Teesside as well. It's a new addition for this round, as Sebastian McCarthy closes right in on the back of Sebastian Crawford for the lead. But yeah, we've got some new light boards here at Teesside, where down on the back straight, and the exit of the final hairpin, so hairpin 4, and also as they enter into turn 1, essentially we've got digi-flags that will wave as well. So it gives us an additional warning for our 3 marshal posts that we have that are permanently in residence. We've now got some digi-flags as well to alert people, and essentially created 3 extra zones.
I think it's great though, Tom, because what it does is, obviously, when we've got our marshals posts at hairpin 1 and down there at hairpin 3, there was quite an area gap between them that Captain Paul here at Teesside felt that needed a little bit of extra coverage in the middle in terms of notifying drivers of potential hazards that were coming up. So they've introduced some digital flags. So it looks like Phoebe Rogers has stopped again, Tom, at hairpin 1. So looks like there could be a problem there. As she's taking the left-hander, that engine seems to be cutting out. So it could just be a problem there. Could even be
going again.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got at the moment we're heading towards half race distance in this 8-minute plus 1 lap opening heat for Coma C50. The leading duo have broken away, and Sebastian Crawford is defending from Sebastian McCarthy. As you can see with the Comas, they do like to come to the inside very, very early down that back straight because they don't scrub off anywhere near as much speed as our quicker karts. But they're both managing to pull away from Freddie Blackshaw. Ethan Pearson has moved up into the top 4 in 4th place. William Wainwright, who qualified there, is now down in 6th because he's been overtaken by Oliver Bullock, although all 3 of them are fairly close on track, 0.6 of a second between 4th and 6th, as our leaders are going to encounter some lap traffic earlier than they expected because of Phoebe Rogers having problems and the kart stopping twice out on track. So at half race distance, they are coming up to meet some lap traffic. They will do so as they come through the chicanes. As round the outside goes Crawford, that could open the door down the inside as Sebastian McCarthy has a little bit of a thought about it.
Did have a good look, didn't he?
Didn't get alongside though, did he there? So I think wouldn't have managed to put the nose down the inside in the consideration. But they'll use as a slipstream. As we know though in Comas, it's a long way round.
A little bit of side-to-side action there as well, as got a little bit of side draft going on, I think, there with McCarthy and Crawford. Caught McCarthy out ever so slightly and just pulled him in towards Crawford as they went to turn in to South Bank Corner. I think we'll let them get away with that one. There was nothing malicious there, definitely. McCarthy's got some great pace in this car. He just can't seem to get the overspeed perhaps coming out of a corner as much as he's got towards the end of a straight. So maybe take an alternative line through one of the hairpins, something like that, and see if he can run it right round the outside and carry that speed. Or
it's tough for them, isn't it?
To try something different, doesn't he? Because at the moment, just following in the wheel tracks isn't going to get him through.
Well, here they go down the back straight, and this is where he's going to be able to come in, and then he's going to go round the outside again. It is a very, very long way, and Sebastian Crawford doing what he needs to with that 6, because as soon as McCarthy draws alongside, then he starts to come out because he doesn't have to defend. He knows he's not going to get down the inside of him.
And then he's got the optimum line.
And then he's opening up the South Bank corner as well, which is making him even quicker. These two dragging each other along. Fastest lap of the race so far of 59.258.
I think McCarthy's definitely got the pace, but it has been some great driving so far from Crawford. Just positioning his car exactly where he needs to keep McCarthy behind.
McCarthy now taking a slightly wider line because I think he was going to try and sweep round the outside of the lap traffic in the 22 of Sullivan Crawford. And our leaders now have been split by around about 1.5 seconds, with Sebastian Crawford managing to find a way through. Sebastian McCarthy electing to initially try and go all the way around the outside. I don't know if he meant to do that or whether he slid wide round the National Loop corner and then had no other option. But now he's got a long way to go to draw back in on our race leader. As at the end of that sort of sequence, he was probably around about 15 kart lengths off the back. We'll have a look when they come over start-finish, because I think, Tom, he is closing in, and this is exactly what you were saying. He's got the pace, he just can't get past.
Yeah, we're having a look a little bit further down the order here. We've got Pearson in front of Bullock, in front of Wainwright as they head through hairpin 3. This is a battle for 4th place.
Wainwright in the 21, he qualified in 4th place, so he's got the pace.
I've just noticed it's nice and simple as well today. I've just noticed it is nice and simple today because we haven't got any I-armies on the grid either, so it's a full Diplomacy 50 grid.
No, we've got no I-armies, although we've got more Crawfords on the grid than what we've had I-armies this year.
That's very true, yeah. We've got a lot of Sebastians and a lot of Crawfords on the grid, and we've got a Sebastian Crawford.
And next year we're going to have another Upton as well. There'll be 3 of them. So
me.
Between 2 families, we're going to have 50% of the Coma grid represented. So if you are at home watching and you've got a big family, buy them all a kart.
Yes, and bring them racing here, because your family name will certainly get mentioned. So the leading Crawford, of course, at the moment is Sebastian, who is leading the way still just from Sebastian McCarthy. Freddie Blackshaw now a distant 3rd place, but comfortable in 3rd place as it stands at the moment from Oliver Bullock, the aforementioned Ethan Pearson, followed by Oliver Bullock, then William Wainwright. Then there's another big gap, then to James Pybus and Abel Hutton. Callie Tennant around 5 seconds off that, and then it's another big gap then back to Oh, there we go. Side by side, it is McCarthy taking the lead with a little bit of side-by-side contact as well. Coming through on Crawford. Got a big run out of hairpin 2 and managed to get the job done as he dragged past. But yeah, there was side-to-side contact between the front two. We will see whether there is anything incoming from the stewards regarding that one. And that is, well, we had final lap board go out. I think it just went out. And then we've had a checkered flag board go out as well.
With McCarthy then in front of Crawford by 0.6 of a second. We're still waiting for Freddie Blackshaw. He comes through in third place, having been classified in 13th place in the 22 machine. Phoebe Rogers 2 will cross the line shortly to be classified in 14th. She's had some problems in this race. With her engine not quite working as well as she would have hoped. That stopped twice. James Pybus and Abel Hudson crossed the line within a few tenths of each other for 7th and 8th. Then it's going to be Calais Talent in P9. Verity Crawford should round out the top 10, although there is still a battle going on behind here. And having said that, our race leaders are already coming through in front of some of our runners that haven't taken the checkered flag already, although they are coming through in the same order now. And
I think that's what threw me a bit there.
We think we might get an opportunity, Tom, as you were saying, to see that replay.
I think that's what took us a little bit by surprise
on the back straight again, as to what happened down there.
So here we go. It's a good run from McCarthy. Crawford defending, and it is McCarthy with that big run. Oh, it looked actually like Crawford steered slightly left into the rear of McCarthy, but McCarthy able to hold on and comes across the line to take the victory. So apologies there for a little bit of confusion towards the end of that race. It was the final lap board was missed by us.
It was missed in all the action.
Yeah, so apologies about that, but we endeavour to improve as the day goes on. So coming
we endeavour,
next,
but we don't promise.
No, well, yeah, exactly. It's not a guarantee.
It's only been 5 years now, Tom.
It's going to be Honda Cadets going out next for heat number 1 of their round number 4.
Our grid then for our cadet grid, which will also see a smattering of Micro Maxes, sees a maiden pole position here at Teesside for Red Lynn. So far this year we've had 4 rounds and 4 different pole sitters so far this season. Red Lynn starts on pole with Edward Rye alongside Noah Clark and Joshua Sullivan on row 2, with Thomas Harper, a career best qualifying for him, alongside our reigning champion Thomas Potter on row number 3. Then it's Layla Berryman with her best qualifying alongside Samuel Eden. Luca Batuebi was fastest in the practice this morning. He starts 9th with William Howard for company. Then it's Aaron Berridge and Reece Cranston on row number 6. In front of Ollie Carter and Jake Walker. Then it's Piers Whitehead, who debuts here at Teesside with a creditable 15th place, alongside Tom Nichols, Ashton Horsepool and Riley Blakemore start on row number 9. Then it's Mason Dinsdale and Joey Swan, Matthew Plant and James Bout, with Morgan Cooney and another debutant, Zach Charles, on row number 12. Then it's Jack Moss in a Micro Max alongside Grayson Crawford as well, another Micro Max runner. Hugo McCluskey, Scarlett Dunn, Harley Higgins and Matty Prinkew-Wright did not set times in qualifying yesterday for a variety of reasons that we will come on to throughout the day, I am sure. Grid coming forward then, Tom, for our Hondas. It's been a very, very competitive season so far. We've had 12 races across the 3 rounds, and we've had 5 different race winners and 4 different pole sitters. You can't ask for a closer class than that.
No, it's been very mixed up, hasn't it? We've got Red Lynn taking pole position for the very first time here, and showing very well in that 113 kart. So yeah, looking for another fantastic Honda Cadets. It's always brilliant here at Teesside, is the Honda Cadet Sprint. I mean, it's brilliant pretty much everywhere, but here especially, the slipstream effect and the action that we get from this group of drivers, it is super, super close. About the middle of the pack just rolling into place now. How many runners did we have again, David?
We were up to 30, Tom, when you, well, I think it's 28 or 30, when you add in the Micro Maxes as well.
Yeah.
There was a few that didn't qualify yesterday. Hugo McCluskey, I'm just going to see if I can see him out there on track. He had the problem yesterday where he burnt his hand, so couldn't hold the steering wheel for qualifying, so he didn't set a time. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, she wasn't very well throughout the day, so she was here for practice, but then didn't set time in qualifying, so she is going to go off the back of the pack as well. And Harley Higgins, he didn't set a time, and I didn't see Matty Prinku right. And it looks like as well we've got William Collinson in the former Holly Swan 95 car, now racing under the 174, out at the back of the pack as well. So he won't have set a time in qualifying yesterday because he wasn't here. So we're just getting the Hondas. And remember...
At least he's not running the 95, though, because that would throw me right out.
Well, yes, because obviously we've got Joey Swan, who's already running the 195 in his kart, which is a similar livery as well. Now, they are moving the barriers down the bottom end. At the last round, we moved them for round 2 and just let them come straight through. And I think we'll probably end up doing that again from round 2 onward, so from heat 2 onwards, just because it just makes it a little bit easier to get them all into position, because... I don't know if we can just about pick this one up. We might get it from the South Bank camera, but it's basically Hondas as far as the eye can see.
It's almost like a British 24-hour grid at the moment, isn't it? There we go. You could. So when we come to the race, to the British 24-hour in August, you'll see that the starting cart, the pole position cart, will be up around where the pit entry is, and they will come down pretty much. They'll be nose to tail all the way down to about this point on the track as well. So there'll be something along the lines of 90 carts lined up nose to tail for the start of the British 24-hour, which of course use 2 of these engines rather than the 1 that we use in Honda Cadet.
Just to have a quick look at the live chat comments, Tom, before as the final few runners get into place. Zach Charles said hi before he got in his cart and then gridded up for his first race here at Teesside Autodrome. So he messaged in this morning just before we went live, as did Michael Burke, who joins us as always from Australia. He's asked, what's the temperature like today? It's warm and not just outside.
It's Australia warm, certainly in the commentary box. And it's Australia heat as well, speaking from experience.
There's no breeze in here, is there, Tom?
There's no breeze.
Apart from when we're talking, of course.
And it's that clammy heat, isn't it? You know, the kind that if we had hair, it would be very frizzy.
I'm having to rely on my eyebrows so I don't get sweat in my eyes.
My beard's going frizzy, let's put it that way. So the start line marshal is heading to his point. The green flag is up, it's down, and we're away. And it's not the best of starts from Red Lynn, but does manage to hold on to the lead as they head into turn 1.
Potter's made a good start, Tom, from 5th place, from 6th. He's up into 5th. Thomas Harper didn't get a great getaway. Trying to figure out whereabouts he's gone, because he was in 5th. He's going to come through in about 9th or 10th as they head down towards hairpin 1. The concertina effect, everybody nicely through at the moment. Out onto the back straight they go. Edward Rye into the slipstream. Red Lynn defending on this opening lap. Edward Rye's going to try and sweep all the way around the outside of the South Bank corner. Noah Clark, Joshua Sullivan and Thomas Potter with a bit of a breakaway already from the fast starting Samuel Yeadon, up from 8th place into 6th already. As they come into hairpin 4 for the first time. Heading towards start-finish they come, and it will be Red Lynn from Edward Rye, Noah Clark, Joshua Sullivan, Thomas Potter and Samuel Yeadon. Layla Berryman with a good start behind from William Howard. He's up into 8th place starting 10th. Luca Batuev and Ollie Carter round out your top 10, with Thomas Harper dropping on the opening lap. Oh, contact into hairpin 1. Thomas Potter rides up the back of Joshua Sullivan at hairpin 1, and Potter now will be slow down the back straight. Could he get swamped here by Berryman? Berryman down the inside of all of them, being pushed by William Howard. Potter saved by Samuel Yeadon, doing exactly the same to him. Slipstream working well for both duos.
Huge action as always here in Honda Cadets, but it's as you were as they entered the back straight bizarrely, almost unbelievably, as we look at William Howard overtaking Luca Batuev for 8th place on the road. They head across the line. It is Red Lynn from Rye, Clark, Sullivan, Potter, Yeadon, Berryman, Howard, Batuev and Carter, your top 10. Red Lynn starting to make a little bit of a break here at the front of this one.
Yeah, he's not had the best of luck, Tom, in the opening couple of rounds that he's been here. I think he's got a best finish of outside the top 10. So he's qualified on pole position. Now we're going to get a bit of a slipstream down the back straight. Noah Clark defending off Joshua Sullivan, but they're working together at the moment just to try and push on to the duo in front. Sullivan, though, has had enough of looking at the number board, although I don't think that's going to... It's not going to have much. Now he's going to come back to the inside. They're going to be side by side over start finish, and Sullivan has cut through up into third place. Helmet tap as he does as well. Just wanting to work with in this early phase of the race. We're only 2.5 minutes in. It's been frantic in the opening phase of this race. Fastest lap by Thomas Potter in 5th place. He's closed up onto the back of the 144 of Noah Clark.
Yes, indeed. It's a clean lap from Potter that time round, and as you can see, this is what he can do when he does get a little bit of clean air in front of him. Thomas Potter, as always, lightning fast around this circuit. But yes, that gap to Redland seems to be holding steady at the moment. It looked like it was going out a little bit, but I think Edward Rise used that slipstream to close it up ever slightly. Sullivan going with him. And then Clark and Potter there as well.
Looks like William Howard has found a way past Layla Berryman. She tried to get back through down the inside into hairpin 4. Fastest lap this time, I think, from Joshua Sullivan, Tom, with a 47.8. The only driver, with the exception of Thomas Potter, that did into the 47s. And as you can see, he's right now on the back of Edward Rye.
Yes, but has brought not just Clark, but also Potter with him as well. So this is a front group of 5 that are now started to break away. It's a tune of about a second back to Yeadon. It's around another 6/10 back then to Howard, who's pretty much got Berryman, Batuev and Harper, Berridge, Cranston, etc. All the way back really to Jack Moss in about 22nd place. They're all in one train. We've got Clark feeling the need to go defensive there into hairpin 4, and that simply opens the door on exit for Potter.
Was it defensive, or did he have a nibble down the inside of Sullivan? And then, obviously, as you go tight, you're going to run wide, aren't you?
Yeah, well, all it did was open the door for Potter on exit to get the old switch back, and Potter's through now and up to 4th place. Slight gap, but I have a feeling that Potter's going to be able to close that up fairly quickly and will bring Clark along once again.
Sullivan down the inside of Edward Rye into hairpin 2. Think it took Rye a little bit by surprise. Rye's going to try and come back to the inside. Sullivan is through though, and then he just comes into the... Everybody being a little bit defensive today, Tom, in this one. Normally the Hondas are very much just push in the early phase of the race, but it looks like everybody's just trying to just look after their track position a little bit. Now Red Lynn's going to have a different proposition, because not as only he got Sullivan, he could well have Potter through as well. Behind he doesn't, because Edward Rye has the door closed on him. Closes the door on Thomas Potter. The top 5 as it is then: Lynn, Sullivan, Rye, Potter and Clark in front of Yeadon, Howard, Berryman, Batuev and Carter.
Well, we've seen that Lind has got some pace here this weekend by taking pole position. And Potter, I think, needs to either dispatch Edward Rye particularly quickly or start to push Rye along if he can't get past to close that gap up, as we've got Sullivan now side by side along the back straight for the lead. Lind looks across, can't get the
He could be out here, Tom.
And he's going to get freight trained by at least 2 more and drops all the way back to 5th place in one corner.
Potter,
Clark
4th to 2nd.
Yeah, Clark also through from 5th into 3rd, and that's so Edward Rye and Red Lind, the big losers in that South Bank exchange. Sullivan and Potter hit the front for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, Sullivan creating the gap down the inside. Lind unable to close the door, and that allowed Potter down the inside, although first it was Rye, and then Potter with a 2-for-1 special. Down the inside of 1, and then down the inside of Edward Rye into hairpin number 3. Down the back straight they go, then the top 4 already beginning to break away a little bit from Red Lind. Great battle going on behind Ollie Carter in 10th place with Thomas Harper, Jake Walker. I think that's Reece Cranston. Behind them, Mason Dinsdale, who didn't qualify particularly well for his standards, bearing in mind he's had a pole position and a race win here so far this season, Tom. Qualified outside the top 15. Sullivan and Potter, nothing between them over start finish. Less than a 1/10 of a second between our leading duo.
Clark is using that slipstream to full effect here in Heat 1. He's managed to just not so much make massive moves. It's tended to be overtaken really, rather than do overtakes as it were. But he's using that slipstream really well to hold him in position, and
more importantly,
being opportunistic
Tom,
when he could be.
There or thereabouts, and you don't win trophies in heats. And he's putting himself in a good position to battle at the end of this race day here at Teesside. Carter with what we can refer to as a trolley train behind him, if people have early 2000 F1
well, it's
familiar
an
with it.
train, isn't it?
Because he's just holding the entire field up here,
but doing well,
parking the car expertly, parking it where he needs to. Down the inside goes Aaron Berridge. Down the inside, tries to squeeze past Mason Dinsdale, gets some air in doing so, and then slots back in. Both of them two looking to still be in this race there, actually, because we've seen when you take that chunk of curb, it throws your car out to the outside. Leaders are coming up to some lap traffic. Down the inside of Thomas Harper goes Reese Cranston in a forceful move. Use of the side pod by Reese Cranston to find his way through. Leaders coming up to some lap traffic as it's still there at hairpin 3. We'll keep an eye out on the window that everybody gets through there nice and cleanly. I think they have done, but Potter is alongside Joshua Sullivan over start finish, Tom. Keep an eye on it. Things are getting tasty at the front in Honda Cadet. Final lap already. How's that happened?
Flying through today, flying through these races as well, and it is Sullivan just at the front still from Potter, though, as David called, there was a little bit of an attempted overtake, drag race to the line from Potter, but Sullivan managing to hold on. I think there's going to be another one here if Potter can get his nose on the inside of Sullivan. Sullivan shuts the door, but then leaves it open, and Potter not able to squeeze through just yet. But I think there will be an attempt here into hairpin 4, perhaps. The old switcheroo. No, it is going to be Clark with a great overtake.
Clark down the inside. Potter out wide onto the rumble strips. They're still side by side over start finish. Potter's going to keep hold of second place. Sullivan with the victory from Noah Clark and Edward Rye. Redlin, Samuel Yeadon and William Howard, Luca Batuev, Layla Berryman and Ollie Carter round out your top 10.
Well, just as we thought Potter was going to have a full send on Sullivan into hairpin 4, decided against it and instead got overtaken by Noah Clark. There was a drag race then to the line, and Potter forcefully managing to hold on to that position and hold his line around the inside. It's a great result for Joshua Sullivan. We've seen Sullivan and Potter go at it throughout this season so far, and it's been brilliant action. Noah Clark now coming to the party this weekend, as is Redlin, as we said. Redlin not having the best of seasons so far in terms of, top 3, top 5 positions, but really coming to the party this weekend. Edward Rye's been around for quite a while now in Honda Cadets, it seems, certainly through Bambinos and plenty of experience here at Teesside. So great to see Rye running at the front once again. That brings to an end Honda Cadets heat number 1. Brilliant action as always, and we will move on to the Intermax and Minimax heat number 1. Still waiting on our Honda Cadets just to clear the grid before we let our Inters and Minis out.
Which means we can say hello to Angie Folkus in the live chat comments.
Oh, I said hello to her in race control this morning.
Oh, in person?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't have the privilege.
With the dog.
Ah.
And then to the dog as well.
Debbie's been in touch as well, saying good luck to Lennon French from everyone in Dundee. Darryl Peacock's been on, so Amy, his daughter, will be out, but he was in the live chat wishing, saying come on to Layla Berryman. Freya Yeadon saying good morning, and Sergeant FN saying come on Yeadon. Well, Samuel did very well in that one, finishing in P number 6, just behind Red Lynn, in front of William Howard, who's taken a pole position here. One of 4 pole sitters, of course, this season, Tom, in that Honda Cadet class. So it's been super, super competitive. Moving on then, it's time for our next race of the day. It's an amalgamated class because we've got 20. Oh, it's not actually. So yeah, it is actually. I don't know what I'm talking about, Tom. I think I've had a Tom moment.
Oh, thanks for that. Cheers for that. Is that what we're now calling them?
Yes, we are.
I'm having my coffee, everybody, and apologies for the throaty nature of my voice as well. It's I'm a little bit under the weather at the moment, but wouldn't miss this weekend.
Yeah, David Sullivan and Barry White in the commentary box.
That's the one, yeah. So Ben Adrian goes off pole position for the Inters and Mini-Max grid. Amy Peacock in second with Alex Lynn third. Alfie McBain in fourth with Ollie Swan fifth. And Sebastian Benson in sixth. Then we have Sam Hayes in seventh. Charlie Eyeball in eighth. JJ Plowman in ninth. And Riley Sims Ezard in 10th.
So Plowman and Sims Ezard will be on the Inter Mini, so the new Mini Max class. Everybody else will be on last year's 22 spec Mini, which I believe this will probably be around about the final year of that class in its current guise, as all of those runners will probably end up moving up into junior Rotax as well. Big shout out as well to Sam Hayes. He moves up from Honda Cadet into Mini Max for the first time and looked very, very comfortable in that kart yesterday. He did a bit of practice on Friday, was within a few tenths of a second of those behind yesterday, and with those in front of him yesterday, and looked very comfortable in that kart, Tom. And I think stick him in a race situation with a few other drivers to follow and then battling, you could see him right in the mix today in that kart. The only real worry is that after 3 days in a new kart with a lot more grip and a lot more power in temperatures of nearly 30 degrees, is how much has he got left in himself?
Yes.
At the end of this race day.
The old arm pump situation.
Arm pump, everything. It takes a lot out of you, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
And we're
from experience.
Yes, and we're going to find out in a few weeks, aren't we?
We are, yes. You were kindly reminding me that I've got 20 days to lose around about 8 kilos of weight before we go racing ourselves.
Yes, Alpha Live have a team in the 24 hours of 24-hour hire kart race at Le Mans, organised by Teesside Karting. Will be one of 45 teams making our way over to France to take part in the race at the famous Circuit de Alain Prost. And we're not going for the win, are we, Tom?
Well,
we are until the race starts.
No, we're going for the win, of course we are. But what class we're going for is a whole different ballgame.
To be fair, there has been a lot of controversy regarding classes for that.
What, with certain teams ringers in and putting themselves in clubman class?
There's a lot of ringers, Tom, I believe, in our higher clubman class that I am not at all happy about. Their drivers are far better standards than me and you.
Asher Blythe.
Yes. Asher Blythe currently in a club car. Gracie Mitchell's in the Teesside Caddy. And they're in our class as well. That's not fair, Tom.
Well, they can get out.
No, I did a round of the paddock yesterday and basically just said, look, please don't fire me off.
You're in clubman class, are you? No, you're not anymore.
No, not anymore. not unless you want to trip into that gravel.
No, exactly. Exactly. So it's we're very much looking forward to that. So 20 days to lose about 8 kilos, and even Luke, the producer, the voice in our ears, he's saying that he lost a load of weight and seems to put it all back on. So we're not going to be the quickest of
You
cats
should try
out
coming
there,
in this commentary box. I'll be a stone down by the end of the day.
I think I'll be joining you as well.
Here we are then in Mini Max, making our way through. Ben Adrian on pole position, Amy Peacock alongside. The green is down, we're away and racing. Alex Lynn has sledged the slot, trying to get to the inside. Peacock's closed the door. Alfie McBain all the way round the outside into third place off the second row in front of Alex Lynn as the rest of the field slot into single file. It's been a great start from Riley Sims Ezard in the 45 Intermax. He's up into 7th place overall.
Yeah, flying start.
And he's going to be easy to spot because it's like his cart's been hit by a shrink machine.
There it is. There he goes. Down the back straight.
Sam Hayes
there
through.
You go. So you've got these two much smaller carts, which are the 2023 spec of what is going to be known as the Inter class or mini class now, isn't it?
Yeah,
so they're the
currently Inter Mini, but
and
I think it'll be Inter next year, won't it?
This is where I'm getting confused. You see, are the bigger ones the Inters?
No, the big ones are the big is Mini.
Big is Mini, and the small ones are Inters.
Yes,
right. It's, I mean, not like Motorsport UK to make it simple for anybody.
No, black is white and white is blue.
Correct. Yes, and the sky is green and all that. But yeah,
Sam Hayes with an opening lap contact warning. I think that had something to do with finding a way past Holly Swan into hairpin 1.
This is why we love IKR. We just keep things simple.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple and continue to improve.
Things? I mean, why? Yeah, look, why would you? Why would you call the bigger ones minis and the smaller ones inters?
We're not getting into it. Inter.
Ben Adrian taking the lead and pulling away to the tune of 0.7 of a second from Amy Peacock. Then it is Alfie McBain and Alex Lynn, Sebastian Benson, Charlie Ivor, Sam Hayes, Holly Swan, Riley Sims-Ezard, and JJ Plowman, the 10 runners. Heading down the back straight one more time, and you can see these gorgeous colour schemes that these drivers have here, glistening in the bright sunlight that we have here. Peak summer conditions here. Of course, we had the solstice just a couple of days ago as well, as we got a contact warning go out for Riley Sims-Ezard in the 45. Looks like he's dropped down into 10th place now following that brilliant start. He's dropped now behind JJ Plowman.
Well, have a look at the lap time, Tom. See where he's see what he's done this lap. I don't think it's actually picked up, but he's dropped about a second and a half on that last lap.
He's picked up, but his name's not on there.
Yeah.
So it's about. I did a 46.3. The leader did a 43.4 last time round. So yeah, best part of 3 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, dropped some time on that last lap and got on that one. Battle for third place here sees Alfie McBain coming under intense pressure from Alex Lynn. So they head down towards hairpin 3 at the front. Ben Adrian and Amy Peacock. And contact from Alex Lynn into the rear quarter of Alfie McBain. That's not going to do the front fairing any good. Although, to be fair, it's just the corner, generally the nose tends to flex a bit rather than push in. So I don't think that's going to cause him a drop down. And by that we mean that effectively the noses they protrude by about an inch, and it's a contact warning for Alex Lynn, as we'd probably expect after that.
Good measure,
so
yes.
the nose probably protrudes about an inch further than what it would in its traditional form, and then what happens is Charlie Eibel overtakes Sebastian Benson and ruins my flow.
But then he's dropped back into line again now, so pray continue.
I shall carry on until next time. Yeah, the nose is basically on an extended bracket, and when too much pressure is applied, the bracket pushes in and drops down ever so slightly. So you may well see then the nose flapping up and down ever so slightly, and that indicates to our scrutineer post-race that a 5-second penalty is to be applied to that driver. Alex Lynn again with a little look down the inside of Alfie McBain into hairpin 1. It's not worked for him the last couple of laps. I think you might have to open up the playbook and look for plan B.
Yeah, have a little rethink of that strategy. But yeah, as you said, David, what tends to happen with that nose cone is if it's a single point of pressure, as in the corner of a rear bumper, on the corner of a nose cone, the nose cone itself will just pivot and flex about. That's kind of what they're there for. However, if you do hit it hard enough, it will drop and it will then incur that 5-second penalty, and that tends to happen a lot, even accidentally at the start of races.
The rolling up lap, of course, when they're so close.
Somebody in front of you brakes a little bit harder than they should, catches you out, you're a little bit close, and bang, there's your 5-second penalty before you've even started the race. We've even seen it occur on rolling down laps, on the cool down lap as well.
You do have to be careful, keep some space.
We've seen drivers shaking hands and things like that, and fist bumping, and then getting themselves a drop down penalty as well. So yeah,
I get the feeling here with Alex Lynn, we've got a bit of a Bambino situation going on, whereas I think if he can get past Alfie McBain, I think he's got the pace to pull away here.
Yeah.
But you don't get a God-given right to get past somebody. You have to earn it. And at the moment, Alfie McBain is doing exactly what Alfie McBain needs to do. And he's not even really defending it. He's, the line is wide. It's, Alex Lynn just can't find a way past. I think this could be a gearing issue here, where they're just geared differently. McBain is able to get out of the corner, but you'll notice when they come over start-finish, look at the time between them. There's hardly anything. Alex Lynn closes up round hairpins 3 and 4 here, but then they come over the start-finish and it opens up again right through the first half of the lap. See, they're close enough there. He's a lot closer than what he was going down the back straight.
Drive away coming out of hairpin 4.
Yeah.
Like you say, I think it could be a gearing issue. Yeah, I think maybe
and this is going to be
for 2 for.
Yeah, this is going to be something to look at for race 2 between the two of them, because they're going to line up as they finish in our minis, whereas in a few moments we'll move to our junior class, seniors and pro karts, where they're on a random grid. So they're going to be in the same position. That is Sam Hayes in the blue helmet, a familiar name but not kart here at Teesside, now under pressure from Holly Swan. But they're also closing in, by the looks of it, Tom. Have a look at the time, and the only two that closed in on somebody on Charlie Eibel on the previous lap, who was right on the back, of course, of Sebastian Benson earlier on, and has now dropped away at the rate of around about 1.2 seconds as Ben Adrian puts in a fastest lap. That won't be the final time we say that today or this season.
No, it's this class has kind of been the Ben Adrian show for the last couple of rounds,
Yes,
hasn't
although having said that, I was politely reminded by Mr. Peacock last night that Amy is currently leading the championship because Ben did have a DQ at round 1 and it does count.
Yes.
So at the moment, Amy is on top in the points, although Ben Adrian has been the standout driver so far this season.
Although we say it's been the Ben Adrian show, because he's been so far in front and
We
kind of in a class of one,
seen him, have we?
it's been the exact opposite of the Ben Adrian show, because he's been
Yeah,
getting
we just
absolutely
remind
no
you he's still
coverage.
here when he takes the checkered flag.
That's it, yeah. We tend to see it with the Collinson as well in senior Rotax as well, don't we?
Yeah, there is one.
Yeah, he's one, yeah.
Hopefully, Tom, at the for Heat 3, hopefully we're going to be joined in the commentary box by Daryl Peacock.
Oh,
which I think is going to be really, really interesting.
okay.
So he had a
Heat
chat.
3 of the Inters and Minis.
Yes.
Okay.
Whilst his
That
daughter
could be
is racing.
controversial.
Yes. Well, we did have a chat last night, and he said, I think I should come and do a bit.
Wouldn't he be better coming in during Bambinos or something like that?
What, you mean when his daughter's not racing?
Yeah.
Yes, but I thought it'd be far more entertaining.
Just in the interest of bias.
Yeah, so I thought I'd make it comfortable for him. So I've invited him in at Heat 3.
Fair enough. Okay.
Charlie Eibel has now been fully closed in by Sam Hayes and Holly Swan as we follow the battle for third place. The battle behind is heading through the chicanes behind you, just about catch them at the moment. And Sam Hayes is looking very, very interested in Charlie Eibel's 6th place.
Indeed, he is just a tenth between them, or less than a tenth between them. Very similar to the battle that we're still watching here, which is the Alfie McBain and Alex Lynn battle, as Ben Adrian takes the fastest lap of the race and starts the final lap of the race at the same time. So pushing hard is Ben Adrian now, 6.5 seconds clear of Amy Peacock. We still look at the battle here for third place, the final step of the podium for heat number 1. Currently occupied by Alfie McBain, but not if Alex Lynn has got any thoughts on that spot. They head through hairpin 2 and down the back straight for the final time. McBain thought about going defensive, had a good long look behind.
He didn't really need to, did he? Because Alex Lynn didn't get the best of exits out of hairpin 2. Out of the final corner already is that Ben Adrian that we keep forgetting about.
It is.
To
Ben
take the
Adrian
victory
takes the
in
checkered flag.
heat number 1 in Mini from Amy Peacock. And it will be Alfie McBain from Alex Lynn. Then it's going to be Sebastian Benson. Charlie Eibel does indeed hold on from Sam Hayes and Holly Swan. And then in the inter-mini battle, we still have JJ Plowman and Riley Sims-Ezard. You can just about see them there in the background coming round hairpin 4. Riley Sims-Ezard with the fast start wasn't able to hold off JJ Plowman. And Plowman comes through to take the victory in our inter-class from Riley Sims-Ezard.
So that brings to an end our first heat of Inters and Minis. That is Ben Adrian. It's about pretty much the only time we've seen him on screen, apart from crossing the line to take the victory and, of course, moving off the grid. So it was Adrian from Peacock, McBain, Lynn, Benson, Eibel, Hayes, Swan, Plowman, and Sims-Ezard. Bring to a close our Inters and Minimax, and coming up next will be Junior Rotax, heat number 1.
grid up on your screen then for heat number 1, Junior Rotax. It's a random grid, so all of our drivers will start the race from different positions for all 3 heats. Points then put together to create your grid for your finals. Max Wilkinson then will start on pole position with championship leader Jared Fox-Whiteley alongside Sam Robson and Addison Smith on row number 2. James Philip Byrne and Monroe Renard on row 3. Row 4 sees Oscar Waugh and Joseph Yao. Elliot Dalton Ayers, a new name to the grid, starts 9th with Melissa Adrian and another new driver in the 44 of Pip Morris on row number 6. Your 11 junior Rotax runners here then at Teesside Autodrome today for round 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series, sponsored by HRS Racing Engines, NRG Cycles, NRG Global Power and MS Lucas and Lucas Racing MS Karts. Into the formation they go, side by side. Max Wilkinson in the 11. He gets to dictate the pace as the pole sitter. He'll come through, green flag in hand. Starter is happy, and we're away and racing. Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith trying to sweep round the outside, and Fox-Whiteley is through and into the lead. Wilkinson holds on to second. Fox-Whiteley, then it's Smith in front of Monroe Renard. Thought the two of them were going to try and go side by side through the single file chicane. Both of them decide that discretion is the key. And Smith is through up into second place. Good move down the inside of Max Wilkinson into hairpin 2. Wilkinson, though, holding off now. Monroe Renard with Sam Robson. That's your top 5. The 2 at the front, Smith and Fox-Whiteley. Addison Smith in a little bit of a different change of livery, not in terms of his overall race suit, but brand new helmet for Addison Smith, Tom, which now matches the full blue, green and white colours of Jack's Motorsports. The same race suit, in fact, that Jared Fox-Whiteley is wearing in front, the two of them teammates together in another series.
Yes, it is. Am I right in thinking it's the debut for that colour scheme? Well, not for Smith, of course, but for Fox-Whiteley.
No, it's no. He had the suit on last time. It's the debut for Addison Smith's helmet.
Right. Okay. Good. I'll make you a fan, by the way.
Thank you.
What with me being such a big fan of
yours.
yours.
Thank you. The cardboard. Is that for me to wave at you?
No, well, of course, why not? Sure, I'll go with that. But it was one to keep you cool, of course.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome. It is roasting in this commentary box today, but a pleasant change from being cold and rainy. So, but across the line, it is Fox-Whiteley from Smith, Renard, Wilkinson, Yao, Robson, as we look at Oscar Waugh go side by side through hairpin 1 and 2, as we've got
down the back straight, Melissa Adrian and James Philip Byrne, who came together unfortunately 2 rounds ago in that terrible incident. Great to see Adrian was back at last round. Great to see James Philip Byrne back here then at Teesside Autodrome for the first time since that incident where he went hard into the tyres over the start-finish line in that incident between himself and Melissa Adrian. Contact warning for Oscar Waugh.
I think that was for that robust move through hairpin 1.
Addison Smith then with the fastest lap of the race so far, tagged right onto the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley at the moment. Those two just pushing away at the front, turning this one into a 2-driver battle.
Well, they're 6/10 faster than Renard and Wilkinson behind. Just on that lap.
The final last time in this junior class was superb because it was Fox-Whiteley and Smith, but they were joined by Oscar Waugh, who's down the inside of Joseph Yao. A little bit of side pod there as Yao tries to close the door.
Waugh needs to be careful here because he's already picked up 1 contact warning in this race.
I think it'd have been harsh for him to get one for that. I think that Yao did try and squeeze a little bit to the inside, but as you're right, on 1 contact warning already, Oscar Waugh is going to have to be careful, and once again goes down the inside and has the door firmly closed. And Melissa Adrian's going to be there as well. Waugh's going to struggle here, I think, unless he can get in front, and does, because I thought Melissa Adrian was going to be able to push Joseph Yao through. Joseph Yao now coming under pressure from Melissa Adrian in the 10, and she slides through and up into 6th place.
And it looks like there's no long-term effects on that hand as well, although we've got a contact warning for Melissa Adrian going out there as well. But
I think that must have been before we focused on it.
But yes, Melissa Adrian recovering from that broken wrist that happened 2 rounds ago. Managed to race last round and did very, very well, it must be said. So we look at the front two. So we've got Fox Whiteley still in front of Smith here.
Smith was coming through there.
Yeah, looking very racy behind. Looks like he's got pace to spare at the moment. Doesn't want to be doing a Carlos Sainz though, does he? And not using the full pace when it's available. Oh, I have pace to spare. Well, all right, well, use it then, Carlos.
You should probably try.
Crack on.
Should probably try exploring that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Might finish a little bit higher up if you do. There's me giving advice to Formula 1 drivers.
Oscar Waugh with the fastest lap, 41.947 for Oscar Waugh in 5th place, charging through. He's up onto the back of Max Wilkinson. Addison Smith has explored that speed, Tom.
He has.
And he's now exploring 1st place.
See, Carlos, this is what happened. I mean, he's probably watching, isn't he? So morning, Mr. Sainz, if you are watching.
Oh, of course. Your namesake, Carlos Smith, has just moved through into the lead. Tom, I just need to draw your attention to the door. Morgan Cooney's a hero.
Oh, he is a hero indeed. Morgan Cooney will be getting shout-outs all day. We've been brought a fan by one of our fans. Morgan Cooney's actually brought in a desk fan for the commentary box. What an absolute star. So thank you very much to the Cooney family for that. If you get a little bit of feedback through the microphone, I'm not even slightly sorry.
No, I was just trying to find out which was the right setting where the fan didn't make a huge amount of noise, so it wasn't like we were commentating next to a turbine.
So we're looking at Melissa Adrian. Oh, and then with contact between Waugh and Renard. As Waugh tried to go round the outside of hairpin 4. And Waugh ended up on the outside and is now struggling to get back going again. Ended up on the grass. And he's now going again. It seems to be up to something related.
Here we go then. Monroe Renard down the inside of Oscar Waugh. And then there's contact in the middle of the corner between the two of them. Waugh did very well to keep that one out of the tyres there, but could have something a little bit bent on that car. Interviewed Monroe Renard yesterday, Tom, who's now under pressure from Joseph Yao. And he's spoken, told me here that both himself and Oscar Waugh are very good friends, although I believe that could be on hold for the next 2-3 minutes.
Yes, as Joseph Yao then passes Monroe Renard, and repeating the move on the very next corner is James Philip Byrne moving through. So whether Renard's got some issues as well post-contact in hairpin 4.
They don't fare well to contact, and he's struggling actually to get that turned in there. I think he could have a bent track rod.
Yes, indeed. In fact, you can. Oh no, that's James Philip Byrne I was looking at there. Who's
Renard's dropping off the back though, but
a little bit like it's flailing in the air at times as well.
Joseph Yao defending tightly to the inside, still with 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. So still very early for that, and James Philip Byrne has had enough. And Joseph Yao grinds to a halt on the outside of hairpin 3, looking down to the right hand side, got no power, and also the chances are that he's got no chain.
And Joseph Yao as well was very lucky there to not get completely collected by Joseph Yao. Yeah, very lucky there that didn't end up in a more serious incident, but managed to pull it over to the side quite cleanly in the end. As we look at Addison Smith now moving away at the front of this one from Fox Whiteley by half a second, which is unusual here to see these two separated by so much.
By such a massive gap.
Yeah.
But when they're used to
nose to tail.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pretty much joined at the hip, these two.
Smith then with what would now be deemed as a comfortable gap of over a second back to Jared Fox Whiteley, who could well just be in coast mode now, knowing that he's got 5 seconds back to Melissa Adrian, who's charged through the field to move up into 3rd place in front of Max Wilkinson, James Philip Byrne, and then Monroe Renard, who is continuing to fall away off the back of Wilkinson and Byrne, with what we believe to be a bit of a problem, having bounced up and over. These Rotaxes are very, I wouldn't say temperamental, but they don't fare well to impact.
No,
in the same way a Procar might, they're a little bit more robust.
Yes, they've built a stronger stuff, those Procars, aren't they? What I was going to say is it looks like Smith is closing in on the rear end of Pip Morris now to put Pip Morris a lap down.
Has done so.
It's a name that I don't know much about.
First time here at Teesside Autodrome. Practice yesterday and making their debut here this weekend then. There's Fox Whiteley will slide down the inside at hairpin number 3.
And Dalton Ayres as well.
Dalton, another new name to the grid here. Local driver Tom, 14 years old from Stockton. Has been racing for 4 years, but primarily on the indoor scene. Moved into outdoor karting in the last few months. And isn't too far actually back, Tom, off the back of the pack here, off some of the regulars here at Teesside. I think by the time we get to the finals, Tom, I think Dalton Ayres could be mixing it up in the pack. He's only a few seconds off the back of Sam Robson.
And that's a very good showing for first timer here.
I was speaking to someone last night, Thomas. This Teesside circuit, it looks simple because it's just a couple of chicane, a couple of hairpins and 2 big long loops. But you've got to get the flow. And if you don't get the flow, you don't go.
And while on paper those 4 hairpins look identical, they are very, very different animals. All 4 of them are taken at different speeds. All 4 of them are taken with different lines. And it's not just a simple kind of paperclip formation, is it? A double paperclip, if you like, that you see or you would look at if you looked at the track map. It's very much a finicky old
Google
beast,
Earth does it a disservice.
It does,
it?
yeah. It's a temperamental little character as well. This track, it's got bumps in certain places, and it just adds to the character. It's got different tarmac in different corners, different grip levels. It's a character of a circuit. This one, we love it.
Absolutely. Contact warning for Moreau Renard as the final lap board is shown on the overhead gantry. Addison Smith with a lead of just over a second that's been consistent for the last couple of laps between himself and Jared Fox Whiteley. Melissa Adrian a comfortable 3rd. Then the battle behind sees Wilkinson, James Philip Byrne still battling out over 4th place. Here though is your leader Addison Smith. We always say new helmets are worth a few tenths.
Well, it's been worth a second here so far. Over the course of the race distance, 15 laps. We're going to be closing it. Well, we're going to have completed 16 laps by the time Addison Smith comes across the line to take the checkered flag here in heat number 1, followed by Jared Fox Whiteley. 16 laps completed, a huge distance here for these junior Rotax cars. Melissa Adrian will take 3rd place, followed by Max Wilkinson, James Philip Byrne, Oscar Waugh with the fastest lap of the race. In 6th place, Sam Robson in 7th, Monroe Renard 8th. Dalton Ayres will come across the line in 9th, and Pip Morris in 10th with a retired Joseph Yao in 11th. Yes, Oscar Waugh set that fastest lap on lap 6 and then recovered well post-contact with it was with Joseph Yao.
No, it was with Monroe Renard.
With Renard, apologies, yeah, with Monroe Renard, and recovered well, still to take 6th place.
So that's your result then. Addison Smith from Jared Fox Whiteley and Melissa Adrian with Wilkinson, Philip Byrne, then it's Waugh, Robson, Renard, Dalton Ayres, Morris and Yao, who retired that kart, will be recovered from the outside of hairpin 3. We'll try and find out what the problem might be when it comes past. We'll see if it's visual, but it did seem to slow down very, very quickly. So they do chuck chains every now and again, don't they, these Rotaxes, Tom? Although, to be fair, he wasn't bouncing it over a curb there or anything, so it could have just been decided that it didn't want to play anymore. But Joseph Yao rolling off to a halt. Luckily, though, it's not start where you finish in Rotax, it's random grid, so that's not going to impact too much on his start positions. Although in terms of points, he did clear half race distance, so he will pick points up for 11th place, although not exactly what he was hoping for in that race. Barrier just being moved again there by our Marshall down in front of the D chicane, and from this camera angle, Tom, you can see how much that chicane rises up. I think it's almost a metre from the left side of the grass, maybe not quite as much. I think it will be by the time you get to the top of that curve. I mean, you can see it's above the rider's head on the quad at the moment. So, it is a good rise and fall there. I mean, it's a great sequence of corners, isn't it? We talk about it a lot, particularly during the British 24-hour weekend when we do our full track guide here as well. If you haven't seen that before, please do check that out. We give a full track guide of the full international circuit here at Teesside, the one where the quad has just turned left
the drivers will head down the hill through Ribs Bend on the right-hander down there, and then up into the mountain section, and then back down, and it brings them then into the Wiggles at absolutely full speed. Great section of the track as well, especially that mountain section.
Just had confirmation, Tom, it was indeed the chain.
Oh, okay, right. So that's the Joseph Yao issue cleared up. That brings to an end Junior Rotax heat number 1. Coming up next will be our Senior Rotax first heat of the day. Having a little groove along in the commentary box as we always do to our Sting music. Our grid for Senior Rotax heat number 1 as they head out. We're going to go through this pretty quickly, although there's only 6 runners here in Senior Rotax. Although we've got 7 on track.
Yes, we've got an additional Collinson who signed on very late.
Okay, so Nathan Jensen, Paul Swan, Shane Collinson, Alfie Warbank, Andy Hull and Arthur Louthian are your 6 on the grid. But I'm just going to see where Collinson 2 is dropping in. It looks like at the rear for this one.
Well, I think, Tom, he may have signed on after the random grids were allocated, so he may have to go off P7 in all of them.
And actually, he's dropped back even further. Look, there's a gap off the back as they come over the line, and we are away and racing here in Senior Rotax.
I think he was just sort of trying to get the run, but also not get involved too much around the national loop there. And will now try to find a way past Arthur Louthian, and indeed he does down the inside into hairpin 1. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for our Senior Rotax runners, as will also be the case for Procar in around about 15 minutes' time. Alfie Warbank trying to send one down the inside of Paul Swan. Swan just running it all the way around the higher groove around the outside. Thought he was going to close the door, but now he's going to be swamped by Warbank, who gained a place and then loses it again, but to a different driver, Collinson through. So all that hard work from Warbank sees him still in 4th place.
Yeah, well, passed one, lost one, but it was a net equal position for Warbank. So it is Jensen just holding on in front of Shane Collinson from now Andy Collinson, who's already made his way through from P7 on the grid. Alfie Warbank, Paul Swan, Arthur Louthian and Andy Hull in 7th place. And it looks like Shane Collinson has already passed Nathan Jensen off camera, but has now made his way through into the lead.
They've got to break away as quickly as possible here, because Andy Collinson, we know he's got pace, Tom. He's a former champion here in 2020 in 162 Rotax. Has primarily been running him to 177 weight the last couple of years. Since then, he took a sabbatical in 21, came back in 2022, but has really pretty much been running the to a 177 weight limit since.
Well, we've got green numbers, a green background on the number, but not on our screen. So
no,
is he running to 162 or is he running to 177?
Well, I think so, because Andy Hull as well. Oh, down the inside goes like Alfie Warbank was trying to have a nibble.
If he's even slightly under the 177, there's no point in adding the lead to make himself up to 177, is there? If he's going to be the only one in the class.
But Andy Hull's in 177 as well, running in 7th place in the 17 machine. But yeah, I think primarily throughout the Winter Series, he ran to Rotax 177 weight, did Andy Collinson, when the Winter Series went on tour to Three Sisters and to Warden Law. So we're going to see whether he can break away here from Alfie Warbank, because the top 2, Shane Collinson and Nathan Jensen, are pulling away from Andy Collinson, but at the rate of almost a second a lap.
Yeah, flying along. It's surprising to be pulling that from Andy Collinson, unless, of course, as we said, he is running that extra 15 kilos. Alfie Warbank is still there, as is Paul Swan as well. You'll notice that Paul Swan, although has the same or very, very similar colour scheme to Joey and Holly Swan. Paul opting to run the fluorescent yellow rather than the pink. It's still the same 95 number, which keeps it nice and easy for us.
Yeah, well, Joey's on orange.
Oh, Joey's on orange.
Joey's is orange. Holly's was pink, which is now William Collinson's car, son of Andy Collinson, who's currently in 3rd place, and then Paul's is yellow. So they've got the full highlighter spectrum.
Well, Holly's is still pink in
Rotax as well.
Yes, Rotax, yes. So yeah, it's team kit. As we say that, Paul Swan has a look on the inside of Alfie Warbank, but cannot get the move done into South Bank Corner, but had a very long look on the inside.
Andy Hull pulling off into pit lane from 7th place in the 17. So problems for Hull, not yet at half race distance, so don't think he'll collect any points in terms of the time that's available.
Still pulling away to the tune of around about a second a lap are Collinson and Jensen. But Collinson has been unable to drop Nathan Jensen so far. We have seen this from Shane Collinson throughout the season so far, though, where he hits the front and then kind of takes it a little bit easier, shall we say. Just does what he needs to do.
Risky game, though, with Nathan Jensen being tucked up right behind him.
And Warbank has passed Andy Collinson, and immediately Andy Collinson looks to return the favour.
Top left-hand corner, change for the lead. Nathan Jensen has found a way past Shane Collinson.
So we've got a change for 3rd in Alfie Warbank taking over from Andy Collinson, and Jensen now taking the lead from Shane Collinson.
I'll be honest, I didn't see that coming. Just because we know that Shane Collinson normally manages, like you say, he gets to the front and dictates the pace.
He'll pull normally a second and a half,
then just sit, won't he?
There. Yeah.
So and today either he was either playing a riskier game in not pulling that, or maybe he just couldn't pull that gap. Nathan Jensen.
Maybe Jensen's found some pace.
Absolutely flying
this weekend.
I spoke to Nathan Jensen earlier in the year. By all accounts, didn't really stand out in juniors last year. Struggled to some extent. Moved into seniors, and it just suits him. It just suits his driving style, the additional power, and he has been straight on the pace here at Teesside from day one that he's sat in that senior spec car.
The tyres they use in seniors are the same as juniors, am I right in thinking?
I'd say yes, but as you can tell from my voice, I'm less than convincing.
Okay.
I'll find out during one of the interludes.
Because that could, of course, play a factor as well if the tyres are slightly different. But like you said, the additional power will, of course, change your driving style and change the way that you exit the corners, the way that you enter the corners as well.
And you keep talking, I'm pulling the regs up to find out.
And the speed at which you approach the corners as well. Jensen coming under increasing pressure now from Shane Collinson. Looks like not particularly happy with being in 2nd place here at the moment. Starting to hound Jensen and push him on. Jensen using all of the grip available to him as they enter South Bank Corner. You can see him 4-wheel drifting on the entry in. Great to see these cars moving around. Of course, the track temperature helps with that as well. It becomes a little bit greasy. You get huge amounts more grip, of course, with the temperature going up, but then you can kind of over grip it, if you like, and the tyres then start to move around again.
Absolutely. Well filled, Tom, why I found out on the tyre front. Juniors run Mojo D2, seniors run Mojo D5. So it's a different tyre.
Yeah, different because of the spelling, of course.
And because there's 3 numbers between 2 and 5.
Yes, that's the one, yeah. So D3, no, what, D2?
D2 and D5.
Right, okay. Not confusing at all. So there are different tyres then. Okay, so it could be the tyres as well as the extra power that's suiting Jensen here, as we said, making a difference. And of course, as we said, will change the driving style. Moving away now slightly. A quarter of a second that gap is up to. Whether Collinson's just keeping his powder dry. Still 2 minutes plus a lap to go here. So we'll get probably another 3, potentially 4 laps in. Excuse me, I'm about to have a coughing fit.
I think, if I remember correctly, Nathan Jensen, whilst has run towards the front this season, I don't think he's won a heat nor final here at Teesside. This could be his first victory here at Teesside Autodrome. So we've just got to see as Paul Swan has found a way past Andy Collinson. And then
Briefly.
Andy Collinson has found a way past Paul Swan, and Arthur Lowthian arrives.
Oh, and there's something happened to Paul Swan as well. He took his hand off the wheel there for a moment. Looks like he's back up to speed again now. I'm not sure whether he was just remonstrating with Collinson, but...
Well, it was Lowthian arriving down the inside and up on the curbs, wasn't it?
Opportunistic as ever from Arthur Lowthian. It was great move.
Minute and 14. Here we go with a replay.
We have a replay. So, Collinson, full send on the inside of Swan. Arthur Lowthian spies a gap. Oh, I think he just got a bit crossed up, Paul Swan, and then wondered why all of a sudden his kart was hopping because of the excess grip. And so the inside of the kart was hopping around and not giving him any drive off of hairpin 3. And that then allowed that gap to stay open, the door to stay open, and Lowthian was like, well, I'm just coming straight through 2 feet.
Yes, Shane Collinson with the fastest lap of the race so far in second place. There he is in the 66 machine on the back of Nathan Jensen. When does Jensen start to defend this? I think next lap, because they're going to get 2 more in at the end of this one. Well, next lap might be too late.
Yes, it might be too late, David, as Shane Collinson has made his way through now in that hairpin 3 move that we saw in the previous lap between Collinson, Lowthian and Swan. Almost a carbon copy from Shane Collinson. Maybe that's something they've been talking about in the pits pre-race. Shall we send it into hairpin 3 this week?
Yes, I think we shall.
I think we shall. A little twist of the moustache while they discuss it. Yeah.
So Shane Collinson didn't read the script in this one for Nathan Jensen's first victory here at Teesside. Down the inside he went in this corner on the previous lap. Last lap board will greet them this time round. We'll see whether Shane Collinson goes defensive or whether he feels he's got enough pace. Over start finish they come then. Collinson from Nathan Jensen, Alfie Wallbank in a comfortable 3rd place, then in front of Andy Collinson, Paul Swan and Arthur Lowthian. So Swan is back through on Lowthian. Those 3 have managed to... Lowthian's dropped off the back at a fair rate now. Paul Swan and Andy Collinson battling it out over 5th place. Out of hairpin 2 onto the back straight. Nathan Jensen is not close enough to attack into South Bank. He's going to need something special to close up the 3 or 4 kart lengths round the South Bank corner into hairpin 3. He's going to have to straight line down into 4 if he wants to consider a victory, and he's not close enough to do so. Shane Collinson out of hairpin 4 comes through to take the checkered flag and victory in heat number 1 from Nathan Jensen, who put up a valiant effort. Alfie Wallbank,
a lonely
top 3
for Alfie Wallbank,
Paul
but a great drive.
Swan is through on the final lap. Sorry there, Tom. Paul Swan past Andy Collinson on the final lap for 4th place, with Collinson and Lowthian rounding out the remaining runners, with Andy Hull retiring with 11 laps to go on lap number 5.
It's a good action here in Senior Rotax. It's not normally the case here. We normally have a fairly steady affair through the heats, particularly when the Collinsons are involved at the front. But Shane Collinson just doing enough to get the victory here today in heat number 1. Nathan Jensen pushing him all the way and taking the lead early doors. Collinson retaking with just over a lap to go, 2 laps to go. Then it was Jensen, then Wallbank, Swan, Collinson, Lowthian, and as we mentioned, the retiree Andy Hull pulling off around 4 laps into the race. That brings to an end Senior Rotax heat number 1, and we will move on to our bumper grid for Procar heat number 1 coming up next.
Senior Procar then making their way out, bumper grid rolling start, so I'll rattle through this as quickly as they're going round the warm-up lap. Josh Volker starts with Connor Lucas alongside, random grids giving us a mouth-watering tie with Joe Grinsell and Max Shields on row 2, Scott Blackburn and Dominic Needham on row 3 in front of Harry Roddis and Gracie Mitchell, David Brewis and Christian Oblag, Connor White and Caitlin Framer on row number 6. And it's Lennon French and Michael Lithgow with Alban Dowell and Simon Dougherty, James Wilson and George Ludwell on row number 9. Then it's Sean Feehan and Sam Wright. Alfie King and Jacob Dani. Oscar Buckley and Amy Frame on row number 12. Then it's going to be Matthew Houshby, Marty Gilfillan. Then into juniors, Costello, Wilson, Duff and Potter. In front of Williamson, Brown, Needham, and your championship leader, Sophie Pawsey. All the juniors going off the back. They'll have their random grid allocation between the 8 of them, as do our novices. They go off the back as well. Volkus and Lucas on the front row, as the final may well be, because those two expect them to be challenging at the front. We're away and racing. It's a good start though from Joe Grinsell. Up and down the inside of Connor Lucas at the start. Volkus from Grinsell, then Lucas and Shields with Harry Roddice in 5th place. Side by side through the chicanes. It's going to be very tight through there. They're all through into single file. And for Procar standard, Tom, that's a very serene opening couple of corners.
Yeah, and we've made...
It was until Harry Brown and Joseph Williamson in juniors came into contact.
We made it all the way.
Oh, Christian Oblak up onto the back of Scott Blackburn, and Blackburn is off and onto the grass. Blackburn had been overtaken down the inside by a few. Oblak tried to put the car into a gap that was always going to close, and he got a free ride up onto the outside of South Bank.
Yeah, unfortunate that for Blackburn, but moving through now, we've got Volkus from Lucas, who's now overtaken Grinsell for 2nd place. Then it's Shields, the leader of our clubman class. Then Roddice, White, French, Brewis, Doughty and Gracie Mitchell rounding out your top 10, and returning Gracie Mitchell, of course, winning a round here last year.
Harry Roddice head down behind the steering wheel with Connor White and Lennon French helping to push along. White will want to get through as early as possible, and does, to my knowledge, a lot of favours by sending it down the inside. Lennon French will try and do exactly the same into hairpin 4. There's a little bit side by side between French and Roddice slotting back into what will now be P7.
Yeah, forceful move there from French, but managed to get it completed. We see that a lot here, and they tend to go side by side over the line, and the person being overtaken ends up coming back out in front again, but not that time from French. They head on. Oh, we got a contact warning, unsurprisingly, for Christian Oblak. I think probably for that first lap incident.
Big off, Tom, at hairpin 1. We've got Sophie Pawsey round, the championship leader in juniors, and Isaac Needham as well in the 25. Alerted to that by the bank behind. Thank you for your endeavours with the big ooh, as we were focused on screen on something else, as Gracie Mitchell tries to move down the inside and gets a little bit of snap oversteer as the rear end goes light. Trying to find the way through.
Lucas setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap round as they move away now from Grinsell to the tune of 0.8 of a second. Max Shields is right there, about to take 3rd place, and does, off camera, takes 3rd place away from Grinsell and starts to move away immediately from Grinsell down the back straight. There we have Max Shields in that usually seen from him, because he's so small, he's able to duck behind the steering wheel rather than what you see from your taller drivers, a Volkus, for example.
I was stood next to him on Friday night. He's growing.
He's
not small.
He's like a sprout.
He's almost eyeline now.
Almost eyeline. Yes, he's shooting up his Max Shields as Lennon French is as well, believe it or not. So he's another one who's sprouting here in amongst our drivers. Of course, in the clubman class, because they've moved up from juniors in the last couple of years. So Lennon French and Max Shields were going at it hammer and tong for years in junior pro karts as well. So they're now in the clubman class, as we look at the 80 of David Brewitt overtaking Harry Roddice down through hairpin 2 and onto the back straight. Gracie Mitchell's looking very racy as well. Of course, won a race here, as we mentioned earlier on, won a race here last season. That's Simon Doughty as well moving through. So not the best of straights and sequence of corners for Harry Roddice. About to lose another one potentially as well.
George Ludwell, the leading novice, drawing alongside, trying to get himself into the top 10. Fastest lap by Connor Lucas. Contact warning for the 14 of Amy Frame. Currently running... what position number for Amy Frame? 2nd in novice in 12th place.
They only managed to pull a 10th on Max Shields that last lap around.
Roddice and Ludwell still battling it out. Ludwell wants to get through, but he's got a novice championship to think about, so he doesn't want to get involved in anything unnecessary. And this is now, Tom, after this round, you start heading towards that double header in August where drivers they have to race for points. They don't have to race the race. And they have to really start thinking about, is this a driver I need to battle with when my nearest rival is 2 or 3 places further back? Do I need to get involved and potentially take myself out of a race, out of the race and out of the points?
Well, the problem that Ludwell has is if you look behind him, you can see that Amy Frey is only behind. Is the next car behind Harry Rodders. So Amy Frame is in the same class, as is Jacob Cardani in 14th as well. So there's not much between them on track. So yeah, it is a move that Ludwell needs to make, because he needs cars between them as a buffer.
Absolutely. Rossi Costello, a new name to the championship here at Teesside, is leading in the junior class up to 18th place in front of Isaac Duff and Leon Wilson, third in that class. You see Marty Gilfillan. That is Rossi Costello running the W. He's on timing as 46, as Sophie Pawsey in the 77 gets a contact warning. Running the W, having won the W plate at Wombwell a few weeks back, is able to run that here as well.
Of course, I was thinking Wales, and of course that's my my poor knowledge, because of course they run the C, don't they?
Yes,
for
Cymru.
Yes, so...
Another contact warning shown on screen, this time for Marty Gilfillan in the 95.
Although C in Pro Karts is actually for Crail.
Yes, we have a driver from Crail joining us this weekend with a superb segue that you didn't know you were making. Michael Lithgow running inside the top 10. Inside the top 20 at the moment in 16th place.
Scottish circuit Crail. It's out. I think it's out at sort of Anstruther way near St Andrews.
It's so far away that you from Scotland don't know where it is.
I know roughly where it is. It's somewhere near St Andrews. I've not been yet myself. It is on my list of places that I do need to go to very shortly.
Olcus, Lucas at the front, split by a tenth. Then it's Shields and Grinsell as we focus here on the W plate of Rossi Costello battling with the 512, and Costello goes out wide onto the rumble strips and a bit of the grass as well, as Marty Gilfillan finds a way through up into 19th place. The two of them trying to chase down the 512 of Oscar Buckley.
A senior Pro Car, it's not been. We're waiting for that spark, that fire that normally happens. It's all been a bit sedentary at the moment. It's certainly at the front with Lucas and Falkus just holding station.
Shields took 2 tenths out of them on the last lap.
He moved away. He's moved well away now from Joe Grinsell and put himself into a comfortable lead in that Clubman class. But isn't able to close within a second as yet.
To be fair to Grinsell, he's not doing too bad in 4th either, because he's holding a decent gap back to Lennon French.
Contact warning for George Ludwell. Not sure what that one was for, but the marshals on circuit have seen something as we look at Lucas in that familiar all crossed up style into hairpin 1. It's the way that he does it. You'll see a lot of drivers try and copy that now. It's a bit like when Valentino Rossi started dangling his leg, which of course he copied from Gary McCord, of dangling the leg on the entry to corners. He started questioning as to why Gary McCord is dangling his leg. Well, and Rossi started copying it, and of course now everybody dangles a leg when they're going into a slow corner. Well, Connor Lucas gets fully crossed up into hairpin 1, and everybody then tries to copy that and thinks, well, that's the way to do it. You'll see some drivers a lot more all 4 wheels in line, braking in a straight line and then turning in. Lucas tends to lock the rear end.
Yeah, it looks out of control, but I can assure you it's not.
Well, no, exactly. The front end is pointing at the apex, and as you see Lennon French trying to do a similar thing, as we've got a contact warning by Amy Frey.
Second one, that Tom.
So, is it? Okay, so second
have to be careful now. Still got 2 heats and a final to go.
Yes, and of course 3 contact warnings, 3 strikes is a problem here. There will be a penalty incoming. So, because they carry across as well, it's not just
cumulative.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for.
Yes, we don't have clean slates.
No, so as I was saying, Lucas still in second place, just pushing along Focus and using it to get the fastest lap of the race, although there was only half a tenth between them that lap round. He's got a hugely aggressive driving style as Lucas. Focus similar, but not quite as aggressive, and he takes a lot less out of the tyres.
Lap traffic in front of them though, Tom, as they head towards hairpin 4. I think there might be an indication over start line that there is a that the leaders are approaching, but they are battling between the two of them, 69 and the 7. And the leaders have caught them through the D chicane, not where you want to catch karts going through there, although
good awareness.
They moved wide and allowed them through. Of course, they don't have to, you see, in karting, Tom. The blue flag doesn't work the same way as it does in cars, and we'll come to that maybe later on. It is solely advisory in terms of letting you know that the karts are approaching.
Half a lap to go here. It is still Focus clear of Lucas, and it looks like there's enough of a gap at the moment, although we've seen Lucas send it from this far back before. Not sure he's going to do it on his teammate though this time. No, they are, as you had a bit of an intake of breath there as we entered into hairpin 4, but it is going to be Focus coming across the line to take victory in heat number 1. Connor Lucas in second place with the fastest lap of the race. Max Shields takes a comfortable third place from Joe Grinsell in fourth. Lennon French, your second in clubman class, in fifth place. And then Connor White, Gracie Mitchell in seventh, Simon Doughty in eighth, David Brewis in ninth, and your leader in the novice class, George Ludwell, in a well-deserved 10th place. So random grid formations. We will see where the Focus, Lucas, Shields, Grinsell quartet are going to end up for heat number 2 and heat number 3. Theoretically, they'd get a front, a middle, and a back. So that's clearly their front.
Juniors, Tom, in that one, sorry, was won by Rossi Costello. Sophie Pawsey, though, recovering from that spin in the middle of the race back to a superb second place, and only 3 karts between Costello and Pawsey, with Isaac Duff third place in front of Harry Brown, a returning name here at Teesside Autodrome. Just having a quick look at live chat this time, and a few things on Facebook. Good to see a couple of drivers that we'll expect to see at the British 24-hour, this being the final round, just tuning in and seeing how things are going. So Dan Tidwell watching, he's part of the number 44 MS Harris team in the BPEC series. Michael Kimber as well, another driver that I expect to see. He's run with GrabX, running with 36 Motorsport as well. He's enjoying the coverage. Another person getting in touch with us as well, Tom, in the live chat comments was Adam Nichols of Apollo Karts, and it's been a tough couple of weeks for Adam and his dad. So we wish you all the very, very best.
Yes, we very much do. Our hearts are going out to the Nichols family at the moment in what is a very difficult time for them, and we would have expected them here this weekend, but due to the current circumstances, completely understandable that they aren't, and we look forward to welcoming you back here very, very soon.
You may well, Tom, have seen a few karts come through on this Weybridge camera with DWS stickers on, which obviously is Steve Nichols' business name, DWS, but has also been used in the BPEC paddock with stickers on there, driving with Steve, knowing that they're been having a really tough time. Steve and obviously Adam lost their loving wife and mum recently, respectively. So we wish them all the very, very best. Hopefully we'll see them both here at the British 24-hour. And Tom's had a little spot.
I'm just having a look at, I think Connor might well be underweight here.
Yeah, I think he's just been told he can drive round. You can weigh again, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a one strike.
He's going to have another go at it.
I think that maybe hopefully we'll stick with this camera and see Tom, see whether he can come back round. But yeah, just bringing what we were saying to a close, we just wish Adam, Steve, and all the Nichols family all the very best at what is a tough time, and hopefully we'll see you at a circuit very, very soon.
Yes, big love to the whole Nichols clan from all of us here at Teesside. And with that, we will await to see whether there is any incoming potential penalties applied in the senior pro kart class. The look at the screen here, just sort of pointing that you can have another go round, and there goes The
yes,
zero,
it is being pushed back, isn't it?
the O plate is being pushed back to have another go at this one. And we'll wait to see if there's any other penalties applied. In the meantime, coming up next will be our second heat of the day. Put my teeth in. And that's going to be our Bambinos coming round again. The grid's still being cleared here at Teesside, so we'll wait to see our Bambinos coming out. Could be a minute or two. David?
Before we start, Tom, just going to have a look at some updates from the first round of heats in Bambino.
Breaking news.
Yes, all very breaking. Although, obviously, it was an hour ago, of course. We just haven't looked yet. But, yeah, first round of heats, info coming in. Verity Crawford removed from the standings for underweight, as was Phoebe Rogers for a technical infringement in scrutineering. Looking at Honda Cadet, they were clear with the exception of Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn with a 5-second penalty for a front fairing issue. In minis were clear of any issues. Juniors had a 5-second penalty applied for Monroe Renard for the incident regarding Oscar War down at hairpin number 4. And senior Rotax, that is clear as well. So we'll just await Procar coming in, although I think we could have to wait a while because there's a lot of them coming through. So we'll have to wait for the anything to be clarified on that one. Bambinos, though, are making their way around. Grid is on your screen. We've got Sebastian McCarthy and Sebastian Crawford going off the front row. They were your top two in heat number 1. Third place will be Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Pearson. Then it's going to be row 3 of Oliver Bullock and William Wainwright. James Pybus and Abel Hutton, who had a great battle in the first heat, will go off row number 4. Calais Tennant and Summer Upton are on row 5. Ollie Upton and Sullivan Crawford, row 6. And then it will be Verity Crawford and Phoebe Rogers, who were removed from the standings. So they'll drop all the way to the back. And we'll start in 13th and 14th, respectively.
Love the colour scheme here as well.
You're liking that Fullerton colour scheme,
I am.
aren't you?
I do like the Fullerton colour scheme. Yeah, I just, yeah. You know me. I like to talk about my colour schemes and sticker jobs because they're not paint jobs, of course, in these cars. Oh, as we look on the weighbridge at Connor Lucas being re-weighed, and he doesn't look a happy chap, does he? With that. There's definitely an issue ongoing here. Bambinos are still rolling up, so we're not missing any action, folks. I can assure you. This could be key for the final here today.
Oh, we can hear. We can actually hear in, Tom. Here,
it's a bit.
We can hear in on our
It's
scrutineer.
a bit like, you know, when they go in the driver's room.
Yeah, scrutineer on Ben Daffett. What? And they shut the door and they just put the camera right next to it, so they can pick up on it.
I will apologise in advance if there is any bad language.
So that provided us with no clarity whatsoever, did it, Tom?
Well, and it provided us with the look of he didn't look too happy.
He didn't look convinced, did he?
No.
Yeah,
so we'll await to see what the official results are going to be from that one. It might, as I think we just picked up at the end of it, that he might be a little bit under-fueled. Maybe that might have been the difference. So about to get going here for heat number 2 of Bambinos. The grid is just being cleared of our helpers, parents and carers. Start line marshal heading towards the front. It is going to be McCarthy from Crawford from Blackshaw once again. McCarthy going off at the front of this one this time. Let's see if he can hold the lead. So he got the pace in heat number 1 and managed to take the lead on the last lap. The green flag is up, down, and we're away. And Sebastian Crawford bouncing that kart into second place as they head through the D chicane for the first time. It's as you were for the front 3, and they get head through the national loop for the first time.
Crawford immediately on the back of Sebastian McCarthy. Always seems to start really, really well, does Sebastian Crawford. It's almost like some of the drivers might need a lap or two to get into it. He is pretty much flagged down and the switch goes on for Sebastian Crawford.
The way it should be. I mean, these are very, very young drivers. I know we reiterate that a lot here. I certainly do, but it's worth emphasizing just how young these drivers are and how inexperienced essentially they are in racing. This is their first sort of foray into racing. 5, 6, 7 years old in these Bambino karts. Some of them, may be 7 years old, and it may be their first time on track.
Yes, exactly.
Some of them will be 5 years old, and they'll have been doing it a year and a half.
Yeah, they could have been. They could have been practicing down Tesco's car park, couldn't they, for a while before coming to the track? But
That's
yeah,
right.
You race, and it's not the same as the cadets where you race in the year of your 8th birthday, so you can still be 7. In Como Bambino, you start on your 5th birthday. I still believe that Jake Gibbon holds the record as the youngest driver at 5 and 2 days.
Okay.
I think his birthday was on a Friday, and he raced on the Sunday. Down the inside comes Sebastian Crawford as Sebastian McCarthy went uncharacteristically wide out of hairpin 2. Squeezes Crawford to the inside. Crawford exploring the track limits by exploring the grass on the inside.
It was
had to do though.
Move, that,
had to do though because McCarthy was coming across the squeeze, and through goes Sebastian Crawford.
Like a paint can opener, just levered his way through. I quite liked that one from Crawford.
Get your flathead screwdriver out.
That's it. Yeah, he levered his way through on the inside of McCarthy. That demotes McCarthy once again. Are we going to get a repeat of heat number 1 here, where McCarthy had the pace through the longevity of the race, but couldn't find a way through until that final lap?
I think it could be again, Tom. This is going to be a long game for our Bambino. See the different lines through there, just sort of opens up, then it'll close together again as they get that run down that back straight. Crawford going tighter. McCarthy now into that slipstream. See how much he just close up, but just not going to be able to do enough to go round the outside. It just doesn't work for the Comas.
I had a little chuckle there as he had a look to the outside, and the cart kind of followed his head then, and it was the head went first, and then the cart followed. And then likewise when he ducked back to the inside and then ended up rubbing on the rear bumper of Sebastian Crawford, Morse code style, tapping away, let him know that he's there. I think Crawford already knew that very much so, because he had a look behind him about 5 seconds before down the back straight.
Yep, crossing the line. They were 0.079 on the previous lap, and now they're 0.078. So McCarthy closing in.
Oh yes, closing right in now. A whole
thousandth of a second. Yeah, the top 10 then, after 3 laps of racing, see Sebastian Crawford and Sebastian McCarthy moving away from Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Pearson, Oliver Bullock, William Wainwright, James Pybus and Abel Hudson, Calais Tennant and Summer Upton.
Oh, a little bit of contact again. So that's exactly what we saw.
And again.
In heat number 1, and that's completely ruining your sticker kit, Mr. McCarthy.
Well, it's not doing much for the side of Crawford's either, Tom.
No, it isn't. You're right.
2 big rubber marks down the side as they find their way past some lap traffic.
Rubber marks?
Rubber marks.
He's a nice fellow, him.
Is he?
Yeah. But yeah, you can see those almost like quotation marks on the side of Crawford's side pod there, just in front of the number 6 on his side pod.
He's now sponsored by LeConte because it's rubbed off Sebastian McCarthy's tyres onto his side pod.
LeConte, of course, being the brand of tyre, if you're unaware, that they run here in this Bambino class. But yes, good action between these two, and they once again McCarthy jinks to the outside, and we've got the 98 of Summer Upton has pulled over to the side of the track. McCarthy jinking to the outside, trying to go the long way round the South Bank, carries that speed.
No overtaking, of course, though, because the yellow flag is out because of Summer Upton's kart.
But we have now got a green digi-flag that goes over the line. So once they get to the start-finish line, they can, once again, start racing and overtaking.
Phoebe Rogers has just had a spin at hairpin 1. I think that kart stopped again, unfortunately.
Just to reiterate that's the update for this round of the season. We've got a couple of extra, we've got 3 extra digiboards now. So we've got 3 extra marshal zones we can deploy here at the Teesside circuit.
It's going to be great for the British 24, isn't it? Because we're going to have the full course. We can't miss full course yellows, Tom. We'll look like fools.
No, I've had a little discussion that I think it was at the last round with Kat regarding the full course yellow situation and what we're going to try and incorporate.
McCarthy around the outside.
Great move. Dragged straight out of hairpin 2. Great power. Got straight past Sebastian McCarthy. Almost a repeat of what he did in heat number 1. But this time, sans contact.
2 minutes to go plus 1 lap. We'll talk about digital flags, I think, at the end of this one, because I think this could get quite tasty with 2 to go. We're going to get round. We're going to get 2 more laps in, then that 1 lap. So 3 laps, I think, here for our Comet C50 Bambinos. And now Sebastian McCarthy. Now he has got to the front, has opened up a bit of a gap behind, though. Freddie Blackshaw has been caught by Ethan Pearson, Oliver Bullock and William Wainwright's not too far off either. This battle for 3rd place saw Freddie McCarthy have a fairly decent gap earlier on, but now he's looking over his shoulder left and right, very, very nervous, because Ethan Pearson is close right up on the back of Blackshaw,
Yeah, where's
taking a tight
pace
shot.
gone?
Yeah, tighter line. Pearson's going to come in now, draw alongside, slots back in. Oliver Bullock taking the wider line, and we're going to see Ethan Pearson try and run all the way round South Bank. These two look very preoccupied with each other. With Oliver Bullock will be the one. I think he thinks he could probably snatch a 3rd place.
I've got a feeling Blackshaw was around 5 seconds clear of this pack a few laps ago. So whether something's happened that we've not caught, that's dropped him back towards maybe a half spin or something for Blackshaw. All seems to be well again now. And pulling away. Well, I say pulling away. So he headed through the D chicane. Pearson closed right back up again.
Just going to have a quick look, Tom, because on live.alpha timing, if you click a driver, you can have a look at their lap times. So, looks like...
Oh, we've got...
Phoebe Rogers stopped on the racing line.
That's on the entry into hairpin 1 this time. So we've seen issues with this engine dropping in heat number 1, and it seems to be having the same issue again.
Yeah, just having a look at Freddie Blackshaw's lap times, Tom. He went 1 minute on his first 2 flying laps after the standing start.
Final lap board go out. Sorry, David.
Yeah,
they just crossed the line.
Yeah, out to 1 minute and 2, and then 1 minute and 4. Back down to the 101s now, but that was where you were saying he was 5 seconds clear. He's lost nearly 6 seconds on those in front. Sebastian McCarthy then with the fastest lap. He's pulling away, is he, from Sebastian Crawford? 1.3 seconds now. McCarthy's got to the front. Blackshaw, Pearson, Bullock and Wainwright, the battle behind. Wainwright a little further back, looking to pick up some pieces. Not going to be close enough to join this last lap battle, but can Ethan Pearson or Oliver Bullock find a way past Freddie Blackshaw?
I think McCarthy crossed the line with about 1.5 seconds to spare. Was going through another lap. They just crossed the line as the timer expired. So we are on the final lap. They are exiting hairpin 4 now and heading to the line. And it is going to be Sebastian McCarthy in an action-packed Bambino heat number 2, taking victory from Sebastian Crawford, holding on well in 2nd place. Freddie Blackshaw just about holding on to 3rd place from Pearson and Bullock, but that could well come under pressure as they come to the line. So Blackshaw's struggled in the final half of this race, but does hold on for 3rd place. Gets a good look over the line towards a parent carer. Probably Mr. Blackshaw stood up on the bank to say, "What happened there, Dad? My pace has gone." But holds on to 3rd place. Then it's Pearson, Bullock and Wainwright crossing the line. 4th, 5th and 6th. We await James Pybus coming across the line in 7th place. So he might be coming across the line now. It is Pybus. Then it's going to be Abel Hutton in the 17th. Then Callie Tennant in 9th place. Brady Crawford in 10th. and then a lap to Ollie Upton and Phoebe Rogers will have already finished. Summer Upton and Sullivan Crawford. My apologies, we've got two S Crawfords on the grid. Sullivan Crawford crossed the line in 14th, but 6 laps down. That brings to an end Coma C50 heat number 2. There's a lot of them pull off into the pit lane. Somebody's gone for another lap. Who have we got gone for another lap, David?
Well,
I can't see a number yet until they come over.
Ollie Upton in the 97 is getting his money's worth.
Getting some practice in.
Yeah, I think Sullivan Crawford retiring from that one. Just popped out the commentary box there as I saw Connor Lucas walking up the bank, Tom. Did indeed make the weight.
Did he?
Yeah, so apparently if you stand in the corners, so it made weight.
Did it?
108.
Okay.
Whole kilo to spare. I could do with getting rid of one of them kilos.
If he stood on the corner, but not if he was sat in the car.
The scale's a scale, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
I might try that. I might stand on corner at the scale so that it doesn't shout at me.
No, I'm going to stand in the middle. I'm going to sit in the car and it says, yeah, that much.
We'll weigh together later.
Yeah.
We'll see what we come to. You're not used to doing the WWE tag teams with a combined weight.
Well, yeah, combined weight. Exactly.
Entering the commentary box with a combined weight.
Mine says FB, which of course stands for fat butters.
Right. Honda Cadet then will be the next one as our final Coma leaves the grid, head towards the weigh scale. We'll move on to heat number 2 in Honda Cadet. Grid up on your screen then for Honda Cadet. Heat 1 winner Joshua Sullivan starts alongside reigning champion Thomas Potter on the front row. Noah Clark and Edward Rye share row number 2 with Red Lynn, the day's pole sitter, starting P5 with Samuel Yeadon for company. Row 7 will see William Howard and Luca Bachuev with Layla Berryman and Ollie Carter rounding out the top 10. Jake Walker and Reese Cranston on row number 12. Then it's Mason Dinsdale and Thomas Harper, Piers Whitehead and Riley Blakemore with Ashton Horspool and Joey Swan on row number 9. The top 20 will be completed by Aaron Berridge and one of our Micro Maxers, Jack Moss. Then it's Tom Nichols and Matthew Plant, James Vout and Matty Prinku Wright on row number 12. In front of Jacques Charles and Morgan Cooney. Harley Higgins, another Micro Max runner, and Grayson Crawford. The final of our Micros are on share row number 14 with Hugo McCluskey and Scarlett Whitaker Dunn. Rounding out your top 30 in front of William Collinson. 31 on the Cadet grid here then at Teesside Autodrome. A baking day in the northeast sunshine here at Teesside Autodrome. Still waiting for confirmation of the results to come in for Procar. And keep refreshing the weather because we were expecting thunderstorms later on this afternoon, potentially. Just having a quick look at the live chat comments as well. Zach and Toby Turner getting in touch. Toby, normally one of our Honda Cadet drivers, disappointed to be missing this weekend, but he's with his brother over at GYG at the British Champs. Go Carter Kid 22 just saying good luck to Sam Hayes in his new kart from the Fluid family. And Catherine Donachie saying good luck today to Sophie Pawsey in the 77. That's from mum. Dead White Beyond saying, is Wilton Mill round 5 not on? I have absolutely no idea. Hopefully the producer in my ears will let me know it's on. It's no, apparently. No further update on that one, but not on this weekend because we're here at Teesside Autodrome. So don't go anywhere, stick with us because Honda Cadet are making their way out round onto the track. Michael Burke saying go on Amy and Sophie, and more support coming in from Kai Hisagi saying good luck to Sophie Pawsey from Big Sister and niece. So we've got plenty coming in. Please get in touch in the live chat comments. Let us know who you're following. Let us know as well if you're looking forward to the British 24-hour race live here from Teesside Autodrome on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. The first full weekend in August from the 5th and 6th as we take to the full international circuit here at Teesside Autodrome as our Pro Karts and our hire karts go with a full grid of 97 runners currently on the grid at the moment in that class. Barry has been moved down there at hairpin 3, as we predicted earlier on, which will make the gridding up process a lot easier, Tom, as they get themselves into position. The front row sent forward, Potter and Sullivan, followed by Clark and Rye. Liquid refreshments from the commentary box, brought to you by Tom Butterworth.
Yeah, if you were wondering why David
was
filling there on his own, it's I nipped up to the cafe to.
I wasn't filling. I love my sound of my own voice.
to get us some water, much needed here. Where's our biggest fan?
It's right here in front of us, Tom.
Where's he gridding up? We'll give Morgan Cooney some big shout outs as well, because he has provided us, him and the family have provided us with a fan here in the commentary box, because it is roasting here today at Teesside. Looks like we're about to get the final runners into place here. As we said, the barrier's been moved, so that will speed things up dramatically here for getting our karts into position. And we're having to drive along and turn left and then do a U-turn and things like that in the heat number 1. But we've very quickly established a better way of doing it.
Yes, got to open them gates at the bottom, allow them through. That's Tom Nicol on the left in the 74. I think he was about to roll forward, but they're just having a reshuffle. I think the driver on the row in front's just gone onto the other side, so I think could be sending him forward, although he's down there with a marshal. So just keeping an eye out, see whether he's sent forward or whether there's a problem with that 74 machine of Tom Nichols.
Our pole sitter starting 5th. Our pole sitter in qualifying starting 5th here. Let's see what Lind has got left in the bag pace-wise for heat number 2. Got a little bit mugged through South Bank Corner in heat number 1, and then ended up getting freight trained by Sullivan, Potter and Clark. And then I think Edward Rye came through as well at the same point.
Yeah, went from first to fifth, didn't he, unfortunately? Yeah. Just couldn't get back in the line. Back into the live chat as we're just having a bit of a...
I've been on the receiving end of one of those freight trains, by the way, and it's not pleasant.
Demoralising, isn't it?
Horrendously so.
She's got Henry Colburn Karting just getting in touch, saying, cheering on Noah Clark, Aaron Berridge, Thomas Harper, Jake Walker. They're watching in between their races in the Honda Cadet class at GYG for the British champs. So good luck to Henry in North Wales this weekend. Still waiting. We've had no further gridding up, Tom, beyond Jack Moss's Micro Max in the 33. So just waiting what's happening. If you are, I was about to say, the screen hasn't glitched. We are just waiting. Tom Nichols' cart has been pushed to the side. I think we're going to continue to grid up here. Not quite sure what the problem is from that cart, or whether it just needs to be regridded in a different position. We've got a few marshals down there just getting it in, and
we've got a lot of drivers and a lot of engines. Very warm here on the grid.
Yeah,
as well.
He is into position now. Yeah,
as you were.
they do need air, don't they? I mean, even though they don't have a radiator, so to speak, they do have an air box. We might be able to pick it up when we go to our camera.
Pretty heavily blanked as well, the air box, isn't it?
Yeah, so we might be able to just about pick it out from our start line camera. If we can zoom in on one of the engines, you might just be able to make it out behind the engine plate, which isn't just there. It's not there at an angle for aero. It's got the pulse pump underneath it that pulls the fuel through into the engine.
It's where the fuel tank used to be when these were originally generator engines, as people like to point out.
As Mark Young will testify from last year.
The generator power on the front of that car. Looks like we are actually about to get ready and go here. The final runners are into place. So the start line marshal, we'll come back to that probably in heat number 3. But the start line marshal with the green flag in hand. It's up, down and away. A good start from Potter. Is he going to be able to out-drag Sullivan? Tucks into line in front of Noah Clark and behind Sullivan as they head into the national loop for the first time. All looks fairly clean and line astern at the moment.
Potter's down the inside of Sullivan, Tom, into the chicanes, and he's through. Found a way through at the national loop. And Thomas Potter leads there in what would normally be single file format round the national loop. Thomas Potter found a way to the inside of Joshua Sullivan and will lead them down the back straight.
I think potentially Jack Moss ended up going wide on the National Loop and got freight trained by about 10 or 12 karts.
Difficult to get back in there on opening lap, isn't it, unless you can get to the inside. That's why we see everybody migrate across as they come through. The green kart of Thomas Potter will lead them over the line at the end of the first lap. It's Potter from Sullivan, Clark, Redlind up into fourth. Then it's Samuel Yeadon up into P5. Edward Rye with not a great opening lap, drops from fourth down into sixth in front of William Howard, Luca Bachuev, Layla Berryman and Ollie Carter rounding out your top 10 in front of Jake Walker, Reese Cranston and Mason Dinsdale.
Yes, heading through hairpin 1 for the second time and already into hairpin 2 and down the back straight. Potter leads for the first time this weekend from Sullivan and Clark.
Pulling away as well.
He is ever so slightly, but he is, but he's taking Sullivan with him to an extent. They've gapped Noah Clark by 0.4 of a second.
Yeadon down the inside of Red Lind towards South Bank corner. He's up into what will now be fourth place. As down the inside, looks like Reese Cranston and Jake Walker are side by side. I said Potter had pulled away, Tom, but if you look at the timing in the top left-hand corner, he hasn't.
And you'll see Sullivan set the fastest lap of the race as well at that point. So using the slipstream well is Sullivan. Working together and pulling away now from Clark. And Yeadon now is in fourth place with Lind in fifth. Rye dropping to sixth through this one. So Samuel Yeadon now starting to work
looked good today,
front.
Tom.
He has.
Ran very, very well last year, of course. Won the club championship when the field was split in two. And has looked very, very comfortable running inside the top 5 for most of the day as Samuel Yeadon. As Noah Clark goes slightly wide, that's not going to do his exit speed out of hairpin 4 any good. Yeadon's going to try and slot through. He's right up on the back, bringing Red Lind with. The top 10 as it stands is as it was on the previous lap. Thomas Potter with the fastest lap of the race. Down the inside at hairpin 1, though, has gone Joshua Sullivan. We've had a change for the lead. Potter's going to try and get the run back down the back straight, though. Still nose to tail with 5 minutes of this 8-minute plus 1 lap race to go. We're not even at half race distance yet. Noah Clark and Samuel Yeadon still battling it out. Edward Rye is past Red Lind and William Howard is looking interested in a berth inside the top 6. Mason Dinsdale, the 24, with a contact warning over start finish. That's been shown on the very, very helpful flashy gantry in front of the commentary box.
I think Edward Rye managed to do 2 down the back straight there. It was Howard and Lind as we now see the timing screen tick over. Sullivan again with the fastest lap of the race.
Trading, isn't it, here with Sullivan, then Potter, then Sullivan, then Potter.
As they trade positions for the lead as well, although not this time through hairpin 1 and 2.
Toe to toe, blow for blow as Potter tried to put a move down the inside. Samuel Yeadon has dropped back, Tom. He crossed the line in fourth place. There he is at the back there with the orange helmet and the green cart behind Luca Bachuev. 8th place for Samuel Yeadon, 4th to 8th in the blink of an eye.
Yes, he's very much on. It is the fight for 3rd place. Headed at the moment by Noah Clark. Yeadon then re-overtakes Luca Bachuev, or tries to, but doesn't get the run through out of hairpin 4 and through the kink, and Bachuev holds on to 7th place. We've got Jake Walker now up to 10th and Mason Dinsdale up to 12th.
It's swung again.
As the slipstream is used well by Thomas Potter this time, and he sets the fastest lap of the race.
But when it's quicker, it's fractionally quicker from each of them, lap on lap, just quicker than each of them. Edward Rye looking to the inside of Noah Clark down the back straight, and it looks like he could get a bit of a helping hand here, could he, from Red Lind. And Clark's going to get the Red Lind treatment here from heat number 1 because William Howard is coming down the inside as well. Clark's going to do well to hold on to just 2 places here. Think he may well do. As Red Lind sweeps around the outside of hairpin 4. They'll still be side by side over start finish. But Noah Clark has dropped back into P5. Layla Berryman off the back of this one. Very, very impressive showing for a driver that at the moment, Tom, after her first ever victory at Woolwell a few weeks back, is driving with a huge amount of confidence and is showing the potential that we championed in the early part of 2022 that never really came to fruition. Layla Berryman is showing everybody what she can do here at Teesside in that pink helmet on the back of Luca Bachuev, running comfortably inside the top 10 in P9.
Yeah, great show from Berryman. As you said, David, she tried to get the switch back on Bachuev, and that gap has now opened up between Bachuev and Howard. Then, as I say, immediately closes back up under the brakes as the accordion effect is in full swing. Sullivan still holding on, sets the fastest lap of the race, gaps Potter now by 0.2 of a second. Potter will still very much be in the slipstream though, so expect the fastest lap incoming from Potter.
Oh yeah, this pendulum's going to be tired by the end of this race.
It's going to be well worn out. We've got Edward Rye now in third place from Lind and Howard, and Clark has dropped down to sixth with Yeadon, then Batchev, Berryman and Walker just off the back of
change for the lead. Tom out the combox window. Slipstream effect for Thomas Potter down the back straight, down the inside of Joshua Sullivan into South Bank. Sullivan back down the inside of Thomas Potter into hairpin 3, as you were at the front.
Yes, it's going to come. They're going to come across the line, and nothing's going to change. But actually, the lead's changed at least twice during that lap, as Sullivan and Potter went side by side over the line, and Sullivan chops the nose off Potter. No fastest lap of the race that time around.
Well, they were doing all the overtaking,
yeah,
weren't they?
I mean, they're finding out, weren't they, I suppose. Mind on other matters.
Yeah, Potter with a much wider line into hairpin 1. He's looking to open this up down the back straight by taking a wider line into 2 and carrying more speed. Now he's in the slipstream. Expect him to pop out once again, and he doesn't.
Well, he was a bit indecisive, wasn't he? Looked right, looked left, looked right, looked left, and then decided just to tuck in line.
Yeah, thought he was going through down the inside there. A little bit of contact into the rear into hairpin 3. No harm done. Just a gentle reminder of our race leader that he was down the inside.
They head over the line one more time. We've got 42 seconds plus a lap to go.
2 laps to go then in our cadet class here at Teesside Autodrome.
Got Clark now up to 5th place as well. So we've got Matty Pinkley Wright has dropped to no, apologies. We've had a change with Tom Nichols and Jack Moss, 20th and 21st. But Noah Clark up to 5th now, as we said. We look at Rye and Lind. This is the battle for 3rd place.
Another change for the lead. Tom Potter's found a way through down the inside into hairpin 3.
And Lind is past Rye here on screen, and Rye immediately returns the favour, and Lind carries more speed into hairpin 4, gets the overcut, and Rye does the switchback and gets through once again as they come over the line and takes 3rd place.
Last lap board, Tom. Leaders have managed to catch some lap traffic, and it's through the chicanes. Potter's down the inside into that corner. Sullivan's trying to squeeze through the gap as well. As William Collinson closes the door, Sullivan is through as well. So him and Potter run down the back straight. Potter, though, with a few kart lengths, and he's come to the inside already as they run down towards the South Bank corner for the final time. In the right-hander, then, there's going to be the right and left of hairpin 4 and 5. Sullivan considering a move to the inside on Thomas Potter. A little bit of a bump and run. Potter's going to go slightly wide. Look for the cutback as they run towards start-finish. Don't think Sullivan's going to be close enough. Thomas Potter should hold on for victory. Sullivan tries across the line, but Potter wins from Sullivan. Then it's going to be Edward Rye and Red Lind, your top 4, in front of Samuel Yeadon, William Howard and Noah Clark, Luca Batchev, Jake Walker and Layla Berryman, your top 10.
All action throughout the field here in Honda Cadets. As always, brilliant to watch Potter and Sullivan going at it. Potter's such a wily old fox now, isn't he? He knows exactly where to place that kart. We've seen him right the way through Bambinos and then winning championships here in Honda Cadet as well. He knows exactly what he's doing when it comes to being under pressure through those final 2 corners.
Yeah, when we look at it and we think, well, he's 11 years old and we're talking about him being experienced and a wily old fox. But he really has. He's pretty much dominated here for the last 18 months. You know, went toe-to-toe in the Cadet Series, remember, with Jared Fox-Whiteley. Last year, went toe-to-toe with Amy Peacock, but won a huge amount of races and wrapped the championship up. So Thomas Potter in the 38, taking the victory from Joshua Sullivan and Edward Rye, Red Lind and Samuel Yeadon, William Howard, Noah Clark, Luca Batchev and Jake Walker, Layla Berryman and Reese Cranston, Ollie Carter, Aaron Berridge and Mason Dinsdale.
I've got a good analogy for it. There's always a pretender to the Potter throne.
Is there?
As we saw, of course, Catherine Potter doing fantastically well here in Cadets as well before.
Well, yeah, I think both Potters have won the championship here.
Correct.
Catherine in 2020, Thomas in 2022. some big names as well winning that championship, Tom. Aaron Alexander, the first when we really streamed, the year before we streamed here in Cadets in 2018. Oliver Buckton then going on to take the victory in 2019. Potter in 2020, Jared Fox-Whiteley in 21, and then Thomas Potter in 2022. So looking to defend his Honda Cadet championship.
Running perennially at the front of the BPEC field.
Yeah, dominated junior Procar here, didn't he? And then moved up, did some sprints, but running now with a full send racing in the Procar class and the elite class as well of BPEC.
Yeah.
So proving that this is a good proving ground for our drivers here at Teesside Autodrome. Look like our front runners there were just waiting to go over the weighbridge behind one of the Micro Maxes that was there. So they're just having a bit of a wait. That's why we've still got a bit of a queue of Hondas making their way off the track here at Teesside.
That will move us on very quickly, in fact, to our Inter and Minimax heat number 2. If I ever learn guitar, I'm going to learn that riff. I've decided. If I ever learn guitar.
Which you won't.
No, I'm all right. I'm getting there on the piano.
I'm
now.
perfect on the air guitar.
Starting to get there on the piano now. You've not done air guitar yet this weekend. I've missed that. We'll just have a little boogie in the box instead. Anyway, Ben Adrian goes off pole position for heat number 2 of the Inter and Minimax grid. Amy Peacock will take second place. With row 2 is headed by Alfie McBain and then Alex Lynn. Sebastian Benson goes off the front of row 3 with Charlie Eyeball in 6th place. Then we have row 4 headed by Sam Hayes and Holly Swan in 8th. Row 5 is headed by J.J. Plowman, and Riley Sims Ezard rounds out your top 10.
So I think we've just got a bit of a backlog on the weigh scale, and after that our juniors will, so our minis will make their way round in the same order that they finished the previous race in then here at Teesside Autodrome.
God, it's hot, isn't it?
It's very, very warm in here
Oh,
at the moment.
we've been offered some smooth jazz.
Well, it wasn't smooth, well, it was just jazz, but we'll see if it's smooth.
How smooth can we be? Will it suit my voice?
We can be smooth.
Mighty smooth. Go on, hit us with some jazz then, Luke. Can't hear any jazz.
No, I can hear.
Oh.
I can hear Minimax.
Oh, there's jazz. Oh, it's like I've opened a menu in Gran Turismo.
Get your Chrysler PT Cruiser out.
Head to the cafe. Read a menu on a car. Ooh. It's got so cliched now, hasn't it, Gran Turismo? I don't know if any of you play that at the moment, but
I think Gran
it's
Turismo
got
3
ideas
was
well
the
above
last
its
time.
station. Tempted to buy myself an Xbox when Forza comes out, not gonna lie. Maybe make some more sales before that point. Anyway, I think that brings to an end our smooth jazz and brings to a start pole position for Ben Adrian in heat number 2 of Inter and Minimax. Amy Peacock alongside, heading to the start-finish line and the acceleration zone. We are up. The green flag is up, down, and away.
Contact over start-finish.
We've got
Alex Lynn
3
tipped
around.
into a spin. Contact then between Sam Hayes and Sebastian Benson as well. There was contact even before the start-finish line there. As the flag went down, the field came together. I'm sure we'll get to see that again in a few moments' time at the end of this opening lap when things have calmed down. But Alex Lynn tipped into a spin and then collected by Sam Hayes and Sebastian Benson.
And I mean, it's going to be no comfort to Sam Hayes whatsoever, but the way he recovered that kart was a thing of beauty. Full power sliding it on the grass. We could have, well, it says false start on timing, but we are still going and we are still green flag here and away. So it is Ben Adrian from Amy Peacock, Charlie Eyeball, Alfie McBain, Holly Swan, Riley Sims Ezard up to 6th place. What a fantastic start once again, of course, with the few coming together at the start of the race. That's helped promote Sims Ezard.
Both him and JJ Plowman are together nicely. I think we'll just about pick it up on the back end of
in these much smaller cars. So these are the 2023 spec ones. We'll see if we can get them at the back of the shot as we look at Eyeball, McBain and Swan, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Round in 3 and 4. As you say, Sims Ezard and Plowman in the smaller 23 spec Inter behind. They're coming through just side by side in the background. Nose to tail between the two of them, just about picked them up there between Riley Sims Ezard and JJ Plowman. So they're having a nice little battle between the two of them. In the last one, Plowman managed to get through and pull away after Sims Ezard made a fast start. And the two of them at the moment just battling it out. Sims Ezard with a slightly tighter line. Plowman's going to have to think about this one, but knowing as well he's still got another 6 minutes and 1 lap, so it doesn't have to go too soon to find a way through into the slipstream. 2 looks over the shoulder from Sims Ezard. Normally those 2 looks are an indication for the driver behind to just about pull out on the second one and go down the inside. But this occasion, JJ Plowman just biding his time, but he's going to have to be careful because the faster 22 spec Mini of Benson, Lynn and Hayes are not too far behind, and this could split them, and then it's going to be difficult to get back in the mix.
And Lynn has passed Benson on that lap, and as you can see, is now closing in on the back of Plowman and Sims Ezard.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of front fairing penalties at the end of this race, Tom, with all that contact. So results, of course, provisional until published in all of our races here at Teesside.
And there goes Lynn down the inside of Plowman, and now Sims Ezard as well. Plowman's going to try and follow through.
Plowman was smart there, wasn't he?
He was.
Slotted in behind Alex Lynn.
As they go 3 wide, and Benson then gets all crossed up and ends up losing a place once again.
Put the handbrake on there, didn't he?
Yeah. It's how you back out of a move. Almost literally reversing out of that one.
4 minutes and 45 plus 1 lap to go. Ben Adrian is still with us. 1.3 seconds out at the front, in front of Amy Peacock. Alfie McBain. He's a little further back, but he's got a little bit of respite from Holly Swan and Charlie Eyeball as well.
There goes Benson now through on Sims Ezard, but Plowman is now well clear of Plowman.
Of Sims Ezard?
Sorry, of Sims Ezard. Yes, Plowman's not clear of Plowman.
No, he's not.
That'd be quite difficult unless he split in 2. Benson trying to go right the way around the outside there. That's not going to move in that much bigger car.
When you said split in 2, I immediately thought of Alex Caffey in Monaco 1991, but we don't want any of that.
No. No, we definitely don't. Yeah. Benson is looking pretty racy here to get past Plowman. As we look at Sam Hayes moving through as well now. We've got contact warning for Benson as he now passes cleanly JJ Plowman down the back straight. Ben Adrian set the fastest lap of the race. Amy Peacock, much more in touch this round, this heat. 1.8 seconds behind. Yeah, she started to go with in the first few laps.
Yeah, I think for her, still going to be quite tough though, because no matter what she does, Ben Adrian's just got that little bit here. Seems at the moment here in Mini, Ben Adrian. As down the inside goes Sam Hayes on JJ Plowman for on-track position, but no change in class positions, with Plowman leading from Riley Sims Ezard. So they've both dropped now into 9th and 10th respectively, which is where we expected to see them anyway, just because of the slight power difference. And the tyres, of course, they're much narrower on the Inter compared to the 22 spec Mini that run the wider tyres, more in tune with the Junior in terms of width. So they're going to have a lot more grip, particularly around the corners, compared to the Inter Mini, which are running a narrower tyre, more akin to a Cadet width on the fronts and the rears. As we see Alfie McBain and Holly Swan still with a fairly comfortable gap for Alfie McBain, but one that Swan will be hoping to close in. It was only 0.3 of a second over the line on the previous lap. Looks to be a little bit more than that at the moment, although Swan taking that tight line around hairpin 4. So we'll see whether the gap opens up as they come over this time round. It does indeed. It's about out to around about half a second. between McBain and Holly Swan.
Yeah, it's started to go out now, hasn't it? This it's Adrian and Peacock gap, but it was, as I say, Amy Peacock started to take it to Ben Adrian for the first couple of laps at least. It's not quite been the all Adrian show so far.
No, not quite. Although we have had to remind ourselves at least once that he is still here because being out the front. Same with Amy Peacock as well, to an extent. When they drive off at the front, we don't really get to see them much, and because of that, we generally then migrate to battles further down the field.
Well, just as I say that, Ben Adrian puts in another fastest lap of the race. Surprise, surprise. But was a full 6 tenths faster than Amy Peacock on that last lap. So could well be around 5 seconds by the end of this race. I think it was about 5.5, 5.7.
Yeah, McBain is now pulling away from Holly Swan in third place, so that puts him comfortable now in P3. Holly Swan, a fairly comfortable fourth as well, in front of Charlie Eibel. Then there was everybody that was involved in that opening lap incident: Alex Lynn, Sebastian Benson, and Sam Hayes, split by 5 seconds. Although at the start, it was not had a chance to look at that one yet, Tom, but it was a nasty coming together over start finish. One that the outcome wasn't too bad all in, but when you see a kart go sideways over start finish, you really do worry that there's going to be a heavier impact with a few other karts coming in.
There were 2 others going in. We might have a replay of that just before we start the final lap of the race. So this is the race start.
Look for the inside lane.
There was a little bit of bumping together over that kink, and then that seemed to have a bit of an effect. And then there goes.
Yeah, it was Lynn across it was Eibel, wasn't it? I think with the contact into the back of Alex Lynn that tipped him across the field.
I think it was somebody bouncing over the curb on the inside of that dogleg and kinked section, and that just sort of pushed them into the back, and there was a ripple effect going forwards that then caused that spin. 2 others, of course, going with them in the form of Hayes and Benson.
Last lap board will greet Ben Adrian then next time round. He's making his way down towards the South Bank corner, round the long looping right-hander. Lap and a half to go then for the O-plate.
Alex Lynn might just have the time then to catch Charlie Eibel in this one. 1.2 seconds behind, but has been half a second quicker for the last 2 laps. So let's see what the gap is over the line this time. Could well be that Alex Lynn is going to be there on the tail of Charlie Eibel.
Yeah, might come up a lap short to overtake. That's the thing. I think he'll catch. I'm not sure he's going to have enough time. Ben Adrian starts the final lap with a gap of 4.4 seconds already out onto the back straight in front of Amy Peacock, Alfie McBain and Holly Swan, who ran Alfie McBain very close in the middle phase of this race before dropping away, still in a comfortable 4th place. Tom's eyeing out the window the Alfie McBain Alex Lynn battle that's going on down the back straight as Ben Adrian will come through to take his 2nd race victory of the day here at Teesside Autodrome. He's happy with that. Amy Peacock through for P number 2 in front of Alfie McBain.
Oh, Lynn has gone up the inside. There we go at hairpin 4.
Side by side, they'll come through. Who's going to keep the foot in? Can Alex Lynn run around the outside? No, he can't. And Charlie Eibel holds on for P5 from Alex Lynn.
He did get there as well as Sam Hayes somehow ended up on the grass coming out of hairpin 4 as well and had a huge drift.
Gordon Frame.
Oh, Gordon Frame, what a hero. Thank you very much indeed. We've been bought an ice pop.
Ice poles. I've got the apple one. I had one yesterday from him. They're amazing.
Are they? I've got summer fruits. Thanks, Gordon. I think we'll be able. We'll get some in the post down to our production box, although it might be a bit melted by then.
We won't, because earlier on when we said we were so warm, he sent us a picture of a big, massive fan on WhatsApp to ridicule us.
Well, he's
before
lost
we had
all
a fan.
privileges then, hasn't he?
So he will not get an ice pop, and we will not send any ice confectionaries in the direction of Alpha Live's office.
Do you, other than, of course, the nickname that these have of face slicers / joker makers, how do you open these?
You rip them with your teeth, Tom.
So the face slicers, so they are still face slicers then?
Result on the screen then from Mini while we took into ice poles. Adrian from Peacock and McBain, your top three. Swan, Eibel and Alex Lynn in that great battle at the end. Sebastian Benson, Sam Hayes, JJ Plowman and Riley Sims-Ezard round out your grid. Already making their way out for their class though is juniors. You can see them going in the background. Next race up, heat number 2 for junior Rotax. As Tom's just said, just like these ice poles, they're very fruity, just like me. Grid for junior Rotax are making their way round. Monroe Renard and Oscar War on the front row. Joseph Yao and Dalton Ayres on row 2. Then it's going to be Melissa Adrian and Max Wilkinson on row number 3. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Sam Robson, row 4. Addison Smith and James Philip Byrne, row 5. Pip Morris, our novice runner, starts on the final row again in P11. Through we come then. Rolling start, we're away and racing. Oscar War to the inside of Joseph Yao. Jared Fox-Whiteley super wide over the start-finish line. So much so that he's hit the bump on pit entry, Tom. It is so wide. We watch the higher carts take that line when they don't take the D-chicane here. When we watch sometimes on a Friday or a Saturday evening, there is a huge bump on pit entry, and Jared Fox-Whiteley decided that he'd get some air.
Yeah, full Dukes of Hazzard style into the national loop for the first time. But still managing to hold position-ish as he's starting to make his way back through the field now, passing James Philip Byrne.
Addison Smith, Tom, started 10th.
And he's second. Not a bad lap for Addison Smith.
No,
there.
we've seen worse, haven't we?
Yeah, we have, yeah. But yeah, great start for Addison Smith, moving right the way through the field and already putting Oscar War under pressure. Of course, Oscar War, who had that unfortunate coming together at hairpin 4 in heat number 1. Fox-Whiteley as well, already moving through. There's big contact at the back. That was James Philip Byrne, was definitely one. I think the other was potentially Melissa Adrian coming out of hairpin 2. And Melissa Adrian has gone off, had to loop around in the wrong direction. And we've got contact warning for Melissa Adrian as well for that incident, but definitely came off the worst of the two. Here we go, full replay of it. So it is Melissa Adrian sent it up the inside of James Philip Byrne. They just understeered clean into the side and ended up having to loop round and do a 360 and away she goes
Them
again.
two carts, they've got magnets on this year. They could do with taking them off. Jared Fox-Whiteley down the inside as he moves through on Elliot Dalton Ayres. Down the back straight, he's now under pressure from Sam Robson. Robson there in the blue suit, white helmet. Elliot Dalton Ayres in the red suit, white helmet. And trying to figure out what colours they are on that kart, whether it's a Cartel Motorsport colour. As Joseph Yao goes wide into the D-chicane, and Jared Fox-Whiteley happily accepts the invite for fourth place.
Thank you very much. I will come through. And Oscar War set the fastest lap of the race on that lap round as well. So doing his absolute utmost to gap Addison Smith early on in this one. Although, through the second half of the lap, Addison Smith is now right there once again on the tail of Oscar War. Here they are coming into hairpin 4. Smith on the rear bumper now of Oscar War for the lead of this race. That fantastic opening lap has put the best part of 3 seconds into Jared Fox-Whiteley as well. So Fox-Whiteley unable to move through the field as quickly as Smith has. They tend to run at the front of this one, and there goes Smith for the lead on Oscar War, taking the lead through hairpin 2. Good clean move. Feels the need to go very defensive very early as Oscar War was looking left and right all the way down the back straight. Smith covering him off. And they head through hairpin 4 now, and War cannot put a move back on Smith, and it looks like this one may well be done and dusted as Smith starts to move away now. Yeah, in the lead of this race.
9th place start, sorry, Tom, not 10th for Addison Smith, but nonetheless, no less impressive from him to move up into second place at the end of the first lap and then find a way past Oscar War. out onto the back straight they go. War now will just want to go with Addison Smith, because in third place, I think Jared Fox-Whiteley has found a way past Max Wilkinson, who's then come under pressure from Joseph Yao. The two of them came together ever so slightly down the back straight. I don't think it's done either of them any harm in terms of damage, but they are now both behind Jared Fox-Whiteley, who is up into third place. Let's see whether he can close in a gap of nearly 4 seconds in the remaining 6 minutes.
It's going to be very tough on Addison Smith. I think it's going to be very tough on Oscar War as well, because War's going with Smith here. I mean, the gap has gone out by 0.3 of a second now, so a couple of tenths since they crossed the line on the previous lap. But War has got good pace here in heat number 2. Had good pace in heat number 1, but of course the random grid formation put him towards the back and struggled with making the way through.
Joseph Yao sends it down the inside of Wilkinson. Bit of contact between the two of them. Wilkinson rides it out and moves away with a few kart lengths behind them, though. Sam Robson has now managed to find the way past Elliot Dalton-Ayres and is moving on to the back of Max Wilkinson and Joseph Yao.
And Melissa Adrian has found her way back onto the tail again of James Philip Byrne, as we've got that contact warning for Joseph Yao. But Melissa Adrian has re-caught James Philip Byrne for 8th place as battle resumes between the two of them. We look at Wilkinson trying to get past Joseph Yao, gets all crossed up through South Bank Corner, and that's not going to help your pace at all. Hacksawing at the steering wheel, and you can see it again through hairpin 4. No confidence in the front end of that kart whatsoever. Huge amounts of steering angle being put in. I was watching an onboard of Sam Spinale from Rowra. I think I shared it actually with you, of the minimal steering input. It was almost being controlled by his mind as he headed round.
Yeah,
Rowra.
barely turned, did it? But
yeah,
that depressed me more, because I watched it and I just thought, I can't do that.
It's even worse when you're on circuit with them and they overtake you into a hairpin or something like that, and they're on 3 wheels fully crossed up, and you're like, yeah, I can't do that.
Joseph Yao now in front of Max Wilkinson, with Sam Robson slotting in behind. This 3-kart battle for 4th place, down to Robson in 6th. As the 3 in front are preoccupied with themselves, so a decent gap. Fox-Whiteley hasn't really managed to take any chunks out of Oscar War since finding a way past Max Wilkinson, who's now under pressure here from Sam Robson down the back straight. Robson tight on the inside, will have to slot back in that 58 machine. Wilkinson just running this one out wide, doesn't need to do anything too drastic. I think the pressure's going to come from behind rather than catching back up to Joseph Yao in front, as he ran wide there out of hairpin 4 out onto the rumble strips on the outside. Bumpy out there, doesn't do the Rotaxes too much good, and really seems to be struggling with that kart at the moment. In the latter phase of this race, could be that the tyres have just gone a little bit too high in pressure now, and he is struggling to find apexes at the moment, is Max Wilkinson.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit too high, potentially, those pressures, and they're giving him no front end confidence whatsoever. You can see again as he hacksaws at the steering wheel coming through hairpin 4, just almost going full lock to lock. It's that extreme steering on that kart, so he's got no confidence at all as to where he needs to point it, essentially, for it to grip up.
Joseph Yao then now comfortable in 3rd place. Looking at the timing as well, I said Jared Fox-Whiteley not managing to make any inroads into Oscar War in front, who has indeed dropped off the back of Addison Smith. So War not benefiting from the slipstream, but also not falling backwards at all, maintaining a good pace that's on par with Jared Fox-Whiteley in 3rd place. Over start finish, 1:20 to go in
Melissa Adrian's overtaken James Philip Byrne on that last lap around. And there she is now homing in on the back of Dalton Ayres as well. So this is a good battle for 7th place. Adrian decided to go for the outside line and trying to get the cutback. That could well allow James Philip Byrne the run, but instead Adrian goes through on Dalton Ayres and lovely, clean and smoothly does it through. She goes into 7th place.
Took a bit of a risk there, did Melissa Adrian, really, in going wide into hairpin number 2. Could have opened the door for James Philip Byrne, but needed to do that in order to get the run down that back straight and get down the inside of Elliot Dalton Ayres into the South Bank corner. So Melissa Adrian, risk and reward. On this case, she gets the reward.
Well, you could see how it cost her on the end, or sorry, the midpoint of hairpin 2, because James Philip Byrne looked like he was going to come through, but then just that extra momentum then carried Adrian down the back straight, and you can see Philip Byrne not using the same line and doesn't get the same result on this lap. We've got 3 seconds to go as they come over the line. This time we are going to get 2 more laps here, because they have crossed the line before the timer ran out.
Smith is out onto the back straight, your race leader, with a gap of 1.8 seconds from Oscar Waugh, who's got a gap of nearly 4 seconds to Jared Fox-Whiteley, which has been the case pretty much since Fox-Whiteley moved through into 3rd place.
So Smith has pulled away from both Waugh and Fox-Whiteley in this particular heat. Fox-Whiteley, no inroads have been made into Oscar Waugh's lead. The final lap board is out as
Sam Robson there down the inside of Max Wilkinson in the run-up down towards South Bank corner. There they are on screen, the 58 now in front of the 11.
Oh, and the 11
goes wide and overcooks it slightly, and then we'll roll to the inside. We'll now fall behind James Philip Byrne and Elliot Dalton Ayres, who slides it through, taking the curve on the inside and moves through up into P number 8.
Yeah, just no confidence for that that Max Wilkinson car at the moment. It seems to be moving around way too much as we look at Addison Smith. Fastest lap of the race set on lap 4. Will come across the line and take what seems to be a comfortable victory, but had to fight for it with Oscar Waugh. Takes the win here in heat number 2. Oscar Waugh taking 2nd place, with Fox-Whiteley coming across the line, a distant 3rd by his standards, then Joseph Yao in 4th. Sam Robson in 5th, then it will be Melissa Adrian, James Philip Byrne, Elliot Dalton Ayres, and the aforementioned Max Wilkinson in 9th, with Pip Morris already across the line in 10th place and 1 lap down. Already entering hairpin 3 on the rolling down and cooling down lap is Addison Smith. That will bring to an end Junior Rotax heat number 2.
Smith then with the victory from Oscar Waugh and Jared Fox-Whiteley, Joseph Yao and Sam Robson, Melissa Adrian, James Philip Byrne, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Max Wilkinson and Pip Morris, your 10 Junior Rotax runners. 2 more races in the 2nd cycle of heats to heat number 2. Then we go into heat 3. Then we'll have a short break. We all head to the cafe to sample some cake. Although we'll tell Luke, our producer, that we haven't had any cake, Tom, because we need to get down to Le Mans weight. So we will head towards the cafe to sample some Slim Fast before coming back for the finals at the end of the day, as Jared Fox-Whiteley there makes his way over the weighbridge. We move on then to heat number 2 in Senior Rotax.
So your grid for Senior Rotax heat number 2 is going to be Alfie Wallbank from Andy Hull from Andy Hull. I think we've got a bit of an error here. So it's going to be Alfie Wallbank from Andy Hull, from Arthur Lowthian, then Nathan Jensen, Paul Swan. Let's take a punt that it's going to be Shane Collinson next. And then I think Andy Collinson's going to bring up the rear, who isn't on the grid here. You know what we were talking about, people splitting in half?
Yeah, we were, weren't we?
Our entire grid's just done it. So, we've got doppelgangers everywhere.
Welcome to heat number 2 in the Senior Rotax relay race.
It's the Pisces class of karting here this weekend. Sorry, Geminis. That's the one, isn't it? The Gemini twins.
I have no idea.
I've completely messed up here.
Don't ask me.
Astrology, astronomy, you know what it is. Anyway, segueing beautifully over the line for the start of heat number 2 of senior Rotax. Shane Collinson already from 7th place up to 3rd. Andy Collinson going with him as well from the very back of the grid into 4th place. So they've moved up very quickly early doors. Off the line, and they head through hairpin 2 for the first time and down the back straight. It is the 64 of Alfie Wallbank. Nathan Jensen in 2nd place, hounded immediately by Shane Collinson. Already a gap appearing from to Andy Collinson. Nathan Jensen then sends it up the inside of Alfie Wallbank, chops the nose off Shane Collinson as he gets the cutback, but Jensen's going to keep the momentum and gets the move done over the line. So it is Jensen, Wallbank, Collinson. Then it is going to be Andy Collinson, whose transponder's now not even showing. Doesn't show on the grid. Now his transponder's not even showing. Then we've got Arthur Lowthian. Shane Collinson now has overtaken Alfie Wallbank into hairpin 2. And flips up the water cooling radiator down the back straight for good measure. So these engines are already coming up to temperature pretty quickly here. It shows you the temperature here on track. Andy Collinson on the inside of Wallbank, and there's contact there as well, as Wallbank wasn't expecting a move, turned in and found Andy Collinson on the inside. That's now put Lowthian and Swan in contact with Wallbank for a move for 4th place as well.
Just having a look, I mentioned earlier, I don't think Nathan Jensen had won a heat. He did indeed win heat number 1 at round 3 last month, so wouldn't have been his first victory in heat number 1. Down the inside of Andy Collinson goes Alfie Wallbank. I'm not sure if that was because of what happened earlier on, but Collinson just waved him through down the inside. Let's see whether he can come back at him now. Although we just believe Collinson is running to 177 weight, so that's not going to help him. 15 kilos may well not seem a lot in terms of when we talk about numbers, but when you stick it on a kart with some engines, it changes the way that kart feels. It changes the way it pulls out of corners. You know, it is a lot of additional weight, isn't it, on a kart?
15 kilos is huge, yes. Just ask Luke, our producer.
He's going to be thrilled.
But yeah, you're welcome, my friend. Mind you, I'm not much behind him at the moment. So yes, when we get to racing next month, it's I'm hoping the weight will come off as I drive. Let's put it that way. I'm going to get faster throughout the race.
3 minutes in, then over start finish. Nathan Jensen and Shane Collinson lead the way. They've opened up a gap back to Alfie Wallbank of about 1.6 seconds. Then it's Collinson down the inside goes Shane Collinson on Nathan Jensen at the front of this race into hairpin 1. He slides through. Great overtake there from Shane Collinson, and he is through to lead this race. Although we thought last time when he got to the front he was going to try and open up a gap and move away, and Nathan Jensen had other ideas then, and Nathan Jensen has other ideas now.
Yes, 4 now.
For now, at least.
For now, at least. Yes, indeed. 6.5 minutes to go. And we've seen this before from Collinson. He'll just keep his powder dry until he needs to make the move, or feel he needs to make the move. When he's got that extra pace in hand, and he can just, for want of a better phrase, just turn it on.
You've got to be careful, though, if they do start battling a little bit more than they have been, that... don't allow Alfie Wallbank back into this one.
He's not out of this one yet, is he? And neither's Andy Collinson, Arthur Lowthian and Paul Swan either, who are all still together, as we see here.
Yeah, they've got a nice little battle going. I think Alfie Wallbank might need a bit of help by the two in front battling it out, because he took a 10th out.
I was just going to say, he was quicker that lap round, yeah.
But 10ths aren't going to be enough with half this race to go.
No, and Collinson is Andy Collinson is now, as Shane Collinson takes the lead back from Nathan Jensen.
This is what Alfie Wallbank needs.
I was going to say, Andy Collinson is now coming under huge amounts of pressure from Arthur Lowthian and Paul Swan behind. So Andy Collinson not having the best of heats here, as I thought Nathan Jensen was about to plough straight into the back of Shane Collinson, but managed to get it all stopped and threw the anchor out at the end.
Just about, didn't I think it was a tiny bit of contact. I think I'm not sure that black mark on his nose was there 2 laps ago. But yeah, he did very well to just get that stopped.
Didn't affect Shane Collinson in any way, though. It didn't affect his line or his movement through that corner. Jensen trying desperately now to hold on to the back of Shane Collinson, who is trying to pull away now. He's injected that pace into the field. Has not set the fastest lap of the race that time around, although he was only a 10th off it. 3/10 quicker than Nathan Jensen.
4.5 minutes to go, so we've still got a decent chunk of this race. Probably when you add that additional 1 lap on, probably around about half of it. Shane Collinson's fastest lap so far of 41.74 opens up a gap of 0.3 of a second to Nathan Jensen. Alfie Warbank closing in on Jensen in front, although actually the gap to the leader is pretty much as it was. There's a bit more of a gap at the front now than what there was previously.
I've just noticed, have we got Fernando Alonso sitting on the back straight?
On marshal duty?
Yes.
That chair got a lot of use yesterday. Anybody that went off at hairpin 1, they brought the chair over and got them sat in it.
Cheeky Nando down the back straight.
So we'll see in a minute if he's got his feet up.
Alfie Warbank, fastest lap of the race last time around. Another 0.3 out of Nathan Jensen. That gap down to 0.9 of a second.
Warbank coming good towards the end of this race. The gap to the lead is the same as it was, really, from Warbank to Collinson at 1.5 seconds, but his gap...
There it is.
Yeah, feet aren't up.
Oh, it's a bleached blonde Fernando Alonso. Perhaps it's a Fernando Albon. You feeling that? No. From the look in your face, you're not feeling that.
I'm not impressed with that.
No.
Sorry, mate. I don't know why I'm apologising. You're the one making the terrible jokes.
That's what I'm here for. The gap again down another 1/10 of a second from Warbank to Jensen. Not the fastest lap of the race, but did take another 10th out and was the fastest kart on circuit that time around was Alfie Warbank. Gap down to 8.5 tenths now with 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. So potentially starting to move into slipstream territory, and that gap could come down in bigger chunks as he starts to pick it up. In fact, it's right there now. Is right there. We look at the battle here between Collinson, Loudon and Swan for 4th place, but I believe the battle for 2nd is now on between Jensen and Warbank. They cross the line just 4/10 apart.
Towards hairpin 1.
Shane Collinson putting in the fastest lap of the race has probably had a look behind and seen Alfie Warbank has started to come good in this one. Dropped back from the start of this race, but has refound the pace now as the tyre temperatures and the engine temperatures have come up and have definitely moved towards the Alfie Warbank setup.
1:45. Warbank still with 3 laps or so to get himself past Nathan Jensen as Andy Hull peels off into the pit lane in the 17 kart once again. So we're down to 6 remaining runners. Battle for 4th still raging, but at the moment this one is where things matter, because it appears for all intents and purposes that Alfie Warbank,
that's Andy Hull, unfortunately, has retired once again from heat number 2, as he did in heat number 1. But as you say, David, Alfie Warbank finding this pace now, and he's going to have a look on the inside at hairpin 2 here on Nathan Jensen and makes it through nice and cleanly. Fastest kart on circuit last time around was Alfie Warbank. He's got 1.3 seconds to find. Let's have a look as they come over the line what the gap is. 1.7 seconds. I think that's going to be too much in possibly 3 laps here at Teesside. I think it will be 3 laps still to go, but we've got a lot of time to find. We've got a contact warning that's gone out for Paul Swan as well, who's dropped off the back of that group of 3.
The 3 of them have really split up, Tom. Collinson, Loudon and Swan now. There's almost 2 seconds between them. So I think that could have been caused by whatever that contact warning is for. Swan maybe trying to find a way past Loudon, and then two of them coming together a little bit, split that field up.
Ooh, 2/10 for Wallbank, 2/10 quicker again. So again, fastest car on circuit for Alfie Wallbank. He's the only one who's been consistently in the 41-second bracket for the last probably 6-7 laps. The others have dipped in and out, but Shane Collinson a 42 flat, Nathan Jensen a 42.1 that time around. Alfie Wallbank a 41.8. Is he going to run out of time? The final lap board will go out this time around. Taken by Shane Collinson. What is the gap? 1.7 seconds. So it's gone out. So a scruffy lap by his standards for Alfie Wallbank. He lost a 10. 41.9.
Collinson gained 2 then.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Shane Collinson has looked behind, seen Alfie Wallbank there and found 0.4 of a second.
I mean, even though it's not really necessary, because I think he's had enough of a gap to take it out, it's just really a thing from Shane Collinson and a bit of a flex as he can do it. Down towards the South Bank corner then for the final time for the 66 of Shane Collinson. Into the left-hander. He'll come out to take the checkered flag for the final, for the second time today for Shane Collinson as he takes the victory from Alfie Wallbank and Nathan Jensen. Be your top 3. Then it's going to be Andy Collinson, Arthur Loudien and Paul Swan, with Andy Hull already off into the pit lane and retirement with 5 to go.
Yeah, good drive from Alfie Wallbank there. I was impressed with that one because he, as we said, he started very much at the front of this race and dropped back very quickly. Managed to fight his way back through, retake those positions, and ended up in second place. So a good drive from Alfie Wallbank. One to be very proud of. Shane Collinson taking the victory. Alfie Wallbank in second with Nathan Jensen third. Then Andy Collinson in fourth. Arthur Loudien in fifth. Paul Swan in sixth. And Andy Hull in a retired 7th place. So unfortunately, things not going the way of Andy Hull this weekend with 2 retirements from 2 heats. We'll see if we can get to a checkered flag in heat number 3. And that will bring to an end Senior Rotax heat number 2 and bring out our Senior Pro Karts once again for heat number 2. We'll get going with them fairly early because they do a rolling start. So we'll bump the grid to get through. Heat number 2, Senior Pro Karts coming up. So random grid formation here, and it is going to be headed by David Brewis, Christian Oblag, Connor White and Caitlin Frame finishing off row 2. Then it's Lennon French and Michael Lithgow. Alban Dowell, Simon Doughty, Josh Falkus and Connor Lucas, then Joe Grinsell and Max Shields. Scott Blackburn, Dominic Needham, Harry Roddis, Gracie Mitchell, Jacob Cardani and Oscar Buckley. Amy Frame, Matthew Hauschby, Marty Gilfillan and James Wilson, then George Ludwell and Sean Fearn. Heading into row 13, we've got Sam Wright and Alfie King, Joseph Williamson and Harry Brown, then Isaac Needham and Sophie Pawsey. And then finishing off the grid, we've got Rossi Costello, Leon Wilson, Isaac Duff and Catherine Potter. And already they are heading to the line for the start of this one. The green flag is up, down and we're away. And Christian Oblak trying with a good push from 4th place. It was as
Connor Lucas all the way around the outside and it's contact and he's off onto the grass. And we've got Amy Frame's Nauseo panel up in the air. She does not look in a good way, Tom.
No, Amy Frame looking in a bit of pain here as well. We'll see whether we are going to get any kind of pause in this one.
She's managed to get the cart off. Marty Gilfillan's cart is stationary on the inside as well, Tom, on the racing line. I think she's able to move that cart as well.
She's pulled off, actually.
Yeah, both of the frames were involved there as well, and then Caitlin drove back to Amy to make sure that she was okay. All the carts, I think, are safely off the circuit. Yellow flag still out because we've got marshals doing what marshals need to do.
In the meantime, Josh Falkus has hit the front of this one from, I think it was around about 10th place as well. So a flying lap from Josh Falkus to take the lead early in this one. And we've got green flag by the time they get to Marshall Post 2. and which is at hairpin 1, and they're back racing again as we look at Grinsell overtaking Harry Rod. Sorry, is that Harry Roddis?
Down the back straight, down the inside.
Sorry, David Brewis, that is. David Brewis.
Yeah, was removed
Christian
from the
Oblag,
standing in Heat 1 was David Brewis, Tom, for being underweight.
Christian Oblag came back through as well. So Focus already moving away well at the front of this one. We've got a contact warning going, a warning going out, sorry, for the 20 car of Catherine Potter.
Yellow flag still being waved over start finish. That is in now, so we are full green conditions once again, but a number of our runners now missing from the standings. Amy Frame, Caitlin Frame and Marty Gilfillan all out on the opening lap.
So all action here, as always, in Senior Pro Kart. We're looking at Max Shields and Simon Doughty going at it through hairpin 1 and 2. Shields elects not to tuck behind the steering wheel, gets good drive though, down the back straight and forces his way through, without contact, but forced his way through on Simon Doughty, created a bit of a gap there for himself, and then goes on to Harry Roddis.
Who has a contact warning.
Okay. We're looking a little bit down the order here. So Catherine Potter in 22nd, also with that contact warning earlier in the race. Focus now absolutely flying at the front of this one. Fastest lap of the race on that last lap around, moving clear of Joe Grinsell. A second and a half now in front. We look at Doughty overtaking Roddis, and then Roddis returning the favour. Shields has already got through on Roddis, so that Shields up to, I think, 8th or 9th place that would be. We look at Lennon French here passing David Brewis. That is for 5th on the road. Gracie Mitchell right there as well. What have we got here, David? What is that?
That's the Corned Beef Pie, Tom.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Connor Lucas trying to sweep round the outside of Alban Dowell and does so over start finish. Tucks in, looks behind now the 172 of James Wilson. So Connor Lucas recovering back up into the top 15, or on the periphery of at least. He tries that move down the inside of Wilson. Almost just sent the move down the inside, knowing that the choice was I'm coming through or I'm coming through.
Yes, can open a style, and there'll be another one here into South Bank corner. There we go. Already through, huge amount of pace in that O-plate car. Just drove clean past down the back straight for Connor Lucas. So Connor White is up to 3rd place now, has overtaken Christian Oblag on that lap, and Max Shields has got past Scott Blackburn and up to 8th place now.
Alban Dowell with a warning. In the
Focus now clear by 2.2 seconds at the front of this one. Gracie Mitchell looking pretty racy here on David Brewis, and there goes through at hairpin 2 and runs him right to the edge of the track. Used the full amount of width that she was able to do. Gracie Mitchell now up into 6th place.
Mitchell back in a Pro Kart for the first time this season here at Teesside Autodrome.
Lennon French and Christian Oblag. I seem to have mentioned those two some point in the past before going at it. Lennon French on the back of Christian Oblag this time around, and potentially starting to make a move through for what will be 3rd place on the road. No,
Isaac Needham with a contact warning, as well as Josh Volker sets the fastest lap of the race at the front.
But it will be for the lead of the clubman class, Oblag and French. Shields and Blackburn 8th and 9th. There is Shields on track. I think Blackburn is now one behind. Simon Doughty is now overtaking him. So trying to keep up with the action is hard enough in Senior Pro Kart normally. We're trying to just keep our action focused on the top 10 as Oblag and French go side by side through hairpin 3. And French then tries to cut back out of hairpin 4, but Oblag has the high ground and holds on to position. That is for 4th place overall, but the lead of the clubman class.
Yeah, they slot in, don't they? You know, like that, almost like you sort of like shuffling cards and just fanning them back in. You know, Lennon French down the inside of Christian Oblag. Christian Oblag then forced wide, and that's going to open up a bit of a gap between the two of them. And Gracie Mitchell not too far off, and that's dragging Max Shields back into play in this club class. The drivers with the red backgrounds on the numbers down the left-hand side. See where Shields can go with Mitchell. can join into this battle, because at the moment Oblag and French appear to have been slowing each other down the last couple of laps, and indeed it's Shields actually closing in on Mitchell.
Shout to two other drivers as well who are leading their classes. George Ludwell again leading the novice class, and there he is on screen right behind Connor Lucas now. He'll be getting an education here following Lucas around. And then also Sophie Pawsey in 14th place in juniors, coming from the very back of the grid. Sophie Pawsey right the way up to 14.
The 19 of Joseph Williamson, one of our junior runners, gets a warning as Max Shields slides down the inside of Gracie Mitchell, closing up on the back of Christian Oblag in front. So it looks like now we've got French, Oblag and Max Shields.
Oh, it's like a repeat of Junior Procar, isn't it, from 2 years ago? These three were constantly fighting it out, particularly French and Shields at the front. But great to see Christian Oblag right up there in 5th place at the moment.
Yep, so we've got Harry Roddis there with our leading novice behind George Ludwell and our leading junior driver just behind as well, Sophie Pawsey. She's got a good cushion as well. She's got 3 drivers between herself and Rossi Costello and Isaac Needham, the next 2 in that class. Oh, that's Leon Wilson off on the outside of hairpin 4. Marshall just pushing that car off the racing line on the outside. It looks like Wilson is in a little bit of discomfort, but is able to move out of that car, to think in a few moments' time. We'll catch it in a minute on the screens. We come right here. So yellow flags will be out. There'll be no overtaking.
Connor Lucas progress has now cracked the top 10 here. It's not going to make much of a difference in the front of the field in the final, though, because Volkers is going to take another win here, bar any major issues. That was Shields moving through on Christian Oblag now as well. So Shields set the fastest lap of the race that time around as well, and moved into 6th place. Right onto the back of Lennon French now, who's keeping Connor White very close company. Of course, different classes, so doesn't really need to overtake Connor White here, but I think he's going to have a look behind and see Max Shields.
Might have to, won't he?
Yeah, Max Shields in close company, and that's going to force the hand of Lennon French here.
Yellow flag still out down at 3 and 4 because of the incident.
Oh, we got red flag.
Leon Wilson,
red
and
flag.
The race is being stopped here at Teesside Autodrome.
And I think with that being, with the amount of laps completed, we may well call that a result.
Yeah, 75% cleared. I think that's declared, Tom. We'll go back a lap, of course, to get the previous fully completed lap for our drivers.
I think that's because of the discomfort that Leon Wilson may be in. Still in the car at the exit of hairpin 4. We will see what updates there are to bring, if any, on that one as it progresses. But drivers being told to go to pit lane, so this one will be called a result here, and it will go the way of, I believe, because there were some changes on the previous lap. So Falkus, Grinsell, White, Shields will be behind Christian Oblag, I think, so it will finish Oblag in 5th, Shields in 6th, and then Gracie Mitchell, David Brewis, Simon Doughty, and then Connor Lucas in 10th place. I think that's how they will actually be classified, but we'll wait to see an official result. And once we have that through David's magic laptop, we'll bring that to you. Medical team heading out onto track at the moment to go and assess Leon Wilson.
Great result again, Tom, there in that one for Joe Grinsell. He's picking up some solid points here this weekend at Teesside. That's twice now he's finished inside the top 4 with a 4th and a 2nd place. That was Mr. Wilson just running through the camera, so just wait until the circuit's clear, then he might be able to go down and see Leon down the far end of the circuit. The winners in the other classes, George Ludwell was your novice winner, Sophie Pawsey, your junior runner. as the final few runners are. It looks like Mr. Wilson's being escorted out onto the circuit, which is great. He's going to head down towards his son Leon down there. Don't know if we're able to maybe get a few adverts in during the little break here, Tom, or whether we just want to keep talking and maybe discuss some 24-hour races. Don't know. We'll see.
We've got David Bruce is underweight
Again.
potentially.
Again. Yeah, that happened last time as well in Heat 1.
Is he going to go around and reweigh? Is he going to stand on a corner?
No, he's not bothered.
I think he's underweight again. Connor Lucas fine this time, it looks like. Simon Doughty, he's fine as well as they come over the weighbridge. Looks like most of the people are going to be all right. So yeah, we're going to have a little pause in proceedings here. While the carts are cleared off the grid and Leon Wilson is attended to. So while we're awaiting confirmation of what the process and procedure is going to be for the next few minutes, should we have a little chat about
some upcoming races, Tom?
About some upcoming races for, well, not necessarily the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series, but the Teesside Paddock, shall we call it?
Let's talk about our
Teesside
foray first. Our foray into mainland Europe.
Yes,
first.
It's 6 years since I've raced in Europe. It's about that long since I've sat in a car.
It's about 7 years since I've raced.
Yeah, the last time I had a proper race in Europe was at Spa, which is still top 3 tracks I've ever raced at. Absolutely brilliant, love it. Although I think that could well be replaced by Le Mans this weekend, this coming race that we're doing. Apparently it's a brilliant circuit. I've not driven it before.
Have you not? I thought you were a veteran.
No. Have you ever driven?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
No. Have you ever been?
No.
See, I
went to France on a school trip once. That was about
to Paris.
Yeah, of course.
Did you go to Paris?
Of course.
Okay, you didn't go to like Future.
No. Well,
like
we obviously it was year 7 history, so we had a day at Normandy. And,
of course,
and a day in Paris.
Okay, well, I was at Le Mans earlier this month for the car 24-hour race, and an absolutely amazing experience that was. 325,000 people, making it a very, very special weekend for everybody there.
For the centenary event, of course.
Of course, it was superb. If you've never been, it was my first time there, and I cannot recommend it highly enough. It was incredible. Everything was so well organised, and it just ran like clockwork, the whole event. There was good access to everything. We didn't. The best way to put it is we didn't want for anything. We didn't leave there disappointed about a single thing. The weather, yeah, it rained a couple of times during the 24-hour race, but during that point, I was sat on the pit straight and I was bone dry. I was actually stood at the bar with my sunglasses on the first time it started tipping it down with rain, and I'm watching it on the big screen going, where is that happening? Because they're 6 inches underwater.
Was that where they were all going off at karting on the way up to the Porsche curve?
Yes.
And about a mile away from where you'd been.
Literally a mile away. And they're like 6 inches underwater and submarining off the circuit. And I'm stood at the bar going, well, this is nice. Shall I get myself an ice pop or should I get myself a beer?
And of course, it's called karting because
that's where the kart track is. Well, the 3 kart tracks.
Yeah, and that's where we're going to be in
nice segue
in 3 weeks' time. Tom, myself, Luke Austin, James Fitchew and Ian Williams will be taking part in the Le Mans 24-hour hire kart race as part of the Teesside Karting and 24 karting package.
Will be easy to spot because we'll be on the timing under the team name Alpha Live.
Will also be easy to spot because we'll be going slower than some of the other teams.
That will get a lot of time.
Yeah.
But
then of course, Tom, in only 3 weeks after that event, we are back here at Teesside Autodrome for the 2023 instalment of what I like to refer to as the greatest spectacle in British motorsport, the 2023 British 24-hour kart race. Over 95 teams, 500 drivers will take part in the epic event that is a British 24-hour kart race.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's the best weekend of the season.
By a million miles.
It's the best weekend of the year, and I include, I've just been to Le Mans and had one of the best weekends of my life, and I'll still rank this weekend of the British 24-hour 2023 as probably my favourite weekend of the year.
Yep, just had a nice thumbs up from Leon Wilson over start finish. Thomas, he walks back in, so that's great to see.
Coming back in under his own steam, which is always a fantastic sight to see. Making his way back into pit lane, and as you said, David, gave his big thumbs up. So Leon Wilson is okay, and we should be going racing again here very soon. So yeah, British 24-hour 2023 here at Teesside. Going to be huge. It's going to be absolutely massive event.
Yeah, and the difference, of course, when we go over to France, we have a separate pro kart race and a separate hire kart race because you're not allowed to race open and closed wheel karts.
By closed wheel, what we mean is they've got the corporate karts that we're going to be racing in because we're not fast enough to be in the pro karts anymore. So they have the full wraparound bumpers, 360 degrees around the karts. In France, they're, well, how can I put it? They're very French with their rules.
They love a rule.
They do, yeah.
They love a rule like we love a
queue.
queue.
Oh, goodness me. They even changed it during the weekend of the 24-hour car race as well. There were things changing left, right and centre. But you're not allowed to race, as David said, open wheels and closed wheels on track at the same time. So we have separate 24-hour race. The open wheel one, the Procar 24-hour race, took place was it a month ago, 6 weeks ago?
Yeah, around about 6 weeks ago. That was a great event. But when we come here for the British, you can race open and closed wheel. So we'll have effectively 2 kart classes, 7 classes when you look at the subclasses for the race weekend, 3 in Pro Kart and 4 in our hire kart class. So they'll be racing together with very similar to the car racing Le Mans, different cars, different classes, different speeds. It's very interesting.
It is. It's going to be great. There'll be action all up and down the field for full 24 hours. Karts are now back on circuit again, so it looks like we're going to go racing again, and we will bring you Bambino's heat number 3. So your grid for Bambino heat number 3 is headed by Heat 1 and Heat 2 winner Sebastian McCarthy, but hasn't had it all his own way so far this weekend. Sebastian Crawford has been keeping him very honest and has led many laps here already. Goes off P2. Freddie Blackshaw, been in a race of 1 so far, Freddie Blackshaw, but goes off P3, and we'll see whether he can make some inroads into the front 2 this time around. Ethan Pearson will go off P4 with Oliver Bullock in P5 and William Wainwright in 6th place. Then it's James Pybus and Abel Hutton, Callie Tennant and Verity Crawford. Row 6 is headed by Ollie Upton and Phoebe Rogers. And then we have Summer Upton and Sullivan Crawford in 13th and 14th places, respectively.
Sullivan Crawford, of course, my new favourite driver, as he shares his first name with my surname.
I think he's been named after you, David.
Oh, of course.
That's what I'm going with.
I mean, I hadn't met them like prior to his birth or anything, but I imagine that they changed his name.
The fans of the live stream.
Oh, of course. Who isn't? Who isn't?
I mean, we're YouTube famous, aren't we?
We are. I sent somebody a message regarding the British 24-hour race earlier in the week to see if they were doing it. And not the first time I spoke to him, and he went, "I can't believe I got a message from the David Sullivan."
You did not.
I did. I had to turn my head sideways to get it out of the door.
Dear me. Oh, dear. Well, some live chat comments coming in. We've got cheering on Noah Clark, Aaron Berridge, Thomas Harper, Jake Walker from British Championship at GYG. That's from Henry Colborne. Then we've got Debbie saying thank you for the professional coverage. I'm not sure that relates to us. I think she's probably talking about the guys
about
at GYG.
Alpha in general,
yeah.
and the camera ops.
Dave T asking what engines are in these karts. Not sure what class he was watching though. And then we've got good luck to Harley Higgins and his mechanic Charlie Bean today. First time at Teesside, third time as a micro from all your family and friends.
Grid is clear now, Tom, of parents and helpers. So we'll be underway in a few moments' time. Final driver Sullivan Crawford, who retired from heat number 2, riding up at the back. So his helper just making his way off at the moment. Got to look forward now towards the green flag at the front. And we will be away and racing right now in heat number 3 for Coma C50 Bambino. Blackshaw with a good start, tries to get alongside Sebastian Crawford. Crawford with the door closed on on Freddie Blackshaw very quickly in that one. And the top 3 are, as you have been all throughout this day, and immediately again, it is Sebastian Crawford with the a very, very racy start all over the back of Sebastian McCarthy. Blackshaw, though, in the opening half of this lap, appears to be going with them and now is moving to the inside as they chop and change down that back straight.
Yeah, Blackshaw, as we hoped, is starting to show some pace here today in regards to the front 2. He's been in a class of 1 so far.
He got closed in, didn't he, in the last one, but I don't think he came under any undue pressure towards the end.
Yes, correct. Yeah, he dropped off a little bit of pace, didn't he? He lost around about 6 seconds, we think, over the space of a couple of laps. So had some issues, but issues seem to be sorted. And we've got a front 4 of McCarthy, Crawford, Blackshaw and Pearson. Then moving away from Oliver Bullock, William Wainwright, who are then well clear now of James Pybus and Abel Hutton. Similar gap then to Verity Crawford, Callie Tennant, and then again another gap to Ollie Upton, Phoebe Rogers, Sullivan Crawford and Summer Upton. So we've got a few pairs out there at the moment.
Yeah, Blackshaw went with at the start, didn't he? But now has dropped away ever so slightly off the back. So we are back into duos.
Crawford not able to do what he's done in the previous 2 heats of the day, which is get past McCarthy pretty early and put McCarthy under pressure to re-overtake. And McCarthy has had the pace here to take those 2 victories here, but hasn't found it easy so far. As we say, Crawford going with, but not managing to overtake as yet. Blackshaw now with Ethan Pearson still very much for close company in the battle for 3rd place. So dropping off the back of the front 2 now by around about 2 seconds is Freddie Blackshaw. But Ethan Pearson is right there, putting him under huge amounts of pressure.
Differing line there, Tom, between the 2 leaders. They sort of went really wide round hairpin 1, then quite tight on entry into hairpin 2, which isn't what we've seen a lot of really in the Bambino class. But it could just be that because we've seen Crawford lead a fair bit of this and then McCarthy come through the end, now Crawford is just mirroring what would be McCarthy's lines. We often see that in Bambino. They sort of go into the wheel tracks and sort of follow, but it'll just look like Crawford is a bit tighter into the second of each of the 2 hairpins.
Speaking of tight, Freddie Blackshaw's entry into hairpin 4 was incredibly tight there. He almost quite lined it around the inside of that one. Yeah, you do tend, when you've been behind somebody for a long time as well, not just here in this particular heat, let's say, but over the course of a weekend as well, you tend to get a bit of tunnel vision and you find it very difficult to overtake. We've seen it with Amy Peacock quite a lot, didn't we, in cadets, certainly towards the end of last year, where you felt like she had the pace to overtake and could then move away from Thomas Potter, but that kind of tunnel vision kind of crept in and couldn't make the move.
Once or twice, didn't she, down, but wasn't really as forceful in terms of opening up the corners sometimes, which we were constructive in what we were saying last year regarding that with Amy Peacock when she was trying to battle Thomas Potters for victories.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of what we might end up seeing here, certainly in Bambinos, with these pairs as they hook together. If you haven't got huge amounts of pace to overtake, Sebastian McCarthy puts in the fastest lap of the race. you haven't got the pace to out-drag another kart down the back straight, say, or over the start-finish line, you're just going to end up following in the wheel tracks nose to tail as Freddie Blackshaw goes defensive into hairpin 1 from Ethan Pearson. Can Pearson take advantage? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Does get good drive out of hairpin 2 as Blackshaw chops to the inside and actually has ended up gapping Pearson.
Yeah, he did get drive, but then I think he sort of was desperate to get back to the inside behind Freddie Blackshaw, and sort of then the rear sort of spun out a little bit and did scrub up a lot of speed, which is easy to scrub speed off. We always say, well, you don't need to go as wide into corners because it doesn't slow down as much. But what it does do is, if you get a little bit of a half spin, they almost come to a stop immediately because you're not carrying a huge amount of speed. The engines, we know, work well in the higher rev range, so when they are going slow and they are having to slow down, it doesn't really help them too much. So then they go sideways, and they've almost got to start from nothing to work up to like the 10,000 RPM they'll be pulling at the end of the straight.
It's like they've got a huge turbo and there's massive lag. Of course, they haven't. They've just got a really, really small engine, but there is huge amounts of lag, and it takes them forever to get up to that higher rev range and then get the speed back up again. So I believe, and I could be wrong still, but I believe that this entire circuit in the Bambinos is flat out.
I think your front runners will be, yes.
Yeah. So they're not lifting anywhere, and they're not costing themselves that momentum. The engine will start to bog down with the grip of the tyres as they go through corners like this one, through hairpin 3, and then particularly here, as they turn into hairpin 4. Just the grip of the tyres will slow that engine down.
Sub 59 for your race leader, Sebastian McCarthy, who has a commanding gap back in front of Sebastian Crawford of 4.5 seconds.
I think that's our first sub 59 of the day.
Yes, I agree. I believe it is. Now, lap record round here, a 57.551 set by Chloe McGill last season in what I would say was optimum weather conditions, with it was about as hot as it was today, but it was very, very windy. Very breezy, and it allows the engines to work superbly. And
the wind was blowing, I believe, if I remember rightly, cross circuit as well. So it wasn't giving any advantage headwind or tailwind, if you like. It was almost neutral as they headed down both the front straight across the pit straight and also down the back straight. So you weren't getting any real advantage there either. So it was.
Just seeing this battle between now Abel Hutton in the 17 is the front cart, then it's Verity Crawford, Calais Tennant and James Pybus. Now throughout most of the day, Abel Hutton and James Pybus have been 7th and 8th and battling with each other. So Pybus now down into 10th place. So I'm just having a quick look on the timing, Tom, to see if he's had a bit of a slow lap somewhere that's dropped him down. He was down into the 106s the last few laps, having done a personal best of a 104. So James Pybus now just falling away from where he has been throughout the day in that 7th or 8th battle, now in P10 on the back of Calais Tennant in 9th. Behind them they've got Summer Upton, then Phoebe Rogers, Ollie Upton and Sullivan Crawford. So all 4 teams still running. Leaders.
All 4 teams?
All 14.
14
runners, yeah, not 4 teams. What, the Crawford team, the Upton team and everyone else?
Yes, something like that. So Freddie Blackshaw is a second clear now of Ethan Pearson for 3rd place. We look at the battle here for 9th place. This is Callie Tennant and James Pybus. And this is our closest battle on track at the moment.
I think the Blackshaw and the Pearson gap was created by them having to navigate some lap traffic, which is now being navigated by Oliver Bullock and William Wainwright. Each of the duos seem to be coming up to them. Sebastian McCarthy's gap is out to 9 seconds. And I think that's probably been helped as well by him finding his way through some lap traffic, as Tom says.
As well.
Final lap board for our race leader.
So McCarthy's found some real pace here for heat number 3, which puts a bit of an omen on the final for us, unless Crawford can do the same. 11.2 seconds that gap now. So McCarthy has been flying in this last one. Not sure where all that extra pace has come from, but congratulations to you. Blackshaw's only 4 seconds off the back of Crawford as well. 4.5 seconds off the back of Crawford.
So he's been closing, but he's got a battle on here himself because Ethan Pearson has closed back in.
Yeah, it was over a second,
Blackshaw. Was out. Some said it was out to over a second. Down the back straight they go. Sebastian McCarthy.
He's gone through.
Oh, Ethan Pearson.
Plane dragged past him. So Freddie Blackshaw again, towards the end of these heats, is really struggling. Checkered flag is out for Sebastian McCarthy, with Sebastian Crawford in second place. We'll come across the line probably around 13 seconds behind. Then it's going to be Ethan Pearson taking third place.
Freddie Blackshaw is slowing on the outside of the dogleg. Arm is up in the air off the racing line, and Freddie Blackshaw will not finish.
Jump
heat
out
number
and push
3
it, Freddie.
in Coma Bambino.
Get it over the line.
Marshall's going to try and get that engine restarted for Freddie Blackshaw. If they can, he can come up to cross the line. Yellow flags are out. Rest of the field, though, is streaming through. Abel Hutton will come through. Oliver Bullock as well.
That's terrible advice.
For fifth place.
To get out and push it.
Yeah, Marshall working away feverishly, but that Coma C50 Bambino engine is not complying, and he gives up the ghost. Freddie Blackshaw retires then from heat number 3 in Coma C50 Bambino. I think, Tom, given that some other drivers were classified in terms of laps down, he could well be classified still in 11th place. Oh, sorry, 7th place, I think.
He'll be 6th, actually.
Could well be.
I think Abel Hutton got lapped on the slowdown lap for Sebastian McCarthy.
By our race leader?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
So I think that's actually done Freddie Blackshaw a favour, and Freddie Blackshaw is going to be.
Well, hopefully they rectify that, because we have discussed this previously, and it is a big bugbear of mine, and I know that our younger drivers are still learning, but when you have taken the checkered flag, you should not overtake anybody that is still in a race.
Yes.
So you just slow down, ease off, let them go. Whereas if the leaders have come through there and have overtaken Abel Hutton, he should have been classified in P6, I believe.
Yes.
Rather than P7.
And that could have caused, I mean, it may well not, but it could affect a championship. It could be a position in the championship that could be decided.
Cooked by the end of the season, definitely. Blackshaw has been rolled in, the Marshall. What they've done is they've set up a chain here where one Marshall has pushed it to one point, and another Marshall has pushed it, and then the third Marshall has pushed it into the pit lane. So they've done a nice little chain for all our Marshals. Great work for them working out there in these hot weather conditions, Tom. Credit to the Marshals.
Hope they've got their factor 50 on.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a warm day.
I didn't yesterday, and my bald head did not fare well.
Did it not? Oh dear. I'd have some sympathy, but I've grown my hair back now, so I don't really have that problem so much anymore.
No, you've done a grand job.
I mean, it's still a bit patchy, but it's getting there. It's getting there. I'm going to have a mane like Mufasa this time next year.
Nice. That'll be hanging out the back of your helmet.
Yes.
Like a mullet.
Yeah, I'll have to tie it back. Anyway, that moves us on from Bambino's heat number 2 to our heat number 3 to Inter and Micromax heat number 3.
Honda Cadets.
That's my fault. Apologies, everybody. Honda Cadet heat number 3 coming up next. That's because I was looking at the live timing, which had already moved on because we were waffling so much. Right, we'll bring you a grid for Honda Cadet. It is headed by Thomas Potter, your Heat 2 winner, from Joshua Sullivan, your Heat number 1 winner. Red Lynn goes off 3rd place, your pole sitter. Then it's Samuel Yeadon in 4th, with William Howard in 5th and Noah Clark in 6th. Luca Batchev will go off P7 with Jake Walker in 8th. Row 5 headed by Layla Berryman. Then it's Ollie Carter rounding out your top 10. Aaron Berridge in 9th and Mason Dinsdale in 12th. Thomas Harper will go off 13th with Pierce Whitehead in 14th. Joey Swan heads up row 8 with Riley Blakemore. Alongside row 9 headed by Matty Prinku-Wright and Tom Nichols in 18th place. Then it's James Bout and Ashton Horspool rounding out your top 20. Matthew Plant goes off the front of row 11 with Zach Charles and Scarlett Whitaker-Dunn. Then Morgan Cooney.
Tom, sorry, just to interject, this grid at the moment that you're going through is not correct because Edward Rye should be in P3. In my opinion, I believe that's where he finished heat number 1, but he's on a different chassis, and I think they've taken the results from the split grid. So, sorry to interject, but I think you'll find him right down there in P27. Which is not...
Edward Rye?
Yes. We finished in 3rd place overall.
Well, run us through the 20 to 30 positions then.
So it should be Potter and Sullivan on the front row. Edward Rye should be P3 with Red Lind alongside, with Samuel Yeadon and William Howard. Then it's Noah Clark and Luka Bachuev with Jake Walker and Layla Berryman. So far, the top 2 are okay. And then after that, we've got to have a reshuffle. Edward Rye is being sent forward, so he should be where Samuel Yeadon is. Yeadon needs to go back 1, and Rye will slot into position. So not only are we providing a fantastic live stream, our beautiful voices, but we're also providing a grid service as well. So it will be Potter and Sullivan on the front row, Rye and Lind on row 2. Then it's going to be Samuel Yeadon and William Howard in the 27. Then the 144 of Noah Clark alongside the 22 of Luka Bachuev. The 84 of Jake Walker lines up alongside the 166 of Layla Berryman. That rounds out your top 10 runners. Then it's going to be Reese Cranston's 19 and Ollie Carter's 33 before we have Aaron Berridge and Mason Dinsdale on row number 7. Row 8 sees Thomas Harper and Pierce Whitehead with Joey Swan and Riley Blakemore. Matty Prinku-Wright and Tom Nichols will round out your top 20. Then it's James Bout and Ashton Horspool, Matthew Plant and Zach Charles from Jack Moss and Scarlett Whitaker-Dunn, Morgan Cooney and Hugo McCluskey with Harley Higgins, Grayson Crawford and William Collinson. Your 31 runners here then in this cadet class.
Thomas Potter starting quite far back in his grid slot as opposed to Edward Rye in P3, whose front tyres are on the line.
Wheels on the white line, isn't it?
Which is exactly what I would do.
Well, every little helps.
Well, it certainly does in racing. I mean, realistically, that's half a second.
So final few runners rolling in, then it does get easier when there's only a few of them at the end. Just roll them forwards and they slot nicely in. There we go. We've got Jack Moss in the 33, just moving round into position. And then we've just got a few more just playing, getting them into the correct lines. But looks like we're not too far away, Tom, from getting this cadet race underway. William Collinson rolls the 174 kart into position in 31. Now the start line marshal has got to do a half marathon back to the start line. He's walking all the way down. And I'm not even complaining that he's not jogging, Tom, because he's red hot out there.
It is warm out there, isn't it?
Just enjoy it. Don't. I wouldn't even consider running in this. They're doing a great job out there, the marshals.
So, yeah, we don't blame them for taking their time at all in these conditions. So we are about to get going here for heat number 3 of Honda Cadet. The green flag is in hand. It's up. It's down and we're away and racing. And Sullivan gets a good start, but Edward Rye with that fantastic positioning in his grid slot, he drops into second place behind Thomas Potter. It looks like they're all going to be fairly clean through.
Oh no, we've got Tom Nichols off, and that's Thomas Harper as well off.
on the inside in the 156 and the 74 respectively. Off onto the grass, they're rejoining. They'll be 30th and 31st respectively.
The top 15 made it through nicely.
Yellow
cleanly.
flag,
We've got another one round.
Tom, Ollie Carter facing the wrong way at hairpin number 2.
Yeah, on the entry into hairpin 2, so it looked like contact between hairpin 1 and 2, and round he went. So it is Potter from Sullivan. Rye has now dropped back to 4th place because Yeadon has made his way through to 3rd in this one. So it is Potter from Sullivan, Yeadon, Rye, Lind dropping to 5th place, then Batuev, Clark, Walker, Howard and Berryman.
Top 9 nose to tail, then the gap back to Berryman, who's now coming under pressure from the 2 of Aaron Berridge in his second outing here at Teesside Autodrome. He's getting himself, we've got 2 off on the outside of the national loop. Looks like that's James Bout in the 69 and Matty Prinku-Wright in the 123. Prinku-Wright's steering wheel is taking a hell of a pounding on the way through the chicanes. Not happy at all. Down the inside there is William Howard. Down the inside of Noah Clark. Contact warning for James Bout. William Howard's gone backwards a bit in this one, Tom. He's going to be in 8th place, is he, as he comes over the line.
Fastest lap for Sullivan.
P8, sorry.
Clark's dropped a couple of places, actually, that lap, and has dropped down to 9th place now.
Well, Reece Cranston off into the pit lane. Problem for the 19, and Reece Cranston will retire from Heat 3 in Honda Cadet.
Yeah, maybe a puncture or something like that. Certainly giving the steering wheel a good wiggle as he came into the pit lane. So we'll see if we can get some info on that.
There he is behind Tom. There's a battle going on behind the leaders, and then another one back behind that. Behind this battle, there's another battle of about 6 or 7 cars, of which none of them are taking the same line.
No, indeed, and that's actually brought Layla Berryman right into play now, hasn't it?
Yeah, Aaron Berridge around the outside.
Yes,
he's going to arrive inside the top 10 for the first time in 10th place in the number 2 machine.
And indeed, it is classified in 10th as they come over the line. Potter setting the fastest lap of the race, so Sullivan and Potter starting to move away from Yeadon now to the tune of 8/10 of a second.
Change for the lead though. Oh, that's Ollie Carter and William Collinson coming into contact down at hairpin 4. Carter was recovering from that opening lap spin, trying to get past Collinson. Like I say, change for the lead. Sullivan down the inside of Potter into hairpin 1. 2 wide at South Bank. William Howard is on a charge now. Noah Clark pushing through as well. They find their way through into 7th and 8th. They've had a switch round with Howard now in P number 7.
The nozzle panel looks a little bit loose on the front of Sullivan's car. It's sort of shaking its head as he comes over the bumps across start-finish line, but certainly doing his pace no harm at all. So he sets the fastest lap of the race with 48.138.
Does look a little squirrely, doesn't it, on the front? It's almost when it comes over the start-finish, there's some bumps just before the D chicane, and it's just going left and right like it's nodding its head.
Like it's shaking,
yeah,
it's got something in its ear.
Stop bouncing me, please. So, 3rd place, though, now it's Yeadon from Rye with Lind and Luka Batuev in the 22. Fantastic showing from Batuev. Knew he had the pace, Tom. We had a 3-lap warm-up this morning, and he was the quickest driver in that 3-lap warm-up. And behind, battling away, still Howard, Clark, Walker, Berridge, Berryman, and that looks like Joey Swan is coming up onto the back. It is Joey Swan coming to try and battle inside the top 10. Sullivan with the fastest lap, but he's not able to shake off Potter, who's still right behind the 13 over start-finish.
Yeah, Potter using that slipstream to full effect there to stay on the tail of Sullivan. Yeadon, don't count Yeadon out of this either if the front 2 start battling, and with Yeadon is Rye, Lind and Batuev. Then there's a big gap back to this group here.
That's Walker down the inside of Noah Clark. Now Clark's going to have to go wide. Berridge then forced onto the curbs on the inside. Contact warning for the number 2 of Aaron Berridge. He's in the middle of this battle. There he is in the green cart.
Yeah, so this is headed by William Howard. Jake Walker then taking 8th place from Clark, and then Berridge, as I say, is in 10th. But then right behind these two are Layla Berryman and Joey Swan as well. Potter with the fastest lap of the race there, closed in 5 thousandths of a second faster than Joshua Sullivan
Out
on
of the
that lap.
slipstream, he's gone though towards South Bank, Tom, and it looks like we may well have a change for the lead.
And we do have a change for the lead. Potter is now through on Sullivan.
Joey Swan right up onto the back of this battle now for 7th place. William Howard heading the way in that scrap. Sullivan and Potter will come over the line nose to tail and have some lap traffic to contend with in around about a lap's time. 2 minutes and 1 lap to go.
Just looking at the body language of Joey Swan there, I thought he could have had a move maybe into hairpin 4, but he's quite happy with his positioning in this race, and I think he's certainly shown that he's got the pace to be a little bit higher up. Just put some moves in, Joey Swan, and you could well be fighting for 7th place here. Luka Batchev with the fastest lap of the race that time around as well, in 6th place, so using a slipstream from Ryan Lind.
Yeah, change the lead again there, Tom. Sullivan was down the inside of Thomas Potter. Lap traffic in front of them that they might well catch at the chicane as they come through the dogleg section. William Collinson just in front of them. Sullivan, Potter, they're going to meet the lap traffic in the D chicane, trying to sweep round the outside. Potter's got to the inside, but then could he well get boxed in here all the way through? Thomas Potter is through, and they're still behind the lap traffic as a 74 of Tom Nichols gets a contact warning. Down the inside they go into hairpin number 1. Potter leads with 1 minute and 13 to go. Sullivan's hard working getting through. Bolt by the lap traffic, couldn't get through into the chicane. Potter did just enough. Sullivan went to go to the outside. He parked the cart on the inside. Sullivan couldn't get back in. Great driving from Potter.
Yeah, that lap traffic has dropped. I think that's
Batchev and Red Lynn getting past Edward Rye.
that was it. Yeah, I knew it was Edward Wright. Yeah, so dropping back now. A couple of places down the back straight.
And we've had another change for the lead, Tom.
Oh, sorry, I wondered what you were pointing
Change,
at.
another change for the lead off camera. William Collinson in the 174 pits at the end of this lap. He is in the pit lane. Last lap forward will probably be out next time round, but it's going to be very, very tight with 23 seconds remaining.
It can't come quick enough for Joshua Sullivan in this one, heading up this race. But Samuel Yeadon is closing in. Because of these two battling it out, was 0.8 of a second faster last time around. Only 1.3 seconds between them.
Closing in, he could be right there at the end of this one, couldn't he? Besides this one, even if this is the end of the normal laps, it is timer down to 0, last lap board. This one is far from finished. 1 to go in Honda Cadets.
Yeah, here we go. It is headed at the moment by Joshua Sullivan. Thomas Potter right there, tapping away on the rear bumper of Sullivan. Let him know he's there.
Oh, Sullivan takes a huge chunk of curb.
He did and went very defensive into hairpin 1. Thomas Potter's going to use that momentum to get alongside through hairpin 2, but can't get the cut back.
No, because Sullivan ran him wide. He must have been watching the 2020 British 24-hour race final lap. Charlie Bingham-esque. Running Potter to the outside there. Straight line. He's on the inside. Doesn't have to make the apex. Doesn't say you've got to clip the curb on the inside. Potter, though, now will try and send a move. Looking to a wider line. Cut back is what Potter's looking for out of the final corner. Out they come. Run towards the line. Potter's going to try and draw alongside. Potter to the inside. Sullivan holds on by a fraction of a second from Thomas Potter. Samuel Yeadon and Red Lynn. Edward Ryan. Luka Batchev with the fastest lap right at the end from William Howard, Jake Walker, Noah Clark and Aaron Berridge.
Great to see some newer names up there in Honda Cadet as well. So the likes of Luka Batchev well inside the top 10. Jake Walker, Noah Clark, Aaron Berridge as well. Fantastic showing from those drivers. Starting to march up the grid towards the front. And there we have Joshua Sullivan and Thomas Potter coming round hairpin 3 and 4 on their cool down laps. Congratulations to them, and as well Samuel Yeadon taking a well-earned 3rd place as well.
Yeah, great from Yeadon and closing right in towards the end there. This for me, Tom, is a really breakout weekend for Samuel Yeadon. If only to, as
Red Lind as well.
Lind jumping right to the front, qualifying on pole, the 4th of 4 pole sitters we've had so far this season. So we've already run through the top 10. Just behind Aaron Berridge in that battle as well was Layla Berryman and Joey Swan. It's a great battle all the way down from William Howard. I think at least 3 of them were all sharing the lead in that battle. William Howard, Jake Walker, Noah Clark all had a go at it at the front of that one.
I think, as I said earlier, I think Joey Swan will have a little look back on that race and a little think about it and think maybe if I was a little bit more aggressive there, could have taken some more places. I think he had the pace to potentially finish well inside the top 10, maybe even 7th. We've got somebody off on the inside here, David. 27, I think it is.
I think that could be
Harley Higgins. On the inside at hairpin 1. Not sure what's happened here, but he's out of the kart and sat on the inside of the track at the moment.
Yeah,
so
Marshall's
get out the kart under Harley's own steam.
Yeah, kart to be recovered. Helmet off for Harley. He looks like he's just been attended to by the marshal, and the medical team are coming to offer some assistance as well. So we could have another short interlude here at Teesside before we head to mini Rotax. So kart being recovered by our marshals. They've already made a gap in the barrier, Tom, towards the left-hand side of where the camera screen is at the moment. They're either waiting for the quad to come or they're going to push this one back, although in this temperature I'd rather let the quad do the work.
I think we're just going to take a short break here. I think both David and I will take a little comfort break, and we'll run some ads just briefly while this situation sorts itself out. Be back shortly.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Hello and welcome back to Teesside Autodrome, round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. Minis are making their way out now. The circuit has been cleared. It's as you were at the end of heat number 2 because it's start as you finish. So it's going to be Ben Adrian and Amy Peacock on row 1, Alfie McBain and Holly Swan on row 2, Charlie Eibel and Sebastian Benson on row 3. Then it's Alex Lynn and Sam Hayes, and then our 2 inters of JJ Plowman and Riley Sims-Ezard. We'll take it through the first lap, and then just as Tom and I have been speaking about Le Mans at the start of this race weekend and throughout, we've had a change in the commentary box. I've got rid of Tom. He hasn't been performing quite as well as we'd have expected this morning, so I've replaced him with somebody very special who I'll speak to in a few moments' time. Away we go in racing then. It's Ben Adrian on the inside, Amy Peacock on the outside. Peacock's forced out wide by Holly Swan coming down the inside. Swan from 4th place. Alfie McBain is through up into P3. Then it's Charlie Eibel, but now it's not Charlie Eibel. Amy Peacock dives to the inside, recovers back up to P4. Eibel then P5, in front of Alex Lynn, Sam Hayes, Sebastian Benson, and then our 2 Inter-Minis, Riley Sims-Ezard, fast starting once again in front of JJ Plowman. Now, joining me in the commentary box is somebody that didn't want to see that start pan out the way it did, joined by Amy Peacock's dad, Daryl. Now, Daryl, in the paddock last night, you were talking, you said it's about time we got a parent into the commentary box to talk about the race. And I said, well, let's do it, but let's do it whilst your daughter's out there on track. Thoughts on that opening lap?
Yeah, she just went a little, I don't think she really went a little bit hot, I think. Obviously, the pressure from Holly, who's been driving really well this weekend. It is what it is. Hopefully she can get back into the race.
At the moment, she's right on the back of Alfie McBain, who's having a bit of a nibble down the inside of Holly Swan, and that could slow him a little bit down this back straight. Amy's into the slipstream and pops out down towards the South Bank corner. Alfie McBain, though's got enough at the end of the straight, and Amy's going to have to work very, very hard here because Alfie McBain parking that number 7 car exactly where he wants. Daryl, this weekend, of course, the first weekend that we've had where it's been baking hot. From your car, the performance, and obviously yourself as a mechanic, you know, you're not just here to just put the tyres in and put the fuel in. Contact warning for the 17 of Amy Peacock for contact into the back of Alfie McBain on that previous lap. But in terms of, you know, what you need to do, what is the plan? You know, you get a warm day like this, what are the changes that happen for yourself as a mechanic?
Yeah, obviously yesterday it was just as hot, and in practice we knew straight away we had problems. The engines just don't seem to perform in this sort of temperature. I don't know if that's the same for everybody else. I'm guessing so, but it seems to be affecting us more this weekend than normal, to be honest.
As well, tyre pressures, I'm assuming you have to change them as well as the track rubbers in, but it's very, very warm. Because it's warm, it becomes very, very sticky. Side by side over start finish, Alfie McBain and Amy Peacock. Peacock has to slot back in. Not really a common overtaking spot over start finish for our mini, junior and senior Rotaxers. Still in 4th place. Ben Adrian with the fastest lap behind on the previous lap. Alex Lynn and Charlie Eibel exchange 5th place. Now Charlie Eibel coming under pressure in the background from Sam Hayes, who was hard on the brakes, locked up and sideways. Managed to get the kart stopped. Now Amy Peacock has managed to get to the inside out hairpin too. Alfie McBain, though, has got some good straight line speed in that 7. But he's going to have to go all the way around the outside and might not get back in because Alex Lynn arrives on the scene.
Great move.
Bit of side pod. Yeah, great move from Lynn. You're one of them. It's like you're very happy if you see your driver do it, not so much if your driver's on the receiving end. But Alex
Lynn,
side
again, coming into the start finish, Dave.
And over the start finish they come. Alex Lynn's going to have to be brave, not brave enough though, and Alfie McBain holds on. That has allowed Amy, though, your driver in front, to break away, and her target now has got to be Holly Swan, who's running superbly in P2. Into hairpin 1 they go, still with Sam Hayes behind Charlie Eibel, Sebastian Benson there as well. Daryl, when you're out there, normally you're on the bank. You're not normally joining us in the commentary box with a screen and a window and you're flitting between the two. When you're out there on the bank, you're watching your driver. What sort of goes through your mind, you know, as they come in towards that rolling start and then around that first lap, then throughout the rest? Are you almost driving it with them, even though you're not in the car?
Yes, probably, you probably are driving it through your mind. Obviously, that first lap is always the tricky one with the rolling start. I think all parents, to be honest, we all think, we all hope they all get around that turn 1. Without coming off track.
Peacock
then just all let them settle in and get racing.
Yeah, so Peacock now has closed in on the back of Holly Swan fairly quickly in the 2 laps or so that she's had some clean air. Now up onto the back of Holly Swan in the 95. Down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. Pops out of the slipstream with just enough time to spare. And Amy Peacock is back through into 2nd place. Swan in 3rd. There's a good gap back there of about 1.2 seconds to Alfie McBain, who is still under pressure from Alex Lynn. And behind Eibel, Hayes and Benson are still there. Our 2 Inter-Minis are closer than they have been throughout the day as well. JJ Plowman and Riley Sims-Ezard at half race distance, still nose to tail in 9th and 10th respectively. Darryl?
They're both relatively new to the class as well, aren't they, Rolly Simzadard and Plowman?
JJ joined us for Micro Max, and he's moved into Inter this year. Riley started the season in a Micro, and he's moved into Inter as well and found it very much to his liking. Down the back straight, Charlie Eyeball is starting to defend now from Sam Hayes, although pulls out to try and open up the corner, and Sam Hayes is through down the inside. Sebastian Benson is coming through as well. Door closed, though, by Charlie Eyeball. And Sam Hayes is through, makes
Sam's
some
having
space.
a great weekend. First weekend in the Minimax class.
Yeah, it looks like he's been doing it for a while, doesn't he? Because straight out of the Cadet, we spoke to him yesterday. He said, what's the reason for moving up? He said, well, I couldn't make the weight limit anymore, so I kind of forced my hand to get up into the Minimax. He's had the car all year, but wanted to try and do as much Honda Cadet racing as he could. He's jumped now straight into this Mini, practiced on Friday and yesterday as well, but looks very, very comfortable in that.
He does indeed.
Yeah, you'd be very happy if it was your driver for their first outing in the Mini, I'm sure.
100%.
Head down now towards the final 2 minutes of this race with Ben Adrian currently leading. Now, we did have a bit of a discussion last night, Darryl, because you took umbrage at the last round after we'd said that that Ben Adrian had been dominating it, and you were like, well, actually, we're currently leading points. Not taking anything away from your driver that is leading points, but Ben at the front has been very, very difficult to beat this season, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he will do it all year, to be honest with you.
So down the inside goes Alfie McBain. Alex Lynn finds a way through on Holly Swan as well. Sorry to cut across you there, Darryl, but we've had a bit of on-screen action. Alex Lynn looks like he's on a charge. He could have two in one lap here. Down the inside goes Alex Lynn. The door closed on him by Alfie McBain very, very late there. Almost like Alfie had invited him in and then decided, actually, I don't want company today. Door closed at the final minute. But yeah, back to what we were saying, Ben Adrian has been very, very difficult to beat this year, and Amy's put up a valiant effort throughout, but
yeah, I mean, obviously next round we're going to just take what we can away from this weekend, do the best we can, reset and come back next month and see what we can do.
I know as well, you've had a few outings in a junior spec kart as well. Obviously, I think that was at Fullbeck a few weeks ago where there wasn't a mini grid, so you went, well, let's just go junior and give it a whirl. And Amy had a very, very good outing there, running comfortably in the top five.
I think she's been itching to get into juniors all year, to be fair, with the Minimax grids getting smaller and smaller as the season goes on. But yeah, very exciting to see her in the junior for the first time. Stuck it on pole in the odds group at Fullbeck last weekend. So yeah, good preparation ready for next year when we hit juniors full season.
Wonderful. Darryl, absolute pleasure to have you in the commentary box. It was supposed to be the first half of the race, but you've been great giving us the insight into the mindset of yourself as a mechanic, your driver, and what goes on throughout a race weekend. I think we need to do more of that throughout the year, just to give people more of an insight that there is more going on in this paddock than what just happens out there on the tarmac. In between each race, there's an hour or so where your driver gets to recover. That's where you do your work.
Yep. Cheers, David. Thank you.
Brilliant. Darryl Peacock, Amy Peacock's dad in the 17. Absolute pleasure to have you in the commentary box. Really appreciate your time. Final minute of this race then. The last lap board will be out next time round because Ben Adrian has already come through to take the line whilst we still had a few seconds to go. So he'll see the last lap board next time. Lap and a half to go. Welcome back, Tom. I've said nothing bad about you whilst you've been gone, I promise.
Well, I've been here most of the time. I've just been sat in the back.
Where you belong, I should add.
Yes. I've been put in the corner. As Alex Lynn now has a look on the inside of Alfie McBain, but can't get the move done. McBain chopped across in front as the final lap board goes out, taken by Ben Adrian. Well clear now of Amy Peacock, but Alfie McBain and Alex Lynn going at it hammer and tongs here for third place. I was quite glad of the rest for my voice, to be honest with you, because we're only at the end, or coming towards the end of P3 here, and I'm already struggling.
We have had some help though. That ice pop bought you another half an hour.
I reckon so. Yeah, I reckon it did. Yeah. I'll get myself a coffee at lunchtime, and hopefully that will warm the old vocal cords back up again, and we'll be away again for the finals. Now, Ben Adrian heads through hairpin 3 and 4 for the final time and takes the checkered flag here. All three heats led all the way by Ben Adrian so far here today and taken all 3 victories. Amy Peacock will come across the line in second. Alfie McBain just holds on from Alex Lynn. Then it's Sam Hayes, Benson and Eyeball in 6th and 7th. Then it will be Swan, Plowman and Sims Ezard, your 10 runners here in the Inter and Minimax class. Finishing off heat number 3. Ben Adrian already through hairpin 4 on the cool down lap. Steady on, sunshine. we've
Easy on.
We've got some results to show.
I think there's some cakes coming, Tom. Ben Adrian there takes the victory from Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain, Alex Lynn and Sam Hayes rounding out your top 5. With Sebastian Benson, Charlie Eyeball, Holly Swan dropping away right at the end down to P number 8, unfortunately, for Holly Swan, which she ran up in 2nd place throughout that race. She did incredibly well, did Holly Swan.
That brings to an end our Inter and Minimax heat number 3. Coming up next will be Junior Rotax for your final heat of the day in that class.
Recent developments in the commentary box suggest that neither of us are making the Le Mans weight limit. Yeah, True Performance Motorsport and Jack Moss in the 33 Micromax have treated us to sausage rolls. That's a corned beef pie, 2 brownies, and what I like to call school cake, which is normal sponge, some icing, and sprinkles over the top.
So your random grid formation for Rotax heat number 3. We'll come back onto the food, I'm sure, during this heat. But James Philip Byrne goes off pole position with Melissa Adrian in 2nd, Addison Smith in 3rd, and Elliot Dalton Ayres in 4th. Sam Robson in 5th, David. Joseph Yao in 6th. Jared Fox Whiteley in 7th, Oscar Waugh in 8th, Max Wilkinson in 9th, Monroe Renard in 10th, and Pip Morris in 11th. And David Sullivan has just been banned from the commentary box. Get out.
Sorry, mate.
No.
Here we go. We're away in racing before Tom can kick me out. It's James Philip Byrne and Melissa Adrian rolling off the front row. Great start again from Addison Smith on the outside. Moves through into 2nd place, right behind Melissa Adrian. He slots into P2 and doesn't look like he wants to hang around there for very long either. Adrian then leading from Addison Smith. James Philip Byrne. Elliot Dalton Ayres tries to move down the inside of Oscar Waugh, but that means he's slow on exit. Jared Fox Whiteley down the back straights, getting swamped. 2 drivers either side of Fox Whiteley, and the 22 is going backwards into 9th place. Oh, this is unreal.
This is unreal. Okay, Addison Smith takes takes the lead now away and heads off at the front of this one from Melissa Adrian, now demoted to 2nd place. James Philip Byrne in 3rd place, followed by Oscar Waugh in 4th. Joseph Yao, Dalton Ayres, Fox Whiteley into 7th. Sam Robson in 8th and Max Wilkinson in 9th and Pip Morris in 10th. Although Oscar Waugh and James Philip Byrne are exchanging positions through hairpin 1 and 2.
Jared Fox Whiteley's recovered well, Tom. Was down in 9th at this point on the previous lap. He's now up into 5th place by the look of things. Just give 6th place, sorry. Need to give a massive shout out to Teesside Karting. Because that was the littlest of the Franklins, bringing us both a white chocolate Magnum.
I'm going to really annoy Luke, our producer, now, because down the microphone I'm going to make this noise. I hope that came through.
The crunch of chocolate.
You know, on Days of Thunder when it's like we're a bit busy because we're eating ice cream. There's a Junior Rotax heat on here.
Shall we commentate on this? No. Ice cream.
No, I think we should.
Fox Whiteley down the inside of Joseph Yao. Joseph Yao not having any of that. Sideswiping Jared Fox Whiteley on the way out of hairpin 2. I can't see Jared Fox Whiteley taking that one overly kind.
Yes. I think Yao is now off the Fox Whiteley Christmas card list.
It's only June as well.
Oh no. Congratulations, that's early.
Addison Smith leading by half a second then from Melissa Adrian.
and Oscar War. And then it's going to be Joseph Yao we've got James Philip Byrne, then Joseph Yao and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Let's see what happens here. Fox-Whiteley sends it down the inside of Joseph Yao and does a nice little block pass there, actually, to stop the return from Joseph Yao, who's now coming under pressure from Sam Robson and Max Wilkinson in the 11 machine.
Melissa Adrian not being dropped by Addison Smith here. She's still only half a second behind. Oscar War also right there, as is James Philip Byrne as well.
Well, Adrian's dropped a bit, and Oscar War, I think, closed up on that previous lap by 3/10 of a second. We're going to have a great battle for P2 going on here.
We're going to have a great battle, We're going to
Have
have
a
a great
wonderful
battle.
battle.
I'll translate for David. Yeah, Oscar War is right there on the back of Melissa Adrian now as they head down the back straight one more time. Addison Smith, in fact, pulling away, and Oscar War not liking the look of that and sends it straight past Melissa Adrian and will head onto the back of Addison Smith.
I wonder if anyone's watching with subtitles on, because I want to know how you spell
Like, bob. What time is it now?
Oscar War then up into second place. Melissa Adrian in P number 3. James Philip Byrne, currently running in P4, was comfortable, but now he's got Jared Fox-Whiteley closing in on the back. Not had the best of weekends as we'd already expected from our championship leader this time out, Jared Fox-Whiteley.
Right, it has been a tough day for the Fox-Whiteley camp, actually. By their standards. By their standards. I mean, look, running 5th is not exactly a bad result, is it? But, by their standards of perennially running at the front of the fields in pretty much every class that they've raced in here at Teesside, this has not been a good weekend by their standards for the Fox-Whiteley crew. But all points given in the finals.
Down the inside goes Fox-Whiteley on James Philip Byrne. James Philip Byrne's going to try and straight line this. Fox-Whiteley then run out wide.
Nice move that from James Philip Byrne.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? The race in the commentary box is going on as well. Tom is eating his Magnum considerably quicker than I am. Even though you've done more talking in this heat as well. I don't know how you're doing it.
We've got bigger mouth.
Savouring the flavour.
I just really like ice cream.
Who doesn't?
5 minutes to go here. Plus a lap. James Philip Byrne coming under ever more increasing pressure from Fox-Whiteley. I mean, he's already fended off one riposte, one move from Fox-Whiteley. Fox-Whiteley returns the favour, does exactly what James Philip Byrne did to him on the previous lap. Straight lines it between 1 and 2, sends it up the inside, and James Philip Byrne, I think, saw that one coming and has tucked back into line. Now, we'll see whether has got any kind of answer. I thought he was going to straight line between 3 and 4 then, and come back past Fox-Whiteley.
Absolutely loves a hairpin 2 straight line, does Jared Fox-Whiteley. One driver that we are missing in this one is Monroe Renard, Tom, from this race. Yesterday was struggling quite a lot with his ribs, actually, and there was a bit of a debate as to whether he was going to race today. Gave it a go this morning in heats 1 and 2. I get the feeling that's why he's missing heat number 3. Be interesting to see whether he gets back out for the final, although obviously 50 points for a win and then sequential points, so he's still not going to pick up a huge amount towards his championship.
No, but as you said, David, a good rest. Bit of ibuprofen, something like that, some Calpol maybe. They're still quite young, these drivers, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
And might be away
Calpol.
again.
Some of that yellow penicillin effort.
Yeah. Oh, Banana Man. What I used to call it. Love a bit of Banana Man.
It was easy to overdose on because it's delicious. I'm like, I'll just have all of it.
Speaking of which, you know Sudocrem? It's got on the label there, no known case of overdose. It's on the label. It always tickled me.
It'd be a terrible way to go, wouldn't it?
Apologies, anarchy has descended into the commentary box here at Teesside.
That's what ice cream does to us.
Yeah, on a massive sugar rush at the moment. Addison Smith is leading now from a second from Oscar Waugh. Oscar Waugh not quite as quick as Smith on that previous lap, although has brought that gap down ever so slightly, and you can see it there. He will start to get a slipstream. If he can get him maybe another 2/10 here, he will start to get a slipstream here from Addison Smith, and that gap will then come down in much bigger chunks. Melissa Adrian now 1.4 seconds off the back of Oscar Waugh. Then we've got Fox Whiteley, who is closing in by 0.3 of a second on Melissa Adrian. Let's see what happens as they come over the line. So Oscar Waugh still closing now on the back of Smith. Fox Whiteley another 0.4 faster than Adrian, so that battle could be on before the end of this race.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 1 lap to go then here in this Junior Rotax third heat, and Jared Fox Whiteley certainly should hopefully have enough time for him at least to close in if he's taking them sort of chunks out of Melissa Adrian. Going to get 4 or so more laps in here, so we now have sights. And every corner that he's taking chunks out of, that's going to give him more encouragement to close up. But will he run out of time before the end of this race?
Very similar to the Oscar Waugh situation as well. You can see himself closing, and then gap just goes out ever so slightly to Smith, and then Waugh will close it back in again. He's just not been close enough to get the full effect of the slipstream from Addison Smith. He's getting a little bit of a toe, but he's not getting the full effect just yet. He's got to pull in maybe another 2.5 tenths.
Lap traffic's going to potentially assist Oscar Waugh though, if Addison Smith can't find a way through, although Smith is straight down the inside of the 44 of Pip Morris into hairpin number 3 if he was through. Moving away now, it's Waugh that needs to find a way through.
Going to catch in the D chicane as well. That's going to bolt
there for Waugh.
Oscar Waugh, and that I think will put an end to any race-winning battles for Addison Smith. I think that one's now done and going to be done and dusted, bar any major issues for Addison Smith. That gap is probably around about 2, maybe even 3 seconds now that's gone out to. Melissa Adrian still holding on to 4th place, but that gap is now less than a second to Jared Fox Whiteley. So again, that gap coming down, and I think Fox Whiteley is going to be even closer than that. Going to be pretty much on the tail of Melissa Adrian as they come over the line.
2 to go, and Melissa Adrian has got some lap traffic in front now. Got to find the way through because Jared Fox Whiteley will be there as they head through these chicanes. There's Melissa Adrian in the red cart, white helmet in the middle of this sandwich. Lap traffic, and Fox Whiteley will close right up here. There's going to be a straight line into 2, is there? No, because Melissa Adrian's there. Melissa Adrian forceful down the inside on Pip Morris, but that slowed her down, and Jared Fox Whiteley will move through into 3rd place.
We've got a contact warning going out for Pip Morris as well, with that contact through hairpin 2. Final lap board is out. So Addison Smith leads by 1.8 seconds it is to Oscar Waugh. Fox Whiteley now in 3rd, has had huge amounts of pace over Melissa Adrian in the last few laps, but with Adrian in the slipstream, we'll see whether she can do anything down the back straight and then into South Bank corner. Addison Smith already heading towards hairpin 3 for the final time.
Been dominant so far here at Teesside Autodrome this weekend has Addison Smith in the 15. 3 heats and 3 victories. Pole position for the final for the 15 of Addison Smith. Oscar Waugh and then Jared Fox Whiteley round out the top 3 from Melissa Adrian. Then at the line, it looks like that's James Philip Byrne just catching up on some lap traffic with P5. Yao, Robson. Then it's going to be Max Wilkinson and Elliot Dalton Ayers in P9 in front of Pip Morris.
So that brings to an end Junior Rotax heat number 3.
Just a quick one, Tom, regarding that ice cream that was kindly provided to you in the commentary box. They are available for people to purchase, including ice lollies from the cafe.
Oh, nice plug there. Speaking of plugs, I'm very much looking forward to my Baps About Britain that I'm going to sample for only the 2nd time ever, but the first time on the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint, kindly provided by our cameraman, who's up on South Bank Corner at the moment. We'll see if we can get a shot of him and give him a wave. He's got an Instagram page, Baps About Britain, where he bakes, believe it or not, baps. And you have a choice of, the choices are very, it's wide, it's open, there's thousands and thousands of choices of what you can have in your bap.
Is it content? There he is.
There he is, there's Chris, on your camera now. And your choices are cheese, ham and cheese.
How continental.
Or cheese and ham.
It's like being in France.
So that's Chris now opening up his phone and checking out all the hundreds of new followers that he's getting
and waving
on his Instagram feed for Baps About Britain. So thank you very much for that, Chris. I'll be tucking into those in a moment, and we'll let you know after the lunch break what my thoughts were.
Speaking of tucking in, I've finished my ice cream.
Greg Wallace style.
Yeah, I've finished my ice cream, and I'm going to sample a sausage roll.
No, not that one, you know.
Not that one. Oh, that's yours. That's mine. Sorry.
Yes.
Thanks.
So yes, we're away here for
Senior Rotax.
Yes. Thank you, David. Senior Rotax Heat number 3 coming up. They're already on the rolling up lap, but fortunately there's only 7 of them to get through, so we'll bring you a grid. So it's going to be random grid here. So Shane Collinson will go off pole, Arthur Lowthian in 2nd, Paul Swan 3rd, Andy Hull in 4th, Nathan Jensen 5th, and Alfie Wallbank in 6th. And then Andy Collinson will be doing his all day starting from 7th place. Have we got Andy Hull out there?
Yes, we don't have Nathan Jensen.
No, we don't. I did wonder whether we were short one. So no Nathan Jensen taking the start, but the green flag is down and we're away and racing. Shane Collinson immediately moving away at the front of this one, followed by Arthur Lowthian. Paul Swan in 3rd place with Andy Collinson already up to 4th. Alfie, well, call that 3rd place now for Andy Collinson. Alfie Wallbank in 5th as Swan comes back on Andy Collinson, and as does Wallbank as well, and both of them look to move through into South Bank Corner. We've got a contact warning as well for Andy Collinson, who's now taken back both of those places from Paul Swan and Alfie Wallbank. All action at the start of this one for Andy Collinson. Up 2, down 2, and somewhere in between.
Wallbank forced out wide onto the rumble strip, and he drops behind Paul Swan down into 5th place. Not sure why we're missing Nathan Jensen. We'll endeavour to find out during the lunch break and report back shortly afterwards as to why Nathan Jensen is not out for heat number 3, having run competitively right at the front, taking the battle to Shane Collinson throughout the first 2 heats of the day here at Teesside Autodrome. So Collinson, Lowthian, and then it's Andy Collinson, Paul Swan, Alfie Wallbank, and down the inside there goes Collinson on Arthur Lowthian for 2nd place. Arthur Lowthian then now down into P3 under pressure from Paul Swan and Alfie Wallbank.
We're going to see if Alfie Wallbank's pace is going to come on towards the end of this race, as it did in heat number 2. We saw this in heat 2, dropped right the way back down the order,
and then was
able to hold on to the train though, and then the tyre pressures came to him, the engine temperatures came to him as opposed to everybody else. Of course, they could have made adjustments themselves in between heat 2 and 3, and caught that performance difference back up. But we'll see whether our Alfie Wallbank has got anything left here towards the end of this race. Currently running in 5th. Was hunting Shane Collinson down towards the end of that last heat, though.
Yeah, Collinson breaking away already. The gap out to 2.2 for your race leader. This battle now sees Swan down the inside of Arthur Lowthian, and that's going to allow Wallbank to come down the inside as
wide
well.
Into South Bank. Oh, I didn't know whether Arthur Lowthian was going to know he was there or not. Alfie Wallbank on the inside, that is. So Wallbank taking 2 places down the back straight. And Lowthian returns the favour now and passes Paul Swan into hairpin 4. Swan says, no, you don't. powers on round the outside and takes away 4th place.
Great there by Paul Swan. Then he goes slightly wide round the national loop. That'll allow Arthur Lowthian to close back in. In front of them, Alfie Warbank appears to be closing in now on Andy Collinson for 2nd place. Down the back straight they go.
Do you like a fun fact?
I love a fun fact.
Shane Collinson set the fastest lap of the race on the opening lap.
Well, that's because
it hasn't been beaten
yet.
yet.
They don't have to take the D chicane.
Ah, right. Okay, yes, of course.
It's like saying at Fullbeck, all the
but
fastest
they're
laps.
not at full speed when they come over the line.
But at Fullbeck, all the fastest laps are on lap 1 because they don't have to stop for that massive bus stop.
Okay, yeah. I'm with you now. But we have seen it eclipsed in previous heats.
Yes, I'm sure we have. How quick has it gone?
Only a couple of tenths. 10th and a half quicker.
What's he playing at?
Having a day off. Anyway, we're looking at Warbank here, starting to work away on the rear of Andy Collinson, which will soon be working away on the side of Andy Collinson and possibly the front of Andy Collinson.
Just trying to find a way through here, Alfie Warbank. Still got 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race to go. By the time they come over the start-finish line in a few moments' time. And Warbank, once again, having that kart come to him at the right part of the race. Paul Swan, Arthur Lowthian in their own battle for 4th and 5th behind. Alfie Warbank. Get the feeling if it's coming, it's down the back straight into South Bank. Don't do a lot into hairpin 1, in the same way that the juniors do. They don't manage to get that same sort of run. Here we go down towards South Bank. Collinson looking to close the door. Warbank
had to back out of it.
Get out, didn't he?
Yeah, bailed out of it and nearly swapped ends on him. It was a good save in the end.
Yeah, did well to hold on to that, but he's dropped a few kart lengths back now, and he's going to have to work for this next lap to close back up on Andy Collinson. But I think he may have already done do that D-chicane. Very quick through there is Alfie Warbank. He closes back up. I thought it was going to take a little bit longer for him to close up on the back of Andy Collinson, but Collinson not able to take advantage of Warbank slowing, although this time now is much tighter into the South Bank corner. Alfie Warbank having to take the more scenic route around the outside of the bank right-hander, the bottom end of the circuit.
It managed to carry a lot more speed into hairpin 3 though because of that line. Collinson taking a tighter entry, and he is right there again now, is Alfie Warbank, so it looks like he has got some pace here if he can find a way through. We have seen this before, that Andy Collinson is a very, very hard person to overtake. It's all right to overtake him, but then he will Troy Bayliss-esque it and will retake you on the very next corner, and you won't have any say in the matter.
Here comes Warbank once again then to the inside this time. This time he's through. Carries more speed, and Andy Collinson will come through down the inside into hairpin 3, and my esteemed colleague Tom Butterworth knows exactly what he's talking about.
It's like I've seen this before somewhere. Yeah, Andy Collinson, as we said, just returning the favour straight away on Alfie Warbank. Like we said, you can get through, but he will just, come straight through on the next possible braking point. Unless you've gapped him. You need to get past Andy Collinson and either bulk him, stop his progress, stop his momentum, or you're going to need to kind of run him out wide or something like that.
Swan's coming to this one, Tom. With Andy Collinson defending and them chopping and changing, Paul Swan has broken away from Arthur Lowthian. And on the previous lap, I think he took 2 tenths or so out of this battle in front. Doesn't look to be too far off the back now. It was 1.3 on the previous lap. Could well be a little bit closer this time round. Down to 1.2 was it? It is. So he has taken a little bit out. These two battle it out, Tom, in the remaining 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap. Swan's going to be right there on the back.
Yeah, I think he could well be as well. Collinson not feeling the need to go hugely defensive into 1 and 2, but is down the back straight. Warbank has pace to pull alongside every single time, but with Collinson taking that defensive line, it's a bit like what we see in the Bambinos, really. White lining it down the inside of the back straight, and without enough overspeed, you can't then get the overtake done around the outside, and you're left and hung out to dry through South Bank Corner.
Everything plateauing on that previous lap. Nobody closing up on anybody else in front of them. Even Swan not able to take advantage of Collinson and Wallbank battling in front of them.
Shane Collinson clear at the front of this one now by 6 seconds.
Just flying our way out the front, isn't he? Is Shane Collinson around about half a second a lap quicker than anybody else. Collinson, Andy with a much tighter line once again round South Bank. That's going to slow Alfie Wallbank down.
Paul Swan, I think, is going to come to play at the end of this one.
Takes a fraction or so
About a
out,
second,
only a little
yeah.
bit though. Out of the two in front this time.
The problem that Wallbank's got as well is if he does manage to re-close up again onto Andy Collinson to make a move, it's going to be a full send, and that then leaves him open, as we've said, into the next braking zone.
He's having to work hard here, isn't he, Alfie?
He might be better off not pulling to the outside. You know, just either pushing him along or lifting ever so slightly just to tuck in line and get himself a better entry into hairpin 3.
Over start finish, 46 seconds, but your race leader is already a decent chunk down the road. So we're going to have 3 more laps here. One with 2 tenths out of the battle in front. The gap down to 8 tenths of a second now. I expect Andy Collinson will once again migrate to the right-hand side of the circuit, left on the camera. We're not wrong. Doing enough there just to hold off Alfie Wallbank. Wallbank's going to try and go all the way around the outside. That's a wider line for him. He might be able to carry some more speed. But can't straight line it then into 4 because of the way Andy Collinson's parking the 74 machine.
He does get a good run out of 4 though, but not enough again to get past before the D chicane. I think we've seen this for 4 or 5 laps now, where Wallbank's done the same thing. It's clearly not working. He needs to try something else. He either needs to pass into hairpin 1 and then, you know, find a way to not let Andy Collinson back through at hairpin 2, or lift off and tuck back in here as they head round South Bank Corner.
Yeah, last lap board will be out for our leader this time round, so
he's making it easy work for Andy Collinson here to defend by doing the same thing every single time.
yeah, and Collinson in turn is able to then do the same thing every single time. He's just parking the cart where he needs to. Last lap board out then for Shane Collinson.
See whether Wallbank's got anything left in the race locker to be able to try something different on the final lap, of course, where the points are handed out.
Collinson again in that same vein comes to the right hand
side
side
to the inside now. No, he's not. You see, I thought he'd taken a tighter line at the exit of South Bank Corner. And Shane Collinson has crossed the line in the meantime and taken the checkered flag here as Andy Collinson and Alfie Wallbank finish as you were. Paul Swan, in the end, around 1.3 seconds behind, wasn't able to come to play in that one for the battle for second. Arthur Lowthian takes 5th, and Andy Hull, unfortunately, another retiree from that one, in 6th place. And I thought, I nearly said that I thought Andy Hull was going to make it to the end of that one, and didn't want to jinx it.
One more chance.
Yeah, but unfortunately didn't quite make the end of that one again. So hopefully Andy Hull can fix whatever issues are going on with that one for the final. So that brings to an end Senior Rotax heat number 3. One more heat to go, then we will have a lunch break, and then we will be back for our finals. Our final heat of the day is going to be Senior Procar heat number 3. So, going off pole position for heat number 3 of Senior Procar is going to be Gracie Mitchell. Simon Doughty will take second, with Harry Roddis in third and Alban Dowell in fourth. Dominic Needham in fifth and Michael Lithgow in sixth. Seventh for Scott Blackburn, Lennon French in eighth with Max Shields in ninth. Caitlin Frame in 10th and Joe Grinsell 11th. Connor White in 12th. Connor Lucas in 13th. Christian Oblag in 14th and Josh Falkus in 15th with David Brewis 16th. Alfie King in 17th with Marty Gilfillan in 18th. Sam Wright in 19th and Matthew Hauschby in 20th. Sean Feehan and Amy Frame go off 21st and 22nd with George Ludwell and Oscar Buckley. Then we have James Wilson and Jacob Cardani, Catherine Potter and Sophie Pawsey, Isaac Duff and Isaac Needham. All the Isaacs on row 15. Then we have Leon Wilson and Harry Brown, Rossi Costello and Joseph Williamson, rounding out your 34 runners. Already heading through hairpin 3 at a very nice, sedate and steady pace, headed by Gracie Mitchell here. About ready for the start of heat number 3 Senior Procar.
She's done many a rolling start in junior Rotax, has Gracie Mitchell. This field nice and slow behind the 61 machine of Mitchell. And away we go. Oh, the start of heat number 3. Mitchell on the inside, Dougherty on the outside, Harry Roddis behind, trying to move through down the inside. And Harry Roddis is indeed, we're still 2 and 3 wide in the middle of the chicanes. Everybody trying to filter in. There's some bouncing over curbs in the middle of the pack. Looks like everybody, though, has managed to make their way through thus far. Round hairpin number 1. Then we've got one driver facing the wrong way, 2 facing the wrong way in the middle of the pack. Everybody barely lucky to miss them. Matthew Hauschby's the 215, the 57 of Sean Beard facing the wrong way as they run towards hairpin number 2.
Both Falkus and Lucas came into contact between hairpins 1 and 2. I think Falkus, or it might have been Lucas, ended up almost going over the top of Max Shields.
Yeah, Falkus is just coming across the line just in front of Max Shields now in 12th and 13th respectively.
I think it was Lucas in contact with Shields, and then I think Falkus got into contact with somebody else.
Oh, heavy down the inside from Connor White in the 52, forcing the 757 of Simon Dougherty wide. I would be very surprised if we don't see a contact warning for that one. It was a robust move down
But
the
already
inside.
challenging for the lead is Connor White.
Second place.
Sorry, second place.
Yeah, Gracie Mitchell
is out of shot.
Oh, yeah, the stable door has been closed firmly after she's bolted.
And we do have a contact warning go out for Simon Doughty.
Connor White, sorry.
Connor White.
For the contact
Apologies.
on Simon Doughty.
Yes, that's what I meant. Connor Lucas, with the fastest lap of the race, was immediately eclipsed by Josh Falkus in 12th place.
So Mitchell then leading from White. Lennon French, Harry Roddis and Christian Oblag. That's Connor Lucas squeezing it down the inside of Simon Dougherty, the O-plate Connor Lucas. Now he's going to try and go round the outside, cut back to the inside of Harry Roddis. Down this back straight. Arm is up from Connor Lucas. Don't know whether
that was by way of apology to Simon Doughty, because that was a bit robust down the inside at hairpin 1.
After that, it was a thank you for not being too robust. Max Shields with a contact warning. Where is he currently? Is he still behind Josh Falkus? No.
Well, he's
behind David Bruce.
Timed at 13th, as we've got Connor White and Lennon French side by side over the line. Falkus again with the fastest lap of the race, up to 9th place now for Josh Falkus. Connor Lucas in 5th place. So it goes Mitchell, White, French, Oblag, Lucas, Roddis, Doughty, Lithgow, Falkus and Brewis. There's another handout from the O-plate of Lucas, as he's taken now 4th place on the road, passing Christian Oblag.
Falkus down the inside of Roddis. In front of Connor Lucas, though, in 4th place, where he is there with the yellow helmet, he's got Lennon French and Connor White. And Lennon French has found a way through. Connor White had been defending off that 2nd place. Lennon French is through and is breaking away. In all of this, though, Gracie Mitchell has a gap of 1.5 seconds at the front of this race, with Connor Lucas still needing to find a way past 2 other drivers. Down the inside he goes of Connor White, sends it into hairpin 1 up to P3.
4 laps completed, 3 fastest laps in a row for Josh Falkus as he's made his way up to 6th place as well. And if you saw the way that he passed through hairpin 4 on the previous lap, you'll be wondering how he managed to get the fastest lap of the race. I've got no idea. He managed to be faster than Gracie Mitchell by parking it on the apex of hairpin 4, and I still don't know how he's done it, but speed to spare, it seems. Contact warning, contact warning for the 77 of Sophie Pawsey, who's leading junior Procar. Connor Lucas now with the fastest lap of the race, as he's finally found a bit of clean air and homed in on the back of Lennon French for 2nd place.
So our class leaders so far: Mitchell in Pro, Lennon French in Club. Then we're going to have Sophie Pawsey leading junior. She's just behind Amy Frame, who's our leading novice runner, having retired from heat number 2. Amy Frame recovering well up into 14th place at the moment. Mitchell has had a gap of 1.5, but it's being closed in.
Was 1.3 last time around. Now 1 second with 5 minutes plus a lap to go. I think she's going to come under increasing pressure here from French and what will potentially be Connor Lucas coming through into 2nd place. He's certainly putting French under large amounts of pressure. There was contact there between Falkus and Christian Oblag as Falkus forced his way through at hairpin 1 as well. So he's taken 5th place now. Away from Christian Oblag.
I love watching Shields with that. As soon as that cart's straight, it's almost like he presses some sort of DRS button and all of his body just switches into a different position.
Oh, he does the gopher.
Yeah, and then at the end of the straight, same position, bang, straight up, upright again, doing what he needs to do, but it's seamless the way he does it.
It's we see a lot of drivers with their head down over the top of the steering wheel to try and decrease the amount of drag that the helmet sitting up above the steering wheel causes. Well, Max Shields, you will see potentially on this back straight as they head down there. He does the opposite. He slides his bum forward in the steering wheel and drops down, presses hard against the pedal, and scoots down and gets that maximum aero effect that he can try and get a couple of extra miles an hour down the straight.
7/10 is the gap, or at least it was on the previous lap for our race leader. Josh Falkus down the inside of Connor White into hairpin 4. Gap, I think, will be down to half a second or so, just over Lennon French. And Connor Lucas here, it's a case, he hasn't found a way past Lennon French, but he hasn't needed to, because French is bringing him all the way to Gracie Mitchell at the front of this senior pro kart race. Doesn't need to find the way through yet. Just pushing along Lennon French in the 120. Former junior pro kart champion of 2021. Now Lucas comes down the inside. Lennon French doesn't defend it too much. Different race for him, of course, in terms of points and trophies at the end of the day with the red background on the top left-hand corner.
That's what I was just going to point out. Of course, Connor Lucas having that spin in heat number 2. He ended up finishing still inside the top 10. But that's done his position for the final no good at all. So he needs to maximise points here in heat number 3 to get the best possible starting position. He's not going to be taking any prisoners when it comes to passing Lennon French, as he has now done, and also Gracie Mitchell when he gets there. Josh Falkus now up to 4th, has made his way past Connor White, and will start to home in on the back of French as well. Currently holding the fastest lap of the race at 46.263, a full half a second faster than Gracie Mitchell's last lap.
2 minutes remaining when they cross the line, so we're going to get in 3 or maybe even 4 laps here before the end of this race. Mitchell is going to have to put in some effort here to hold off Connor Lucas, a 3-time champion here at Teesside Autodrome. Now up into 2nd place, Lennon French coming along as well. Down the inside goes Connor Lucas for the lead. Lennon French with a bit of a nose down the inside of Gracie Mitchell there as well. Doesn't need to get involved though. He's got a cushion back to Max Shields in 6th place, his nearest club class challenger, who's just in front of Christian Oblag.
Right there now, he's going to have to make a move quickly, I think, here. Volkus is right there as well. This is going to be a train of 4 now, heading towards 1 minute to go plus a lap. So we'll get 2 more laps here, potentially 3. We'll see what Volkus can do as they...
Warning for the 46 of Rossi Costello, one of our junior runners, currently running in 2nd place in that class. In 18th overall for Costello. The juniors, they're running a Cadet spec engine, albeit 2 of them. So they're down on power, but they're also down on weight. They weigh 20 kilos less than the seniors, which is why you'll see some of the juniors mixing it up with the novice runners and some of the club ones as well. Down the inside goes Josh Volkus on Lennon French, up into 3rd place. French and slotting back in, still leading the way in club.
As we've said before, French doesn't need to fight these 3. He can just let them go. It's a completely different class here. So he's 2.5 seconds, or he's 2 seconds clear of Max Shields.
Down the inside.
Volkus then takes Mitchell for 2nd place.
Just the way he chopped at that steering wheel then just to get it stopped, almost braking with the front wheel, scrubbing the speed off, as well as the rear's 4-wheel braking there from Josh Volkus.
Full lock. It's like tyres were almost at 90 degrees of circuit then, and they're it really does help scrub off that tyre speed. Final lap board goes out as the time ticks to 0. So they didn't quite make it across the line. It is Lucas from Volkus, Mitchell, French heading up that clubman class. As we said, he just needs to sit there on the back of Gracie Mitchell now. Doesn't need to fight it. Shields is there in 5th, 2nd in clubman class. Then we've got White, Oblag, Dowson, Gwinsel and Blackburn. Amy Frame heading the novice class this time around, with Sophie Pawsey heading the junior pro cars.
Oh, Lennon French trying a little bit of a move down there on the inside of Gracie Mitchell. Unnecessary in terms of points really there from Lennon French, but wanting to make a statement. Has to be careful though, because just behind is Max Shields coming through. Connor Lucas is going to take the victory then from Josh Volkus, Gracie Mitchell and Lennon French. Max Shields, Connor White, Christian Oblag, Simon Dougherty and Joe Grinsell. Rounding out the top 10 is going to be Simon Blackburn in 10th place. In front of Harry Roddis, Amy Frame wins in novice from Sophie Pawsey, winning in our junior class in 12th and 15th place respectively.
And that brings to an end our heats here today at Teesside. After this one, we will have a short lunch break, around about half an hour or so. And then we will be back for all of your finals here today, from Bambinos right the way through to Senior Pro Kart. And that will bring our day here to a close. Fantastic racing
Before we break,
today.
Tom, just 2 things that I want to run through. First of all, great to see Leon Wilson back out there in Heat 3 after the incident in Heat number 2. He finishes in 31st place overall. Also on the bank, I saw a former Senior Pro Kart in Jordan Guy, and I just want to pass on our congratulations on the recent birth of their son Huey with his partner Maisie Mentia. She gave birth in a week, so congratulations to them. And
seconded here in the commentary box.
Oh, of course. Yes, very much so. And hopefully he's enjoying them lovely nights of sleep.
Yeah.
So
that won't be happening.
It won't be happening at all, will it? We'll break now for lunch. We'll see you in around about half an hour's time here back at Teesside Autodrome for round 4 of the NRG Cycles Bonus Sprint Series.
Hello and welcome back here to the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series, brought to you by NRG Cycles, NRG Global Power, MS Karts, MS Lucas Racing and HRS Racing Engines. Your first final of the day is going to be your Bambino C50s, and that's going to be going from pole position by Sebastian McCarthy. Sebastian Crawford will take P2, with Ethan Pearson in third and Freddie Blackshaw in fourth place. Oliver Bullock in fifth and William Wainwright in sixth. Then we have Abel Hutton and James Pybus, Callie Tennant and Summer Upton rounding out your top 10, with Ollie Upton and Sullivan Crawford in 12th. Verity Crawford will start in P13 and Phoebe Rogers in 14. I do have to apologise if I sound a little bit out of breath. It's because I didn't hear that the Bambinos had been called, and when they started to leave for the grid, I was down at my car, which isn't even on site, so I've kind of had to run back pretty quick as they made their way out onto the grid. Thankfully, made it well in time to start this particular final. They're still being gridded up, and of course, as we've seen before, helpers, carers, parents are allowed onto the grid with these young drivers. They are incredibly young, as we've said before. If you've watched and tuned into previous streams, they are 5, 6, 7 years old that they're starting racing. So just a little bit of help on the grid, just to calm some nerves, a little bit of a pep talk, maybe a fist bump, that kind of thing, and then we will go racing here for your first final of the day. Hello, David.
Hello, Tom.
Welcome back.
You well?
Oh, well, about as well as I can be with this cold, but yeah, I'll be fine. We'll muddle on through, I'm sure. Yes, thank you. That's my seat. Thank you.
Ready for some finals action then here then today at round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Verity Crawford looks like she's just getting final little pep talk. As
just
is
throw it out
Sullivan
quickly.
in the 22.
Throw it out quickly before we get started. My Baps About Britain was delicious.
Delicious.
Very nice. Check him out on the gram. So, green flag is in hand. Marshall is in place. It looks like we're about to get our finals underway here. The flag is up. It's down very quickly, and we're away and racing. And Sebastian Crawford chops across and manages to hold second place just as Sebastian McCarthy makes a great start at the front of this one. It's Ethan Pearson in third, but Freddie Blackshaw had a good look into the national loop there on Ethan Pearson, but didn't get a move completed.
Now, Blackshaw, of course, who retired from heat number 3 here at Teesside, although did pick up some points for 7th place, starts this final from P4 and will now have to find a way past Ethan Pearson. His car slowing on the run towards the checkered flag in the final lap of heat number 3. So Freddie Blackshaw with work to do to get on the podium here, currently battling it out with Ethan Pearson. You can just about catch there on screen a little bit of contact between the two of them as the door closed by Pearson into hairpin number 3. Our Coma C50 Bambinos making their way round to cross the line at the end of the first lap here, and it is Sebastian McCarthy from Sebastian Crawford. Although Crawford's going to try and move into the D chicane, it's tight in there, and Sebastian McCarthy holds on, somehow holds on, as does Sebastian Crawford, somehow holds on to the cart.
I think Sebastian Crawford over the lunch break has had some brave pills. That was, wow, that was an incredible move that he was going for. He's going to try the chop back here, I think. He took a tight entry into hairpin 2. Can't quite get the drive that McCarthy's got. He knows that he's got to pass him early here as Blackshaw goes side by side with Pearson and will complete the move into South Bank corner. So Blackshaw back up into 3rd place, which is where he's run for most of the day, barring the issue that he had in heat number 3, right on the very last straight of the very last lap of heat number 3. But Crawford knows that he's got to get past McCarthy quick before that engine gets up to temperature on McCarthy's kart that gives him so much pace. You can see Crawford towards the end of this front straight here and into the D chicane. He's got a little bit of an overrun here, a little bit of overspeed on Sebastian McCarthy.
Yeah, fixed gearing, of course, on Coma C50 Bambino. They're limited to an 82 rear sprocket at every venue throughout the country. It's an 82th rear sprocket. It's McCarthy wide on the outside, or has enough of a run to be able to cut across in front of Sebastian Crawford. So gearing-wise, this is why we always find it's like a bit of a game of chess. You can't gear the kart differently. You have to rely on your driver. There's a few things you can do: tyre pressures, jetting, which is basically the amount of fuel that can go into the engine at any one time. You have to sort of play around with that a little bit, and it is very temperamental on these Coma C50 Bambinos, a little bit more than it would be on some of our other classes now.
It's a nightmare jetting.
Yes, it is.
It's a complete and total minefield.
Yes. The temperature goes up and you need to change the jet. But in what direction, I've no idea.
Yeah, well, the temperature goes down and you need to change the jet. But because of the humidity in the air, the jet that you use with the cold temperature might be a jet that's the same as a jet with high temperature. It's all over the shop.
Now, Honda Cadet and Junior Procar, they run a fixed gearing as well, whereas all of our other classes are open. Now, you can only open, when I say open, you can't just whack a massive sprocket on and make a huge difference. The engine's got an optimal rev range, so there's only so much you can do. We find like Senior Procar, for example, you'll find most of them are on anywhere between a 64 and a 66 rear sprocket with a 22th clutch. So there's not a massive swing between them in terms of the gear ratios. It's very minimal. And you'll often find it's the front runners that are on the smaller gearing because they've got the ability to pull out of the corners on the lower sprocket.
So that will of course change here for the British 24-hour coming up, because there will be higher speeds there.
And that is fixed gearing, of course, isn't it?
It is, because it forms part of the BPEC Championship.
Yeah, 22.64 normally they're running because of that such huge long straight up from the mountain section down to the chicanes that we add in. Walked the West Track last night, Tom. They've reprofiled the curb and we've got a spin. That's Calais Tennant on the outside, tipped into a spin by the 22 of Sullivan Crawford. They're going to need some Marshall assistance. Marshall doing a great job there. Yellow flag in one hand, separating karts with the other. Yes, sorry, I was about to say the curb on the inside of Rib Bend has been redone.
Oh, I might have a look at that on my way out today.
We'll walk down there and then cut through into the car park in the gravel, because you can get through, there's a cut through. Into your car, back to your car.
Back to car. Yes, so, but we've got Crawford still hounding McCarthy. McCarthy put, what, 6-7 seconds into Crawford in Heat 3?
Double figures, wasn't it? It was out to 11 seconds at the end.
Huge gap, yeah. So Crawford's found some pace here. 59.208 for McCarthy last time around. 59.216 for Crawford. So they're not blistering lap times. Here this weekend. I think the temperature has a lot to do with that. The outside temperature as well as the track temperature, because it's pretty humid as well out there.
Well, it's very akin to myself, Tom, really, is that I don't run very well in warm weather conditions, and neither do these engines.
Yes. Well, you don't run in any weather.
No, I don't. not unless somebody tells me there's cake in the cafe.
I don't think I've ever seen David run for anything ever. It's like James May, not running on camera. Only you just don't run ever.
No, when we do the Le Mans style start of the British 24, I'll just walk across the track. McCarthy and Crawford down the back straight once again, drawing across to the left side of the screen. It's the right side for the driver on camera. The top two breaking away 6 seconds back to Freddie Blackshaw.
There we go.
Here goes Crawford down the inside. Goes wide though, and Sebastian McCarthy could
he's going to leave it in there. He's going to leave the nose in there. McCarthy able to sweep round the outside, use that momentum.
I'll be honest, how he's come out of that in the lead, I do not know. But he's done superb as Sebastian McCarthy, hasn't he? Just knew knew that Crawford was on the inside. Didn't think there's any point of getting through. There is some on-track action going on, I promise.
We've not done dog watch yet, have we? This weekend. This is what happens when we don't have Adam directing.
And when there's nobody on site. Here we go. Down the inside for Sebastian Crawford. I thought he'd done enough there to at least have the nose in, but Sebastian McCarthy with the door closed.
And this is the difference with the Bambinos as well. What we were talking about with Alfie Wallbank in senior Rotax. In the Bambinos, Sebastian Crawford can't lift, because if he lifts, he's going to have a huge amount of time that it's going to take for that engine then to re-spool and get those revs back up again. And he has to use that outside wider line when he gets a run like that. Final lap board is out already for Bambinos. I don't know who is that, David?
I have absolutely no idea. Give the man a yellow flag while he's up there.
Oh, dear me. Right, we do have some fun here at Teesside. That is heading down the back straight for the final time. McCarthy is just in front of Crawford. Gap has gone out a little bit due to that lap traffic about half a lap ago. But Crawford is closing. Needs to hold it tighter than that. Oh, I thought about having a go down there, but wasn't close enough. Going to have a look on the inside at hairpin 4, but no, can't get the move done. And it is going to be Sebastian McCarthy taking victory here in the Bambino C50 final at the Teesside Owner Driver Sprints, round number 4. Sebastian Crawford will take second place, with Freddie Blackshaw once again installed into his comfortable third place. Ethan Pearson, a further 16 seconds back from the leader, is in fourth. Oliver Bullock and William Wainwright will go at it, hammer and tongs over the line. What order are they going to come over the line in? It's going to be Bullock from Wainwright, 0.3 of a second separating them. Then we'll have Abel Hutton, and then a battle on for 8th place between Pybus, Crawford and Upton. I think they've just been lapped by Sebastian McCarthy. Indeed, they have, but maybe not all three of them. So that's kind of put paid to that battle at the end. It is going to be James Pybus coming over the line in 8th place. And then we're going to have Verity Crawford and Summer Upton. So it's as you were as they came over the line.
Results then on the screen. Provisional, of course, until post-race checks and any penalties are applied. But Sebastian McCarthy leads from Sebastian Crawford and Freddie Blackshaw. They're the top 3 and heading towards the podium in our Coma C50 Bambino class. 1 down, 5 to go on the finals front. There are your top 2 at least. Then James Pybus is going to be brought in as well, because it's always good to get a random in, Tom. Keep them always on their toes in terms of weight and things like that. So first race, our first final, of course, of the day is in the history books. Next up, it's time for Honda Cadet. Honda Cadet then is your next one, Tom.
Yes, looking forward to this one as always. So we're going to have Sullivan and Potter starting first and second. They've shared the wins between them today. Sullivan taking 2, Potter taking 1. Edward Rye has had a really good day and goes off P3 with Red Lind, who was your qualifying pole sitter. Will go off 4. Samuel Yeadon, another one having a good day today, in 5th, with Noah Clark in 6th. William Howard will go from 7th with Luke Bachuev, another one having a good day, in 8th place. Jake Walker in 9th and Layla Berryman in 10th. Mason Dinsdale not had the best day so far by his standards. That's going off the front of row 6 with Aaron Berridge going in P12. And Joey Swan and Riley Blakemore, Ollie Carter, Thomas Harper, Reese Cranston and Pierce Whitehead. Then Ashton Horspool and Tom Nichols will round out your top 20. Row 11 is headed up by Matthew Plant, followed by Jack Moss and Matty Prinku-Wright, then Zach Charles. James Vout and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Morgan Cooney, Hugo McCluskey, Harley Higgins and Grayson Crawford rounds out your top 30, with William Collinson going off the back in P31. Thoughts ahead of this one, David?
It's going to be incredibly tight again, isn't it, Tom? I imagine between Sullivan and Potter, can Rye make a good start like he did last time? And then Red Lynn, the pole sitter, going off P4. Samuel Yeadon's been very, very impressive.
Yeah, Yeadon's had a good day, actually, and looking forward to seeing what Yeadon can bring to the table here.
That battle for 7th place, Tom, in the last heat, with William Howard, Noah Clark, Jake Walker in there, Luca Bachuev, who's been very impressive today.
Joey Swan.
Yeah, Mason Dinsdale. Layla Berryman's been fantastic today. There's certainly one, if this final goes right for it, is in for a shout, Tom, I think, for one of our drivers of the day.
Yep, I would second that.
Luca Bachuev as well has been a standout performer. Been very impressed with Aaron Berridge in his second time here, battling on the periphery of the top 10. Looks like the 4 runners are into position now. We could be getting this Honda Cadet final away in record time.
Well, we've got the start line marshal is already in position, because we've managed to wrangle another couple of marshals up to go down to the back.
Yes,
we've got thumbs up from the back of the grid already.
We stole one from Marshall Post 1.
He's going to have to sprint over there now. Green flag up, down, or away, and it's a good start from Sullivan and a good start from Rye. He's going to slot into second place, manages to block Thomas Potter's attempt to come across.
Eden is through as well from 5th, up into 4th place. Red Lind is down a spot. And then there's still side by side William Howard and Luca Bachuev battling it out through the chicanes. So they head down towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Contact. That's Aaron Berridge, tipped round by Riley Blakemore into a spin. Aaron Berridge starting the race in P12, drops down to 31st place.
Got one going slowly down the back straight now as well. That might just be giving a place back.
Oh, I think that could be Harley Higgins, Tom. I think in the Micro Max, the orange helmet.
Yeah, not sure what happened to them coming down onto the back straight as they come across the line for the first time. It is Sullivan from Potter who has then retaken Rye and got back that second place. It is Rye, Yeadon, Lynn, Clark, Howard, Bachuev, Walker and Dinsdale, your top 10. Berryman just outside of the top 10 in 11th. Carter, Swan, Cranston and Harper, your 15.
Out onto the back straight, our leading duo. Edward Rye with a good start, although now he's dropped off the back of the duo at the front. Potter, I think he's electing here to try and push Sullivan away and turn it into a 2-kart battle again, as it was. Down the inside of Samuel Yeadon goes Red Lind for 4th place. 3rd, though, in that 900 chassis class for Red Lind. Fastest lap from Thomas Potter, right in the wheel tracks of Joshua Sullivan, using the slipstream as they head towards hairpin number 1 once again. The 13 and the 38 battling it out, as they have done for most of the season so far. Halfway point after this final in the Honda Cadet Championship, as with all of our championships, of course. Down the inside of Luca Bachuev goes William Howard, Jake Walker has a thought about going down the inside as well. Well, closed on him. Behind them, Mason Dinsdale and Layla Berryman.
I'm keeping my eye a little bit down the order on Aaron Berridge's progress. He's already taken 4 karts.
Yeah, got Scarlett Whittaker done, the next one in front of him, and then it's Zach Charles who goes slightly wide through the chicane. Yellow flag out, over start finish. We've got the 33 of our cake provider, Jack Moss, unfortunately facing in the wrong direction.
And we've got, Aaron Berridge is up to 26th place. Red Lind set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap around and closed in the gap by 3.5 tenths. So Red Lind is starting to come to play here. We saw extreme pace in qualifying for Lind. But it's got to find a way past Rye and then onto the back of these front two.
Still struggling at the moment to find a way past Edward Rye, who started superbly and moved up into second place. 10 minutes rather than the normal 8 + 1 lap for this Honda Cadet final. So run out onto the back straight.
Berridge up another 2 places, up to 24th now. So really good showing from Aaron Berridge this weekend.
Seems to have found a way through. He's currently making his way out on the back straight, and he's just pulled to the inside of the 7 of Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. And Aaron Berridge picks another one off in his quest. Don't look like Red Lind was having a nibble on Edward Rye down the inside there.
Wonder what Edward Rye tastes like. Perhaps we'll ask Red Lind when he comes in at the end of this race.
Behind them, there's another duo of Samuel Yeadon and Noah Clark. And then it's a 5-kart train from Luka Bachuev, William Howard, Jake Walker, Mason Dinsdale and Layla Berryman in 11th place. So we've got two pairs, and then 3 pairs in fact, with Yeadon and Clark, and then gaggle behind from Bachuev down to Berryman. There it is. So that's the further one actually behind them, from Ollie Carter all the way back to Matthew Plant by the looks of things. You've got Joey Swan in there, Ashton Horspool's in the middle of it, Tom Nichols as well, Reece Cranston, who retired from Heat 3 with that problem as well on his kart. Potter fastest lap into the 47s for the first time with a 47.915.
Berridge recovered another place on that lap and up to 22nd now. So, got good pace here as Aaron Berridge, which is very unfortunate on that second lap to get turned around there. Still looking at Potter working away on the back of Sullivan here as they come over the start-finish line in front of the commentary box. I'm not sure whether Potter's pushing 100%. He certainly, his body language is saying that he is, but if that was the case, I would have expected him to have made a move by now, or at least be pushing Sullivan along, and he is neither.
There's a kart length between the two of them for most of it, isn't there? Rather, even over start finish, in the past we've seen them almost bump drafting nose to tail. There is a bit more of a gap as Edward Rye and Red Lind still battling it out. And Samuel Yeadon, Noah Clark and the rest of the field. Down the inside, it's Ollie Carter defending off Joey Swan.
Come over the line one more time. The gap has gone out again about maybe a quarter of a kart length.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be comfortable if I was the race leader right now, because Potter very, very quick, as always, through that D chicane, closing that kart length back up. It's still one kart length. I reckon you could fit one kart in that gap as they go down the back straight. I think you could probably just fit one in the gap. That's it. Similar to here, as Red Lind has found a way past Edward Rye. Different trophies, of course, 950 to a 900 chassis.
I've just noticed something with Red Lind as well. When you're going through the hairpins, watch the hands on the steering wheel. It's a bit of a judder. Can you see it there?
Yeah, I don't know whether is that not. I think his race suit could be a little bit loose.
Look,
and I think it's his way. Is it?
no,
his race
it's the
suit
hand,
waving
it's definitely
around?
the hands on the steering wheel. There's a bit of a judder every time through a hairpin. I don't know whether that's just the driving style or what, but I've certainly not noticed it before. Certainly not hampering any progress either. Fastest lap of the race for Red Lind now that he's clear of Edward Rye.
Dragging Rye along now. Behind
2
them,
seconds to catch Sullivan, though, is going to be a tough job.
behind them, the battle that was a duo between Yeadon and Noah Clark has now seen them backed into William Howard.
Let's see if we can get a bit of a close-up on this hand movement here that we've been talking about. So here we go, through hairpin 3, and there it is. Look, it's a little bit of a flick, and then
I think that's
look, just on the exit.
I think that's
a bit of a
helping
handshake.
is it helping to rotate the cart though? I think
No, I've never seen anything like that before.
It's working for him.
Absolutely, and that's what I said. It's fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. This time it's been overtaken by Luka Bachuev in 9th place, who is in a battle with William Howard and Jake Walker, as well as Samuel Yeadon and Noah Clark. Here, in fact, here they are on screen. Yeadon at the front of this one, Clark in the second in the group. Then we've got Howard, Walker, Bachuev, and who is that? Going slowly at the back there.
That was Bachuev, the final one in the run. William Howard down the inside of Noah Clark, and Noah Clark's going to be surprised, is he? No, by Jake Walker, who I thought was coming down the inside. Luka Bachuev, though, with a move down the inside of Jake Walker, robust and through. Walker not happy. Walker channeling his inner Italian there.
I can understand why Walker isn't happy, but Luke Bachuev has become contact warning, but it was a robust move.
Well, Bachuev's gone wide then, round the national loop. Walker is through. I don't know whether Bachuev feels that he needs to let Walker back through there, but Bachuev definitely went wide. He's slotted back in. That's going to allow Mason Dinsdale and Layla Berryman to join on the back of this one. And Bachuev left, right with the head, imploring the two of them to help him push on to Jake Walker. We've got the 22 of Grayson Crawford peeling off into the pit lane. As Ashton Horspool, he's retired, showing 5 laps down on the timing.
Fastest lap for Thomas Potter.
Oh, Joey Swan, very, very wide, out onto the rumble strips. He's going to rejoin behind Matthew Plant in 17th place. Sorry, Tom.
Fastest lap for Thomas Potter. Reclosed that gap up to Sullivan now, right where it counts.
Yeah, 2 laps to go.
Well, this is going to be a lap and a half now as they head down the back straight. There's Potter right on the tail. Looks to the inside of Sullivan. Thought about making the move there. He knows there's not going to be many more opportunities now as they head through hairpin 3 and 4 for the penultimate time. They will take the last lap board. This time across the line, Red Lind is now starting to pull away ever so slightly from Edward Rye for 3rd place and the final step on the podium. Last lap board goes out, taken by Joshua Sullivan. Thomas Potter right on his tail.
Fastest lap so far of this race by Thomas Potter on the previous lap to close right back in on Joshua Sullivan. Potter taking a wider line into hairpin 1. Will look to try and get the cut back down the back straight on Joshua Sullivan towards the South Bank corner. Sullivan migrates to the inside to try and fend off Potter. He's going to come right there as well. Potter into the wheel track. Sullivan slightly wide on entry from Thomas Potter. Will then defend into 3. Potter's going to try and sweep round the outside. Look for the cutback or the straight line into 4. Potter down the inside of 4. Sullivan with the switchback. Side by side over start finish. Who's going to be brave? Sullivan comes through. Potter draws alongside. Sullivan takes victory at round 4 by a fraction of a second from Thomas Potter. Red Lind goes to the podium for the first time in P3 from Edward Rye and Samuel Yeadon. William Howard, Noah Clark, Luka Bachuev, Jake Walker and Mason Dinsdale round out your top 10.
I'm very glad that you were shouting about that, David. I don't think my voice could have taken the excitement. Fantastic, brilliant racing. Towards the end of that, we thought Potter had kept his powder dry throughout that race. Look what it means to Sullivan as well. He's very, very chuffed with his work there, and rightly so. Potter saved it all for the last corner, and Sullivan was aware had the awareness, had the racecraft to cut back and get that drive, that all-important drive, to take the victory from Thomas Potter. Red Lind, a fantastic podium for Lind as well. First time on the podium here at Teesside. It is Edward Rye, then Samuel Yeadon, William Howard, Noah Clark, Luca Batuev, Jake Walker, Mason Dinsdale, Layla Berryman, Thomas Harper, Ollie Carter and Reese Cranston. Then we had Joey Swan rounding out your top 15, and Aaron Berridge recovered to P20 as well. So good recovery and a good drive there from Aaron Berridge. And unfortunately, you were a bit unlucky in that heat. So that brings to a close, or does it, Honda Cadet?
Oh, we were just waiting, I think, for the scrutineer to check the weights there. There's
It's
nobody
okay.
there,
I was just had a moment of panic as yes, as he was being pushed back, so I had a little bit of a panic there for about 5 seconds, but all good. I'm sure he's going to be absolutely fine. So we're just waiting on the front runners to be weighed and scrutineered, and then we will get an official result. Now that is what I was just about to mention, David. Those clouds are coming over circuit, and it's very dark all of a sudden. That's going to completely change the on-track temperature. The whole track is now shaded. So we've got the recovery quad out on circuit.
Morgan Cooney being collected, Tom.
Another one of our very kind people today.
Yes,
who's
our biggest fan,
to
of
the
course.
commentary box.
Our scrutineer there giving Thomas Potter whiplash by kicking him off the scale. Poor lad.
He took his head off his shoulders.
All
Red
the
Lind
carts
has
there,
been given the green light as well. We get Edward Wright. All good, I think. Yep. So we will move on from the end of an action-packed Honda Cadet final here at round 4 to our Mini and Intermax final. So Minis and Inters are not quite heading out onto circuit yet, but we will bring you the grid. So Ben Adrian goes off pole position to no one's surprise, having led every single lap here this weekend. Amy Peacock will go from second position with Alfie McBain in third, Alex Lynn in fourth, and Sebastian Benson in fifth. Charlie Eibel will take P6 with Sam Hayes and Holly Swan on row 4. Row 5 will be headed by JJ Plowman and then Riley Sims-Ezard rounding out your top 10. Both of those two in the 2023 spec, which is now called an Inter, even though it's the smaller one, and the bigger chassis that you'll see on your screen are the Minis, but they're the bigger chassis.
Yes, so next year you'll have a Cadet, Inter, Junior, Senior.
I have to say it slowly because my mind is still trying to compute all of this. That a small is an Inter and a big is a Mini.
It's like that scene from Grown Ups when you're like, can I have a large coffee? And she's like, do you mean a grande or a venti?
Congratulations, you're stupid in 3 languages.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. One of my favourite film scenes. Love that. Venti? It's 20. Anyway, heading out onto the grid now, or heading out on the rolling up lap. Ben Adrian leading these bigger chassis Minis, and then behind are the smaller chassis Inters.
Get over it, Tom.
No, not until MS UK listen to me when they start listening to the stream and realising what a complete nightmare this is.
Tom working with Motorsport UK as a class consultant.
What is? Did you see me climb off my high horse earlier?
I didn't, because the horse is so high.
Exactly, it's still here. So here we go.
Here we go. Then
Heading
we're going to
round.
start with the sound of banging techno.
Green flag is up. It's down and we're racing here in the Inter and Mini Max class. Ben Adrian immediately into the lead, followed by Amy Peacock. I think it's Charlie Eyeball in, oh no, it's Alfie McBain in third with Alex Lynn in fourth. Almost as you were. I think it's going to start raining in a minute, David.
It's not far off it, is it?
I mean, there isn't any rain falling. It's a very dark cloud. Sorry,
if I were making my way up to the grid, I'd bring my wets with me.
Yeah, I would as well. I'd definitely have them on the trolley. Yes, anyway, lap 1 here in the Mini and Inter Max. Amy Peacock has got to put a move on Ben Adrian here. She knows she's got to put him under pressure early doors, otherwise he's going to start to move away. Half a second is the gap. She's got to use that slipstream. Otherwise, Ben Adrian is going to stink up our show here.
He's going to disappear again, isn't he? I imagine, Tom, that the two at the front will break away as they have done for most of the year. It's whether Amy Peacock can stay with Ben Adrian. Behind that, it's 1 of 6 for the podium. Sam Hayes just been forced wide there. I think it was a mistake he made by himself. Carried a little bit too much speed around hairpin 2, out wide onto the rumble strips. Holly Swan managing to find a way through down the inside. That moves her up into P7.
I was going to say that I can't praise Ben Adrian highly enough for being able to move away at the front of this extremely talented field and essentially be in his own class of 1. However, because I can't find the words to praise him highly enough, what I'll do is I'll knock it down a peg or two.
Oh, of course. It's what the British media do, isn't it? We build them up to knock them down.
Absolutely, yes. And Ben Adrian is going to be my next victim. But, you know, doing a brilliant job, and I can't praise him highly enough. Amy Peacock is absolutely no slouch, and to be able to put 0.6 of a second in a couple of laps, and then potentially even more as this race goes on, is a fantastic achievement.
Third place.
Doesn't make it exciting though.
No, it doesn't. But luckily, we've got a great battle going on for the final step of the podium. Alfie McBain, in the early phase of this race, being able to move away from Alex Lynn, Charlie Eibel, Sebastian Benson, Holly Swan, and Sam Hayes. Hayes is dropping off the back at the moment, and I can't help but fear, after a very, very impressive day so far for Sam Hayes, that this final might just be a one too many for the arm muscles. So we're getting reports in that we're going to potential for rain in around about 12 minutes' time. There's 7 remaining in this one. So Junior Rotax have got a very, very interesting, because if it's not raining, they've got to go out on slicks.
The thing is as well, that with this, I'm looking at these clouds and the state that it's in. If it rains, it's not going to be a little pitter-patter. It's going to come down hard.
Yes, there's...
about as hard as Ben Adrian's coming down on our fastest lap time.
Yes, our god up there is currently wielding a large bucket.
Well, moved away now, another half second from Amy Peacock since the last time update that I was able to give you. Alfie McBain still in a close battle with Alex Lynn, though. We're looking at the battle here between that is Charlie Eibel and Charlie Eibel and Sebastian Benson, apologies. And then Holly Swan is on the back of this group as well.
Yeah, at the moment, it's Alfie McBain or Alex Lynn for the final step of the podium. Alex Lynn is closing in ever so slightly, just under 0.2 of a second on that previous lap on Alfie McBain in front. And if those two start squabbling for more than a corner, if Lynn can't make it clear and clean through, that's going to back them into Eibel, Benson and Swan, who are there down the back straight. Swan in the blue and pink cart just off the back of this battle for 5th place between Charlie Eibel, who made his way to the podium at the last round in 3rd place, just in front of Sebastian Benson, one of the drivers that he narrowly beat to that 3rd place.
Another fastest lap for Ben Adrian as the times continue to tumble here. It was a good 3.5 tenths faster than Amy Peacock on that time around. Personal best for McBain. Also personal best for Eibel, Plowman and Sims Ezard as well, as those smaller chassis start to pick up their own individual pace.
Yeah, Plowman managed to get through earlier on, but Sims Hazard hasn't been dropped in the middle part of this race. He's still around about a second and a half or so off the back of JJ Plowman.
I think we might have missed this cloud, you know.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. So let's talk about JJ Plowman. JJ and his family come over from the Isle of Man to race here at Teesside Autodrome. They won our Team of the Year last year for their efforts in coming over all but one round last year to take part in the championship here at Teesside. They've raced in Cadet, they've raced in Micro Max, now they're racing in Inter Mini. So really, really appreciate their endeavours in coming over from the Isle of Man, racing here at Teesside Autodrome. Now, we have drivers coming from a fair distance. Last year we had a driver coming up from Dover at every round in Finley Watson to win the junior championship. But JJ Plowman crossing water to come and race with us here this weekend at Teesside Autodrome.
Yes, indeed. We welcome all comers, really. We've had the Kells coming over from Ireland as well, haven't we? And
Yeah, Kaylee Cole comes over. She's been racing Formula F1000, hasn't she? Since her karting days. Still keeps her...
And Jude as well.
Yeah, and still keeps her toes in the karting game, but been primarily racing Formula F1000 since moving from senior Rotax. Ben Adrian still with that gap now of 2.4 seconds. It's out to 3 this time over the line. This is the battle for the final step on the podium. On screen now then, Alfie McBain and Alex Lynn, as Tom continues to dodge his head side by side. He's keeping his eye out on rain out the window. I don't think it's going to get us before the end of this one, but those drivers sat down there on the dummy grid will be very, very nervous.
There is a big patch of cloud, as we've said, and it is very, very dark. It's not currently dumping anything. Like normally you can see in the distance there's rain, that kind of thing. It's not doing anything, it's just sitting there. And it is moving away as well. So whether there's anything behind it, I can't see because there's a big bush in the way.
Well, that's what happens in the summer, isn't it? They grow and stuff. I remember one year we couldn't get a visual out the commentary box. It used to sit further back.
Oh, yeah, I had to go and hack the bush there.
You were down there with a big stick at the start of the day hacking a tree down.
I was. Had to pull it all down, yeah. Climb up on the tyres and hack the bush down so we can see. Yes, that's what, like you said, that's what happens in the summer here. We're looking at Charlie Eyeball and Sebastian Benson. So Benson's still not managed to find a way past Eyeball here. What's been throwing me off as well, has Eyeball got a new nozzle panel? Did he have a green stripe down it last month?
Don't think so. I know he's had that sticker kit since the start of the year.
I thought he'd got maybe a green
Max
panel
Plant
or something.
Sponsorship on the side of that number 10 machine. He makes his way through. Alfie McBain's holding this one quite nicely from Alex Lynn. Lynn hasn't been able to close in any more than 0.3 of a second. Yeah. Alfie McBain doing very, very well.
I was just going to say, yeah, it is a great job from Alfie McBain here. Ben Adrian, as we said, stinking up the show. 3.6 seconds clear of Amy Peacock, doing a fantastic job. Can't be taken away from him. As Benson now finally makes his way past Charlie Eyeball. I think that move's been coming for a while, as Eyeball thought about doing an Andy Collinson and taking it back at the next corner. But I think that move's been coming for a while from Benson, and it has held off maybe for a couple of laps. Finally saw an opportunity and went for it. Amy Peacock again in another class of one here in second place. She is 4.1 seconds behind Ben Adrian and 4.5 seconds clear of Alfie McBain.
Alex Lynn has now closed in on Alfie McBain. It's taken him a couple of laps or so where the gap plateaued at around 0.3 of a second to close it in on the back of Alfie McBain. Going to have 3 laps or so, I think, here to complete this one. Your race leader, when he comes over, that'll give us much more of an indication. He's through already, but it's whether he can get round in enough time. I think it's going to be tight, Ben Adrian, so this could be the penultimate lap. I think it will be, because he's just going into South Bank with 13 seconds remaining.
So I would expect the last lap board to come out at the end of this lap. Indeed it will. He's coming out hairpin 4 and the timer elapses now down to 0. The gap out again for third place from Alfie McBain and Alex Lynn. Don't know if Lynn's made a mistake in the middle of that lap.
Ben Adrian takes that final lap board and heads through the national loop for the final time. Actually managed to get him on camera then for a moment. Here he goes.
He's not a myth, is he?
Hairpin 2. He is actually there with that O plate as well. Has led every single lap here this weekend in this Minimax class. Heading through hairpin 3 for the final time. And hairpin 4 for the final time. Could get out and push it over the line almost. It's going to be Ben Adrian taking victory here in Minimax, with Amy Peacock in second place coming across the line. A comfortable second place for Amy Peacock, 5.2 seconds behind. Third place is going to go to Alfie McBain. Alex Lynn unable to make any inroads on that final lap, with Sebastian Benson and Charlie Eibel 5th and 6th. Then we will have Sam Hayes coming over the line in 7th place. And it looks like JJ Plowman is going to be around about 4 seconds clear of Riley Sims-Ezard for 8th and 9th in the interclass. But 1st and 2nd in this interclass, as we said. And then Holly Swan will be your final runner.
Yeah, she had a difficult couple of laps just before the end where she dropped to 6 or 7 seconds. We didn't catch it on camera, but Holly Swan had an issue and that dropped her down into 10th place. But she has run very, very strongly throughout this weekend. Ran up in 2nd place in heat number 2, did Holly Swan. Your results then, provisional of course until we get confirmation later on, but it's Ben Adrian from Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain, your top 3. Alex Lynn and Sebastian Benson in front of Charlie Eibel, Sam Hayes, our 2 mini inters of JJ Plowman and Riley Sims-Ezard, and then it's Holly Swan rounding out your 10 kart Mini Max grid. 3 more to go for you then here today at Teesside Autodrome, the next of which will be Junior Rotax.
So your Junior Rotax final will be coming next. And your grid is going to be headed by Addison Smith. Pole position, 3 heats and 3 wins for Addison Smith here today. Jared Fox-Whiteley has had a difficult day by his own standards, but will still go off P2. Oscar Waugh in 3rd, with Melissa Adrian in 4th, James Philip Byrne in 5th, and Sam Robson in 6th. Max Wilkinson in 7th, Joseph Yao in 8th, Elliot Dalton Ayres in 9th, and Pip Morris in 10th, with Monroe Renard in 11th. And I'm just going to see out the window if Monroe Renard is actually on the grid. It doesn't look... Oh, he is.
He is, Tom.
He is. At the back, yes, in the white helmet.
So it looks like them, like you say, he's probably had some cowpole, and now he's good to go.
Green flag is up, it's down, we're away and racing, and it's a good start from Smith. Fox-Whiteley is unable to slot into 2nd place as they headed round the national loop, but does get it completed, surprisingly so, in front of Oscar Waugh, who tries to fight back at the entry into hairpin 1. We've had a couple off at the first corner.
Looks like it's Joseph Yao in the 88 and then Pip Morris in the 44 just running off the back now.
But it is Smith from Fox-Whiteley from Waugh, your front 3, as they head over the line for the first time. That's the 11 of Max Wilkinson as well in through hairpin 4, taking a position away from Sam Robson. So your runners as they stand, Smith from Fox-Whiteley, Waugh, Adrian, Byrne, Renard. Fantastic start from 11th place on the grid, already up to 6th place. Wilkinson, Robson, Ayres, Yao and Morris.
let's see if Jared Fox-Whiteley can do anything about Addison Smith, who today, at the very least, has been on a different level to anybody else in this junior Rotax grid. Taking 3 victories from 3 random grid heats, which is very, very impressive. Jared Fox-Whiteley not had the day that he'd have hoped for, starting the final off the second row. Now having to try and find a way through. Got past Oscar War at the start. And now in the wheel tracks of Addison Smith. In this 12 minutes, so an extra 2 minutes plus 1 lap final. So at least 3 more laps in this than what we'd expect. And Oscar War going with, and Jared Fox-Whiteley sends it down the inside in a move that we know he loves into hairpin 2. Addison Smith, though, straight back and into the lead. And now Jared Fox-Whiteley will have to defend at least down towards South Bank against Oscar War in the 2.
Swiftly becoming his trademark move, that, isn't it? Straight line between hairpin 1 and 2.
Talking about straight lines down the inside, there's Oscar War.
Well, Oscar War's realised that it's a move that's very, very possible.
That could, though, have broken the toe between Addison Smith and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Smith was in the line 0.6 of a second in front, and now he's got a clear air from himself, Jared Fox-Whiteley. Oscar War and Melissa Adrian is in the mix as well.
She is. Showing very well here, Melissa Adrian, so far in this final. James Philip Byrne also not far off the back of the train, especially if they start fighting, allow Addison Smith to go. That's going to bring Philip Byrne up on the back. We're looking at Wilkinson and Robson head through hairpin 4. Wilkinson, as we've seen, has been fighting that car all weekend. Addison Smith setting the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. Wilkinson, yeah, he's been struggling with the handling of that car, but not doing too badly in the final so far in P7.
Gap still 0.6 of a second between Addison Smith and Jared Fox-Whiteley, since it was split a little bit with Oscar War going for the overtake on Jared Fox-Whiteley down inside, in the inside of hairpin 4, a move that you'd seen Fox-Whiteley try and do on Addison Smith at hairpin 2. Tried to replicate it, so the top 4 have split a little bit, all into a fairly equidistant gap between all of them. Down slightly this time round. Fox-Whiteley takes half a tenth out of Addison Smith, and Oscar War and Melissa Adrian still all within 1.2 seconds of each other. There's a gap back to James Philip Byrne, who's currently lonely in P5.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds off the back of this group, but 2 seconds clear of Monroe Renard in 6th. Big shout to Monroe Renard. If you hold on to 6th place here, that's been a brilliant showing from 11th on the grid and a very difficult day. Some rib injuries, I think you were saying earlier.
Yeah, that's correct. So missed heat number 3, started the final then from the final row of the grid, having not picked up any points.
And speaking from experience, if you have got rib injuries, particularly broken ribs, the last thing you want to be doing is going go-karting.
It's not meant for hurty ribs, is it?
No, it certainly is not. It's one of those where you lie in bed the next night or that night, and every time you move even slightly, it makes you go, ah! We have slippery surface flag now.
It's raining here,
and it's raining hard.
Yeah, it's raining here at Teesside Autodrome. Junior Rotax has just come alive. All of our drivers out there on slick tyres. Slippery surface flag alerted us to it over at the start-finish line, and we looked out the window. You could just about see the rain coming down. And let's have a look at what happens with the lap times. They're going to come right down. They will tumble now.
42.5. So they were still on race pace the last time around. Jared Fox-Whiteley was only 0.2 down.
Oh,
I've got a feeling we're not going to be that way this time round, as they all go straight on at hairpin 1.
That's where the grip is now. Offline, that's where the grip is. They've just crossed over. Jared Fox-Whiteley, Addison Smith have just crossed over, and Fox-Whiteley is going to drop down into 3rd place here. Oscar War down the inside. Fox-Whiteley went down the inside of Addison Smith and went straight on at hairpin 2. Almost went up onto the rest of the circuit. He's going to have to come back now and try and find a way past Oscar War. I think he's going to there down the inside now. War with a bit of a snap, and this one is going to turn into a slow technical battle to the checkered flag.
Who's got the experience?
Well, that's the thing. First of all, Tom, you've got to keep it on the tarmac. There's no grip on the grass.
who's got the experience now to make these slick
That's your
tyres
line
work?
now. Look, all the way around the outside, the Procar line.
You're going to see this on the through hairpin 1 and hairpin 2 as well. Watch Addison Smith here. Oh, he goes right to the inside, uses the concrete to help him turn around the inside. I don't think he'll do that through hairpin 2, though. No, you can see, look, the full extent of the circuit, and it is hurling down here. Huge drops of rain, the size of golf balls dropping here at Teesside. All managing to keep it in a straight line so far, but I mean, wow, this is hurling it down now.
Yeah, this is from
Look
our
at them almost
standpoint.
at a
From a technical,
standstill.
this is
Fox Whiteley's
brilliant.
through.
Fox Whiteley through on Addison Smith down the inside. Now
Fox
they're going to
Whiteley
get
taking the lead. Now this is the
Yeah.
longest he's led in this race.
Smith almost stopped on the inside apex there. Through they come now into this D chicane. Got to get it stopped. Look at them hitting that curb on the inside. Concrete, more grippy than tarmac. And then they're going to run all the way out onto the outside, onto the white line. Everybody over the far side, I've just seen they took their awnings down about 10 minutes ago. That was a mistake. As Fox Whiteley bounces it over the curbs, he goes wide. Smith goes to the inside. And then I think outside of Hep to look at them sliding it, four-wheel drift. The grip they're going to find there on the outside on that older, unused tarmac is where it's going to be at. Oscar War still holding on to third place.
I was going to say he's starting to come into play now as well as Oscar War.
He took a second out on the last lap, Tom. A second out like Oscar War. And look at him sliding it round, Scandi flick round the South Bank corner.
Addison Smith right there again on Fox Whiteley now. Couldn't find a way through as they follow each other nose to tail.
Hairpin 3 is always the slippiest corner. That's why they're almost getting out and pushing it round there. It just doesn't dry. The water runs off in the tarmac down the start-finish straight, which is on a slight uphill gradient to the start line. South Bank corner as well coming back into there. And it is very, very wet and slippy in that corner. Always is, always will be.
It is, but the rain has eased and almost, I think, almost stopped already. So we're going to start seeing these times start to tumble again. They dropped 20 seconds a lap. They were down into the 101.
Oh, a bit of contact there between Smith and Fox Whiteley as Fox Whiteley tried to change the line. And Addison Smith has come back through to retake the lead here. Down they go towards South Bank. They were both trying different lines to what they had done on the previous lap. Round that corner, all the way up on the outside of the circuit. And then they'll come here to almost a standstill. Fox Whiteley down the inside, Smith to the outside.
That was robust, to say the least.
I'm
from
not even
Fox
sure there
Whiteley.
was contact. He just put his car in the gap and Smith had nowhere to go.
We're going to see what these times are coming over the line now. I think the pace is going to increase rapidly now. They've gone a second quicker this time around. I think they're going to go 2 to 3 seconds quicker than that on this lap, as the track is so warm that the second it stops raining, it's going to start drying out very quickly.
Fox Whiteley there took a much wider line. Smith was on the inside and Fox Whiteley powered down into hairpin 1. This was where Addison Smith managed to draw alongside on the previous lap. And then they're going to run to the outside of the track. Smith with the cutback. Smith leads again.
Smith's realised there's a lot more grip on the normal line again now. We've got contact warning for the 11 of Max Wilkinson going out.
Down the inside goes Fox Whiteley then with the cutback by Addison Smith.
This is the wettest part of the circuit now at the bottom.
Yeah, you can see the water spraying up there. And it is still raining quite hard, at least down that end of the circuit. Smith back down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley. Then he takes a tighter line. Fox Whiteley looking to get the power out the corner, but this time Addison Smith will cross the line with a few kart lengths between himself and Jared Fox Whiteley. Taking time out of them again, though.
Another second
Oscar
quicker.
War. He lost a little bit, but this time round, with 0.8 of a second out of your two leaders, we're down to 1.3 seconds between the top three.
And the rain's intensifying again now. Seems to be coming in waves. It is, it's really starting to come down again. Now we're going to see those times drop even slower now.
Slippery surface flag being shown again as the rain starts once again here at Teesside Autodrome. Minute and 30 remaining.
I don't know if you can hear that, ladies and gentlemen, but that's the sound of the commentary box roof being peppered by the rain. Oh, we've got Max Wilkinson round at hairpin 1. So we continue to focus on this Fox Whiteley and Addison Smith battle at the front. Addison Smith is seeming to find some grip now through these corners. He's explored the various lines. Fox Whiteley with great drive out of hairpin 4, but gets the nose chopped off by Smith. Has to fall back into line.
Yeah, now they've got lap traffic in front to contend with Tom in the middle of this race. Not where you want it, especially when the line now, it's not like you can just sweep round the outside or dive down the inside in these wet weather conditions, and they're going to find the lap traffic down towards hairpin number 1. Fox Whiteley has to go to the inside this time. It's not his favoured line round there, but I think he might well find that it's quite grippy.
Yeah, it's, as I said, you've seen Smith exploring.
Oh, the power down there. Fox Whiteley's on the power a lot earlier than what Addison Smith was. Jared Fox Whiteley's coming down the inside into South Bank. Sorry, Tom, I saw that one out the box window.
No, Smith got a huge amount of wheel spin coming out of hairpin 2.
Going to go all the way round the outside, but he's not going to have enough. As the rain, you can see it there, intensifying lap on lap. Jared Fox Whiteley, should get 2 laps in here, I think, as we make their way round, and Addison Smith with a little tap and take down the inside of hairpin 4 there by looking. We've got on the power a lot earlier. 6 seconds to go.
Oh, we've got final lap board.
Yeah, the last lap board has come out.
So the last lap board has come out a little bit early, and the rain is now hurling it down once again. This is wave number 3 of the rain, and it is coming down really hard here now. You can see the spray already coming up off the tyres. We're going to start getting rooster tails, I think, by the time we end up down the back straight. It is really coming down hard now. Smith still leads from Fox Whiteley. Just don't count out Oscar Waugh. He's only 2 seconds back.
Another great run out of hairpin 2 by Jared Fox Whiteley. Down towards South Bank. Smith on the outside. Fox Whiteley on the inside. Side by side. Round the South Bank corner. And Fox Whiteley will lead with 2 corners to go. Addison Smith, though, different line. We know he's good out of hairpin 4. Into the left-hander. The final corner of the circuit. Jared Fox Whiteley will come through to take victory from Addison Smith and Oscar Waugh. Then it's going to be Melissa Adrian rounding out your top 4 in front of James Philip Byrne, Monroe Renard, and then it looks like it's going to be Joseph Yao. What I will say there, Tom, is hats off to every single driver out there in these weather conditions. It was absolutely superb.
Max Wilkinson was the only driver who had even the slightest of off, and I mean the slightest of off. He went round and was back on the circuit within seconds. It was everybody knows, as a famous person once said, the throttle works both ways.
Yeah.
So you can race in all conditions on all kinds of tyres. You've just got to take it carefully.
Yeah, it was brilliant. The racecraft between Jared Fox Whiteley and Addison Smith there. Down, you know,
I mean, there's a great friendship between the 2 of them off the track, isn't there?
Yeah,
and you
very
can
much
see the
so.
respect on the circuit as well between them. Great fight, great overtakes, and lovely and clean as well. Fox Whiteley coming out on top. Congratulations to all our racers here for, most importantly, coming back safely under these conditions. And I believe it's now stopped raining. So it might have just spiced it up a little bit for that race, and I think everybody will in the next heat will go out on full wet tyres.
Yeah, it will be full wets, then back to full slicks, of course, no matter what for Procar, because
they only race
on slicks. I think what we've learnt from there is that Jared Fox Whiteley and Addison Smith and Oscar Waugh could handle a Procar in the wet.
They can pedal in the wet, can't they? They were, yeah. They've done very, very well there, to say the least. Oscar Waugh as well, showing some incredible talent to hang on to the front 2. As well, that brings to an end a very exciting junior Rotax final. 2 more races to go here, of course. We'll see what happens with the weather. Of course, it could rain once again. It could all dry out, and the people on wets could end up with slicks by the end of the race because they've worn out. It is very, very warm here today, as we've already said. So if it doesn't rain again, I can genuinely see the track drying out before Senior Procar.
Yeah, I agree. I think Procar could
10-15 minutes it'll be
dry.
dry.
I think Procar could be running on. Procar could be really interesting because we could have a dry line.
We could.
But then you've got to come off the dry line to overtake.
Yes.
It could be very, very interesting.
So that brings to an end Junior Rotax. But coming up next will be the final for Senior Rotax. brilliant action there from the juniors, and just most importantly, they all came back safe. That was the thing, that under those conditions, they drove really, really well.
Yeah, very powerful karts as well. Remember those junior Rotaxes when you're
not
out
a lot
there
of weight
with,
behind them.
Yeah,
either.
with no grip at all and loads of power. So out in a few moments' time will come our senior Rotax. I think they'll probably be given a couple of minutes to potentially change tyres. Looks like they've already done it though, because out comes Shane Collinson. In front of Alfie Wallbank, Andy Collinson and Paul Swan, Arthur Louthian and Andy Hull, who has peeled off into the pit lane, came down to see us actually earlier, Tom, and said, and we've also got the returning Nathan Jensen, who I spoke to during the lunch break, and he said they can't quite figure out what's going on with the car. The steering is really, really heavy. All he said was, I've saved myself in Heat 3 to have a good shot of getting through in the final. And now with the rain, I think that's going to make it a little bit easier because it should make the steering a little bit lighter. I expect to see Nathan Jensen have a really good chance of cracking the podium here.
Simple, power steering pump's failed.
Oh, of course. So he'll go off P7.
Just put some more fluid in it, it'll be fine. That's me being flippant, of course. For those of you who aren't seasoned veterans of karting.
Problem for Arthur Louthian, arm up at the back and his kart's rolling in. So we're already down a runner. We're away and racing already then. And Arthur Louthian is rolling off into pit lane already. Race over, pointing down to the left-hand side. Looks like it's a puncture, Tom, front left. Could be. We'll have a quick look. We've got a weighbridge cam. We might see him come in. We might be able to catch that in a few moments' time. But
Alfie Wallbank has taken the lead in the meantime, though. But although Shane Collinson's got other ideas about that as he tries the Fox-Whiteley line right around the outside of hairpin 2 and comes alongside and takes the lead back from Alfie Wallbank. And we've just had it confirmed that it was a front left puncture. Well spotted, David, and then 52 producer Luke as well, who managed to see the camera. So Wallbank again fighting back with Collinson through hairpin 4 as they go side by side over the line, and it is Wallbank holding on from Shane Collinson, Nathan Jensen, then Andy Collinson, although it is now Shane Collinson trying to take the lead.
It's Shane Wallbank.
It was, I just wasn't sure how that corner was going to end for Shane Collinson at that point.
You just don't know, do you? Because you don't know when they go in their different lines. You think, well, actually, inside will be quicker, but grip-wise, you just don't know.
Well, it's when they're all crossed up like that as well. You don't know whether they're going to be able to refine the grip or whether it is just going to spin out completely. Thankfully for Shane Collinson, it managed to grip up and he made it out the corner and has now retaken the lead from Alfie Wallbank.
Kept the door closed into hairpin 4 this time, didn't he? Which he didn't do on the previous lap. Himself and Wallbank now then side by side through an overstart finish. The door firmly closed this time by Shane Collinson.
Looks like Andy Collinson won't be making an overall podium as it stands at the moment. He's nearly 3 seconds back now from Nathan Jensen.
Yeah, still get that 177 when the two leaders squabbling again. And now it's Wallbank with the cutback. This is what Collinson did to him on the previous lap. Now Wallbank, though, won't be able to take that wider line. Will he round South Bank? He will, because Shane Collinson's through down the inside. And Collinson now.
Oh, he's going to cut tight, though. Oh, he got a great run through there, did Alfie Wallbank. Can he get it stopped, though? No, he can't. And that's going to allow Collinson back through.
Great effort from Wallbank, that, though.
If he could have got it stopped, that would have been probably the move of the day.
To be fair, probably didn't need to stop as late as he did there, because Collinson had understeered very, very wide round the South Bank corner on the entry towards hairpin 3. He'd used all of the tarmac, nearly ended up on the rumble strip on the outside.
It's just pure exploration at the moment, isn't it? Nobody knows where the grip is until they go out there. And that's the benefit of having two karts fighting it out, because they're going to take the differing lines and each of them will learn very quickly where the extra pace is. For example, Shane Collinson has just had a great run through hairpin 1 and 2. Alfie Wallbank's going, right, I'm going to follow that next time round.
Just looking out the commentary box window, I'm adamant that Paul Swan's on slicks.
Are you?
Yeah, I'd put
Well, he is 21 seconds off the lead already.
Yeah, I've just seen his driving style through there. I am adamant he's on slicks.
Okay. So we've got a gambler. Whether a dry line appears or not. I mean, the sun's back out.
Yeah,
The sun is fully back out here at Teesside now. You
100
never know.
It's 100 to 1 long shot, isn't
Oh,
it?
I mean, yeah, and then some, probably. But as I look at Andy Collinson full four-wheel drifting it over the start-finish line. But yeah, Paul Swan, I'm going to have a look as he comes over the line. I think you're right. I think he's on slicks.
Yeah, here he is.
There he is on camera.
Just the way he's attacking that curve, you see.
He's lost another 6 seconds that lap, though. When he's done a 59.3. A personal best. But he's 6 seconds off the pace.
Could be dry.
But is he going to be 27 seconds kind of dry in?
No, I don't think it will be,
in
Tom,
that time. As we've got, I think that's Andy Hull round again. So lost it a couple of times as Andy Hull. I just want Paul Swan to win a race so I could say, no luck catching them swans then.
I've got a T-shirt with that on.
Have you?
And a Swan Motorsport logo on the front.
nice.
They gave it me last year. It was nice.
I do want to say that, though. Come on, Paul. Find a dry line for us.
Someone move that barrier down on the outside of hairpin 3.
Let it get straight through. So Wallbank has now dropped. I mean, the gap there says 1.1 seconds over the line. I think it's a slightly more than that now. Massive rooster tails coming off as they head through South Bank Corner and into hairpin 3. It's a very wet part of the circuit that I think even if there is a dry line that will appear, I still think that corner is going to be very, very wet heading into Senior Procar. As Alfie Warback, look at that, kicking the back end out as he heads through the final part of the lap and over the start-finish line. A great shot of it here. Got Andy Collinson also on slicks. He's also on slicks, is Andy Collinson. So what an effort from Andy Collinson.
Going very well.
To be in fourth and only 6 seconds off the... Sorry, 8 seconds off the back
he's having a lot
Jensen.
of fun in that.
He's 13 seconds now off the back of Jensen.
Yeah,
he lost 5 seconds that lap.
If we can stay with the 74, he's having a lot of fun. He's throwing that round like a dog toy at the minute.
Enjoying himself. I mean, he's in a class of one, is it? Look. Brilliant.
He's just having a bit of fun, isn't he? There's himself and Andy Hull in the Rotax 177 class, and he's just...
So Andy Collinson has taken the punt that the rain's coming out as well, or is it just that he hasn't got any wets?
I don't know. Maybe he's just thought.
He didn't pack
he's
the
looked at it
wets.
and just gone, 30 degrees. That'll do. Shane Collinson continuing to lead then from Alfie Warbank. Nathan Jensen up into third place, having started right at the back in P7, although Arthur Lowthian did peel off into the pit lane right at the start. So Nathan Jensen, with them kart issues that hampered his race in Heat 3, didn't manage to get out. And,
I think Paul Swan is about to go a lap down here. He's only about 10 seconds clear, maybe, of Shane Collinson. We're looking at Alfie Warbank heading through hairpin 4. Still 5 minutes to go, plus a lap here. But the gap is going out now to Alfie Warbank. It's 2.2 seconds. Right. I look at Paul Swan through the commentary box window, hacksawing at the wheel into hairpin 1, trying to find some grip. There's Shane Collinson, your race leader. There's good grip on the exit of hairpin 1, isn't there? If you go far left, there's a bit of dry tarmac there. Or drier.
Yeah,
it's not got that sheen on it.
Because there's different types of tarmac. You'll find grip in places that you're not expecting to find it. You'll find it's different. Time's coming down now, Tom. We've got some personal bests.
We have. We've got personal best from Nathan Jensen, personal best from Paul Swan as well on the slicks. And again, Paul Swan, as he's just come over the line. 58.2 though. He's still 5 seconds off the wet runners at the moment. Andy Collinson the same. He's done a 58.1, so he was only a 10th quicker than Paul Swan on that lap.
Still 3.5 minutes remaining. Warbank with the fastest lap, albeit on lap 1, which was the rolling lap, straight down towards
national loop. That's pretty much the case for
Nathan
most
Jensen
of our
was
drivers.
taking no prisoners through the D chicane then as well. Not in terms of overtaking anybody, but was just not leaving any time on the table whatsoever. I mean, that is Sprint-esque.
We're just watching Andy Collinson, out the commentary box window. I'm having a lot of fun watching him
as
have
Alfie
a lot of fun.
Wallbank gets very sideways coming out of hairpin 3. That got a bit Larry. It was about that long, this slice.
It's one of them moments where you have a little clench.
Here's Andy Collinson now. Gonna treat you to a little bit of fun.
You wait till I can follow him over start finish. He will be sideways.
Here we go. Look.
He is around South Bank.
I mean, he's not steered right yet, has he?
No.
Through the right-hander.
There's autograss cars that go straighter than that. And they go opposite lock round an oval.
Go into the left-hander here of hairpin 4.
Here
we go. This is where it's going to get fun now. Whee! It is like rallycross, isn't it, at the minute for Andy Collinson. 57.3. Again, time's coming down. We're starting to get to a crossover point, David. I'm not going to lie. We're only a few seconds away now.
Well, the Procars are out on slicks in a few moments of the final of the day. So
the final.
Back to the final. So it's not going to make a huge difference, is it? Because they don't have to gamble. To be fair, tyre pressures will come into it because the wetter it is, the higher they normally go. They try and create a bit of a curve in the thing to sort of disperse the water. Whereas with this, I think you want to try to go low and increase the heat in the tyres because you're not going to get a lot because of the track surface being cool. I think that you could probably go quite low on tyre pressures and benefit from that in the final, but we shall wait and see.
Well, anybody listening in the paddock, if you're adjusting tyre pressures at the moment, just do the opposite of what David said. You might go well in this.
Well, yeah, commentator's curse. I'll ruin anybody's race for the right amount of money.
56.5 now for Andy Collinson. That's almost his quickest lap of the race, which of course was set on lap 1 because they don't take the D chicane. So Andy Collinson is starting to get towards the times of the dry weather runners. He's now only 2 seconds a lap slower than Nathan Jensen. Of course, there is a lap between them, give or take. A lap between the two of them, but he's going to start coming back and unlapping himself, I think, in a moment. It is definitely drying out there and drying very, very quickly. Had a moment like this, as I said, the last time I raced in Europe was at Spa, and we had a moment on the Sunday when it absolutely tipped it down.
It does that in Spa, doesn't it?
It was the circuit was genuinely, it was about an inch underwater coming down the start-finish straight. It was horrendous. But it was so warm because like this, it was 30 degrees and there was steam coming off the circuit as I was driving around. It's like driving through a steam room. It was insane.
that was just your pace, Tom.
No, it wasn't far from it. Although we did win our class, so every cloud and all that. Every cloud had a silver lining while it was chucking it down.
Last lap board will come out this time then for Shane Collinson, leading now by 4.7 seconds round the South Bank corner.
Just about to lap the slick shod Andy Collinson. See what Andy does over the line this time round. 53.2 it was for Shane Collinson.
Andy's going to be slow because I think he's just waved the leader through.
Yeah, he did a 57.3 that time round. So it's a 53.3 for Shane Collinson. Paul Swan did a 58.8 on the previous lap. Let's see what he does this time around. He heads out of hairpin 4 for the final time. 59.5, so slower for Paul Swan, surprisingly so. Genuine beard scratch moment there while I have a think about
Tom's having a think.
What this pace is doing. It's all over the shop at the moment. It's definitely very, very wet through South Bank. As you can see, the tails still being spat up from these wet tyres on Shane Collins's car as he exits hairpin 4 for the final time and takes victory here At round number 4 of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint, brought to you by HRS Racing Engines, Shane Collinson, victory. Alfie Warbank, fastest lap of the race, sat on lap 1, of course, because they don't take the screen, but taking second place. Nathan Jensen will come across the line a distant third. Andy Collinson in 4th, with Andy Hull finishing the race.
Yes.
Andy Hull, congratulations, sir. And Paul Swan will cross the line in 6th. 55.2 for Andy Collinson on the final lap, just out of interest. His fastest lap. Yeah, his fastest lap. Yeah, still 3 seconds off the overall fastest lap of the race. So there's your rundown. Shane Collinson from Alfie Warbank, Nathan Jensen, Andy Collinson, Andy Hull, and Paul Swan.
Yeah, sadly we lost Arthur Loudian right at the start of that one with a front left puncture. Didn't manage to make it round beyond the first green flag and peeled straight off. His arm was up already, so
he could have changed onto slicks.
He
could come back out.
3 wets, 1 slick. Bang it on, get it gone. Senior Rotax, they're making their way in. No collections out on the circuit. Senior Procar already gridded up in the background. The final race of round number 4 is upon us. It's time for Senior Procar. Senior Pro Kart then will be joining us in a few moments. Josh Volkers and Connor Lucas on the front row, with Lennon French and Maximus Shields on row 2. Joe Grinsell, a great weekend for him so far. He starts in P5 with Connor White for company in the 52 machine. Then it's Gracie Mitchell and Simon Dougherty, Christian Oblag and Harry Roddis, with George Ludwell, our leading novice, alongside Scott Blackburn on row number 6. Then it's James Wilson and Jacob Kadani, Amy Frame and Michael Lithgow, with Oscar Buckley and Marty Gilfillan on row number 9. The top 20 will be rounded out by Alfie King and Sean Feehan. Alban Dowell starts 21st. Matthew Hauschby alongside Dominic Needham and David Brewis, who's had disqualification, unfortunately, for an underweight, starts in 24th. Then it's Sam Wright and Caitlin Frame, although I don't think she's out on track because I can see her up on the bank. Then it's our junior runners. It's Sophie Pawsey on pole position, with Rossi Costello alongside Isaac Duff and Isaac Needham on row number 15, row 2 for juniors. Then it's Harry Brown and Catherine Potter, Joseph Williamson and Leon Wilson on row number 17. Row number 4 for our junior Pro Kart class. Josh Volkers leading them round in this one. I get the feeling, Tom, with the track being slightly damp, this one's going to be another classic.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. We'll see some different lines. It'll be a bit hairy as they head through the national loop, and then hairpin 1 and 2 for the first time as they try and find out what these grip levels are, especially through 3 and 4 as well, because they've just come through that at walking pace. They take the green flag and away we go racing here in the final of Senior Pro Karts at round 4. Connor Lucas taking the car park route around the outside.
Oh, spins in the middle of the pack. We've got 3 or 4 rounds in the middle, Tom. We've got absolute carnage in the middle. All the juniors almost are in there. Amy Frame's involved. Sean Feehan's got a bent rear axle. He's going no further. James Wilson is off on the outside in the 172. He's out of the race. Isaac Needham as well, and it's still going on in the mid-pack.
I think Joe Grinsell went round, and then as Lennon French went round at hairpin 1, Joe Grinsell came round and made contact with him and put him right around the right way again.
Yeah, we're going to have to maybe have a second look at that, because there was so much going on there at the start of that senior Pro Kart race up towards that first corner.
And there is Lennon French right at the back now, and we've got Gracie Mitchell.
Shields is round.
Shields is round as well. Harry Roddis, I think, is there.
Yeah, that's Jacob Kadani, I think, in the top with motorsport colours, and we've got a few others sliding wide as well.
And this is what I said, they've just got no idea what these grip levels are. Wow, that's
a rear bumper into the back of the tyre. That's not going any further, that tyre. Turning it into a wet. Yeah. What you've got to bear in mind here, Tom, is that Junior Pro Kart are allowed wet tyres. And they've gone off the back, and Sophie Pawsey is in P3.
overall. Sophie Pawsey in P3 on wets. Contact Gracie
Mitchell's
Mitchell
round
off
again.
on the outside into the concrete on the outside. And there's a spin. Jacob Kadani turns round the number 7 of Sam Wright.
You know what I was saying about the steam off the circuit? We've got steam off the circuit. I can see it.
Yeah, well, that could have been Isaac. That could have been Dominic Needham's rear tyre.
It could have been, but it's steam off the circuit. So Connor Lucas is now leading this one as we look at Max Shields forcefully coming through on the inside of hairpin 4. And that was on Sophie Pawsey as well, who's now dropping down the order.
Pawsey's not. Pawsey's
No, it's not
P3.
Pawsey, sorry. It isn't Pawsey.
Have a look who it was.
It's been up and down like... Oh yeah, we'll have a quick replay of the start, I think. Now, coming
yellow
in.
flag, Connor White, facing the wrong way at turn 1.
So here we go. This was the start. It all looked fairly sedentary until they get about here, and
Inside
there's
line.
Oblag and Mitchell come together, and then that causes a bit of a knock-on effect down the back here. Who's that?
Ooh, that was not nice for the 80.
No.
That looked very, very uncomfortable for Isaac Duff. He's still going though. He is. He's in 29th overall. Lucas leads.
Just took the lead.
No, it's Lucas.
No.
She will do now.
No, she did. She took the lead.
And now she's down the inside of Connor Lucas and makes it stick.
And Sophie Pawsey in a junior pro car leads.
From Connor Lucas, Rossi Costello and Josh Folkert.
Rossi Costello up in second.
On wets. Well, this is the juniors now. Looking at third place in the junior class at the moment is Harry Brown up into P6. These juniors must be having loads of fun, Tom.
Oh, I mean, they've come right through from the back. Max Shields is round again here at hairpin 1. So Gracie Mitchell and Max Shields having a nightmare. And Lennon French having a nightmare of a final here.
Yeah, one to forget so far for Shields. He was up in P8 at the end of the last lap. But now we'll have work to do again just to maintain himself on the club class podium. Pawsey, Rossi Costello, your top 2 overall junior pro kart on the wet tyre. Fastest lap of the race, as you'd expect from Pawsey. Down the inside goes Shields. David Brewis is missing a wheel.
Oh.
No, stop it. Stop doing that. You'll ruin your frame. Just stop and get out and pull it. That's a wheel off for David Brewis. A day to forget as well for Brewis.
Fastest lap of the race, Sophie Pawsey, 55.8. There's the wheel. He's feeling really good about himself.
We found
Rossi
it.
Costello, P2. Harry Brown in the junior pro car, 6. So Joseph Williamson, junior pro car, 8. Leon Wilson, junior pro car, 9.
We've got Catherine Potter, Isaac Duff and Isaac Needham. They were both involved in that opening lap incident there, 25th and 27th.
I think Catherine Potter was involved in that opening lap incident. She's already up to 16.
Sophie Pawsey at the front.
Another fastest lap of the race.
6/10 quicker as well than Rossi Costello in second place.
However,
she's just got to get through traffic now.
However, Connor Lucas was only 1.2 seconds slower that lap. It's starting to come to the slick shod runners as these wet tyres, as the amount of karts that we've got out on circuit dry this track as fast as it can do. The weather conditions, the amount of runners, the heat in those slick tyres that's running over them, the spray coming up off the wets, it's starting to come to the slick shod runners. Sophie Pawsey has got to gap as much as she can if she wants to take an overall victory here.
And what she's got to do as well, Tom,
she's on wet.
No, but she's got to get through traffic because she will catch some of the slick shod runners towards the tail of the field before the end of this race. She's got to get through cleanly without losing time because Rossi Costello is 1.4 seconds behind.
The gap was 3 seconds to Connor Lucas. The gap is now 4 seconds to Connor Lucas. He was only 0.9 of a second slower that time around. It's starting to come to the slick shod runners. We've got yellow flags out. I think that's for David Brewis' car, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So we've still got a wave flag at hairpin 2, which I think should probably be static because we've got the board out, but the board stopped, so it looks like Brewis' car is clear, and I think we should be green throughout now. We are.
Yeah, we are. Okay.
Oh, Gracie Mitchell right the way around the outside of George Ludwell over start finish as we see Rossi Costello sliding the kart round, second place, fastest lap of the race so far, 0.2 quicker than Sophie Pawsey on the last lap. See whether Pawsey wrestles it back. The gap was 1.3 seconds on the previous lap.
54.5.
1.8. Shields with a contact warning. It's being shown over start finish, and now it's shown at the top of the screen.
The thing with these wet tyres is that they're going around about a second a lap quicker every single lap. So are the slickshod runners. They're getting a second a lap quicker every single lap, but there's a second between them. So 54.5 for Sophie Pawsey. Your front slick runner is Connor Lucas. He did a 55.3. So he was as quick as Sophie Pawsey was on the previous lap, but it's like they're taking a lap longer to react.
Yeah, there's a great battle going on in the club. There's a yellow flag out. Well, there was briefly. I don't know why, down at the National Loop. It's in straight away, though. Great battle going on for the final step of the podium in club between Michael Lithgow, his first time here, the driver from normally races at Crail, and Lennon French in the 120 for third place in club, running in 14th and 15th respectively.
Fastest lap of the race, Josh Falkus on slicks, 54.4. 0.6 of a second quicker than Connor Lucas, and a 1/10.5 quicker than Sophie Pawsey at the front.
Contact warning for Connor White in the 52 being shown on the overhead gantry as well.
Slick tyres are now faster here at Teesside in this final.
Going to fair, Tom. The track does look fairly dry, doesn't it?
This is the wet bit, though. This is where those...
Yeah, that's why Falkus
because
is...
they're all around the outside.
Falkus is going to say hello to David Brewis. All the way around the outside of South Bank.
And then here again into hairpin 3. Really tricky. You can see fully locked up there, Falkus. Round the outside again at hairpin 4. Clearly not the fastest line in the dry conditions, but these are slick and greasy conditions out there at the moment. Falkus again, fastest lap of the race at 53.8. 0.3 faster now than Sophie Pawsey. That gap 7.1 seconds though. He's not going to have enough time unless he starts taking around about a second a lap or more out of the lead of Sophie Pawsey. Well, he is catching up very much so on the back of Connor Lucas though.
Lucas, head off his shoulders, shakes his head almost. Is that a resignation from Connor Lucas? Head off, rolled his head back, shook his head as well. They're closing in the last couple of laps as well on Rossi Costello, the junior runner in front of them on the wet tyres. Another warning for Connor White. This time doesn't say contact, but you can't get much more unless it's track limits. And because we've got a lot of grass here, we generally don't want that.
Another fastest lap of the race, this time to Josh Falkus. Once again, this time round, he was 2 seconds faster than Sophie Pawsey.
At the front, the gap 5.2 seconds to Sophie Pawsey, the overall race leader. Look at Lucas now, throwing it around. He's got to push, got to throw caution to the wind, and he's got caught up behind the lap traffic. And Falkus sweeps round the outside, and in the senior Procar class, Josh Falkus now leads, and he's right on the back there of Rossi Costello in the wet shod junior Procar. Falkus all the way round the outside like a bullet. Lucas back to the inside.
Took a risk there, did Lucas. Managed to get through, but couldn't get it stopped, as we saw in the junior race, junior Rotax race. Falkus manages to hold on to third place on the road, but leads the pro class here. Max Shields, unbelievably, Max Shields is leading the clubman class.
He's had two spins.
About 5 spins as Max Shields. He's had some adventures. Christian Oblag in 9.
Oh, great there from Rossi Costello in the junior. Just moves to one side, lets the two leading pros go through. They're coming up to some more lap traffic. Well, Lucas now box Falkus in behind the lap traffic. Lucas does indeed box Falkus in behind the lap traffic. This is like a game of chess out there. Falkus then, now in second place. Connor Lucas leads once again. Falkus taking that much wider line round the South Bank corner. Lucas looks like he's watched as well from the last couple of laps, sweeping round Sophie Pawsey in the yellow helmet, making her way through the traffic. The outright race leader still with a gap of 4.4 seconds.
4 seconds was the gap.
Black flag, Connor White, his third contact warning of the race, and Connor White in the 52 is called into pit lane.
3.7 seconds is the gap over the line. We're going to have 2 more laps here, so a lap and a half to go, I think. And it's all to play for here, isn't it? It's all going to depend on this traffic. Can Pawsey get through quickly? She has got through. There's 3 karts in between her and Connor Lucas here for the overall win. Josh Folker's still fighting hard to take back the overall pro win. Who's going to take this one?
Got to find the way through.
Oh, there's look, they're finding their way through quickly, but they get side by side there. That's going to bolt. Lucas coming out. He's going to have to get pushed here by Folkus. I think he is.
Closed them up though, hasn't it?
Because Folkus realises if not, he's going to get bolted himself.
They're closing in on
Last
Sophie
lap board is out.
Pawsey. Last lap, they're closing in though, Tom, for the outright victory. 1.8
3 seconds quicker. 3 seconds quicker. There's 1.9 between them.
The saving grace here could be them two battling between each other. Sophie Pawsey in the junior, lower power but a lower weight. On wet tyres, the two behind on slicks. They're pushing each other, they're battling. 2 different classes, 2 outcomes to this race victory. 3 outcomes because it's Lucas or Folkus. There's Pawsey in front of them for the outright victory.
Folkus isn't going to get that stopped, is he?
No,
Surely.
down the inside. Struggling to get it stopped. Sophie Pawsey runs out round the corner. Through they
Sophie
come.
Pawsey.
Junior Pro Kart winner Sophie Pawsey takes outright victory from Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus. Sophie Pawsey on the MS kart with a superb drive in the wet, making her way through all of the traffic, takes a famous victory here at Teesside Autodrome.
She needs to stand in front of us and take a bow. That was a brilliant drive, Sophie Pawsey. Absolutely incredible. Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus as well. I mean, they're 26 seconds clear, or 25 seconds clear, call it, of Max Shields, who's the next slick shod runner. They've been in a class of one themselves. Incredible action. Fantastic here from your senior pro kart. So, we'll try, amongst all of that, most of your front runners are junior pro karts because they got on the wets, with the exception of Connor Lucas, who takes overall pro victory, Josh Folker's second in pro, Max Shields first in clubman.
Shout out Simon Dougherty on the podium in pro
In
for the
11th
first time.
Yes, amazing result. And Christian Oblag taking second in clubman. Lennon French, who was last at one point, finished 13th and third in clubman. George Ludwell finished 15th overall and took the novice class. Then Amy Frame and Jacob Cardani. And your junior pro karts overall winner, junior pro kart winner Sophie Pawsey, Rossi Costello taking second, and Harry Brown in 5th, completing the podium.
Just watch Max Shields come in. He's locked his rakes up, just done a massive 11s down the thing. From 2 spins, a bit of contact, he's took victory in Senior Pro Kart Club. Oh,
It's nuts.
that
nuts.
one will get watched
Absolutely
back again and
insane.
again and again tonight by many, many people. What a race in Senior Pro Kart and Juniors as well to mark the halfway point of the 2023 season here at Teesside Autodrome.
I've got a suggestion for the next round. You know they get their Bowser out at the speedway track
Oh,
around
yeah.
the corner, where they just go and wet the track.
We'll just whip it out.
Can we do it here on a random heat?
Can
for
we
the
borrow
next
your
round?
Bowser, please?
Brilliant action here. I mean, it's always great in Senior Pro Kart anyway, but that really spiced things up. And those Junior Pro Kart runners on the wet tyres, incredible.
Yeah. Massive shout out today to our marshals who've worked at times in searing heat up to 30 degrees out there. Fantastic for all of our marshals and our medical team that we needed a few times today, unfortunately. Absolute pleasure having them here. Thank you for your help as well. Tom and I are off for a week in Le Mans. If we make it back, if we've not been put in the gravel too many times by many of these drivers that we've seen out here today, we'll be back here at Teesside the first weekend in August for the 2023 British 24-hour race, and then we're back for the Teesside doubleheader at the end of August. 2 race days, one on a Saturday, one on a Sunday. That will really, really set the championship up. The halfway point of the season, though, we're here at Teesside Autodrome. Tom and I wish you a very, very enjoyable end to your Sunday, a safe journey home if you're here at the circuit, and we look forward to seeing you again here at Teesside Autodrome. Thank you very much.